at 10. Mike and Rico at 2 o'clock. Tiger Baseball after them. And I do want to mention the Odyssey.com, the Odyssey app. Download it. Listen to all our shows, the podcasts, stuff you missed. It's very easy to navigate, so make sure you get that done. And good morning to everybody watching on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, yeah. You can always watch us on Twitch TV and YouTube TV as well. In the game, in the Aaron Rodgers injury that we were talking about, David Bakhtiari, who is a tackle, as you know, for the Green Bay Packers, tweeted this out on social media, quote, "Congrats at NFL. How many more players have to get hurt on artificial turf? You care more about soccer players than us. You plan to remove all artificial turf for the World Cup coming up, so clearly it's feasible. I'm sick of this. Do better." And he's referring to the willingness of NFL teams to remove fake grass for real grass at the insistence of FIFA.
Yes.
World Cup.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out because, I mean, we saw J.K. Dobbins get injured this past Sunday. That was on grass. Mm-hmm. And it was a very similar way that he was tackled and went down compared to Aaron Rodgers. I did my Achilles. Mine was a non-contact. I was really not in contact with anybody. I just stepped back. I was on the old turf, and it was the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio, and mine just popped. And it can happen whether it's on grass or turf. Would I rather see everybody be playing on grass? 100%. I think it is, whether it's Achilles, whether it's knees, whether it's just the wear and tear on an individual's body of running on AstroTurf or fake turf, field turf, which is called now. I think it's a less of an impact on natural grass.
How can they make it better?
Go to grass.
Besides that, I mean, you have indoor stadiums like Ford Field. I mean, I guess you can still do that. They do it in Glendale, right?
Yeah.
Although you have to worry about the
dew.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't water it right before you go out.
Can you put more like extra like a layer of foam padding under?
Well, that's for people that are designing that. It's much better now than it was. I mean, you remember the old vet. That's the worst.
Well, Silverdome wasn't very good either.
Silverdome, I played on that old turf, and it was basically cement covered with the green carpet that you would put in an outdoor patio.
Right.
It has improved a tremendous amount to what is now called field turf. And I think there's a couple of other names for it. I don't know what else it's called, but the field turf where you have the longer, synthetic blades of grass with the rubber beads and rubber balls that are kind of, sifted in there. And if you've been to most high schools now, they have a version of the field turf.
Correct.
It's a lot better than it was. Could it continue to be improved upon? I do think so. And I don't know if there are new innovations coming down the line where it is still a synthetic surface that more closely replicates what you have in terms of natural grass. I don't know, but most guys will tell you they would prefer to be playing on natural grass.
Now, the NFL Players Association, which is a very weak union.
Yes, it is.
What can they do? I mean, to force the NFL to you're very concerned about player safety. You're so hypocritical on you care about brain injuries and all this other stuff, but yet we have to play on Thursday nights and all that junk with only 2 days rest in between. And now you have this situation. I don't know.
I think
can they do anything?
I think they would have to. Obviously, they have to go after the money. And if they're not going to make the change in terms of playing surface, then what are the avenues to go after more money? Well, it could also be workers' comp covers specific injuries, but it doesn't cover necessarily wear and tear of what you had. If you don't have an injury, but then 10 years down the road, you get a bad back. Mm-hmm. Well, you could point to the fact that you played on concrete for, however long your career was. So maybe it is the NFLPA going after lifetime health insurance so that's covered.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a cheap bill. And there's a lot of other benefits for the players and their families regarding that as well. That's just one avenue that I thought of off the, after thinking about how do they go after it.
And you could only, the other thing is just negotiate it into where all non-dome teams have to be to grass by
Right.
such and such date.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a pretty big ask, I think.
Well-
Look, these NFL teams are doing this to save money.
Sure.
Okay,
and
they
so-
don't want to pay to take care of the grass. There's way more cost involved long term in grass than there is the turf. It might be a bigger bill up at first with the turf. I don't know that.
Right. Maintenance is much less.
Yes.
But
That's why they're doing this.
Well,
yes.
even when they had the World Cup at the Silver Dome, I remember the great agricultural department at Michigan State. They had these like pallets of real grass.
yeah,
that
they look like octagons. They would.
they put them in,
put in.
and they tied them up, basically sewed them up, however they did it, and they played World Cup
They
stuff
use
on
the
them.
needle and
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And why
if
couldn't they
they're
do
gonna
that at Ford Field?
If they're going to negotiate it, this would have to be something that's collectively bargained.
Mm-hmm.
And the CBA, I don't believe, is up for it's either 8 or 9 years still.
So you're going to give up something else because you want this that bad? I just don't think the evidence is there. I think they've gotten as close to being as safe with the field turf as they can.
Yeah.
The reality of the situation is that, like you said, it's not
Well,
concrete
then-
like it used to be. But the bottom
you
line is the
also get into-
soil gives. a
Soil
little bit.
gives, yes, but then you also get into November, December, and January, and you're playing on the natural surfaces in possible rain, weather,
If they
and people
freeze.
say, well, you could be hurt because you slipped on a natural surface. Like and
When the Lions played in Carolina, that surface was a joke, and that was grass.
right, because it was hard. The field had frozen, and so there's pros and cons depending on the time of year, depending on the weather, depending on a lot of different things. And I think the NFL also thinks that if we can get the artificial surface as closely resemble natural surfaces as possible, then there's at least a controlled variable.
We have
you don't
some-
have to worry about slipping and falling.
We have some text at 248-539-9797. The injury had nothing to do with the playing surface. He was falling awkwardly, and his left foot landed flat, which caused the tear. Yes, you're mostly right, but it did catch.
Does if it's natural surface, does the foot give?
I don't know.
And so that's the question.
Right, exactly. David Bakhtiari is the biggest crybaby offensive lineman I've ever seen. Not to mention he plays the game like a scumbag with his flopping. That's from Will.
I just want
want
to know where
TJ about that.
I want to know what his opinion is on Dobbins.
Yeah.
They did it on natural grass.
Right.
They were actually, look, they weren't exact plays, okay? People
Right.
take things too little. They
They
were
were
pretty
very
similar
similar.
plays to how
Yeah.
somebody fell on the back of them.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that the playing surface gets blamed for injuries, but the practice surface never gets blamed.
I
Yeah,
understand that.
Yes, there are the non-contact injuries in practice. It wasn't a turf injury. Rodgers got rolled on. FIFA is having the stadiums replace the turf, not the NFL. The NFL doesn't own the stadiums. That's probably true.
You got to ask
Well,
yourself
some
this,
owners do own the stadiums, though, don't they?
Some there might be. I like Jerry's World. I assume they do.
Yeah.
Why does soccer demand this?
Because
I mean, that's the biggest case for it.
Right. And so it's you could sit there and debate all day long until you're blue in the face of did the artificial surface cause this injury? And the answer is we have no idea. If he was on natural grass, could this have happened? Sure. Was it the way that he was tackled? The player didn't fall on his leg, but the added body weight as Aaron Rodgers is going down, is that the force that caused his Achilles, if it is the Achilles, to explode?
Yeah. By the way, the Jets did end up winning the game in overtime. I mean, the game was 16-16 after regulation. After Buffalo had a field goal that doinked off the upright and
went
doinked
in.
the right way, and Salah just, oh my God, I can't believe this. We're gonna,
Yeah.
I
Gonna live
thought we
this.
won the game.
Yeah.
Well, they ended up winning it anyway on a punt return. Kevin Harlan on Westwood One. If you watch any of Hard Knocks, Gibson was one of the last guys to make the Jets, and there was a cool moment when Saleh told him that he made the team. Now, on that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows? But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation. All right, coming up next, Mel Tucker responded yesterday. He came out defiant, and Brenda Tracy responded to his response as well. Get all that coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket. Innovation Refunds has been helping small businesses that qualify to get a business payroll tax refund through the ERC, which is the Employee Retention Credit. It's a tax refund for businesses that kept employees on payroll for parts of 2020 and 2021. If you own a business with more than 5 employees, you could have money waiting to be claimed. ERC tax filing is complex. Innovation Refunds is dedicated to helping business owners navigate that process. Their independent tax attorneys can help your business claims stay compliant with IRS regulations and guidelines. They understand the importance of your information and have industry standard certifications to back it up. Qualifying for the ERC goes beyond sales decline. If your business faced challenges to the growth that it would have had without pandemic government orders, it may be eligible for a substantial refund too. They won't charge you any upfront fees until you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine eligibility. If you qualify, you could be on your way to receiving money for your business. Go to innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS. That's innovationrefunds.com or 1-843-REFUNDS. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done
And finally,
for you.
bold ass predictions. Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction. Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, attorney David Feminino is the guy that you need to call. As I've told you before, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dive that you deserve, and David never takes a fee until you get paid. So if you've been injured or you know someone that's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Mel Tucker issued a defiant statement yesterday in response to all the hubbub from Brenda Tracy and his suspension without pay as head coach of the Michigan State football team. And it's a long statement, and I'm going to just give you the highlights here. And read verbatim what he said in some of the paragraphs. Here we go. We developed a mutual friendship that grew into an intimate adult relationship. At this point, and we're talking about the summer of 2021, my wife and I had been estranged for a long time. Ms. Tracy and I engaged in dozens of calls throughout fall 2021 and winter 2022, many of which she initiated and which occurred late at night. We both talked about all sorts of intimate private matters. She told me that I could trust her, and I proceeded to do just that. I was absolutely unaware of the previous negative comments she had made about iconic MSU coaches then President John Engler, MSU in general, and even her more recent criticism of Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh that I learned about during this investigation. Even the investigator hired by the university found that we had a personal relationship and that we shared deeply personal and private information with each other. Ms. Tracy encouraged our personal relationship by inviting and accepting gifts from me. During the investigation, Ms. Tracy admitted requesting and accepting my gift of expensive athletic shoes, a $200 Venmo payment, and a personal contribution to her nonprofit. Not only did she accept those gifts, but she had to provide me her shoe size and address to receive the shoes and her Venmo ID to receive the money. It goes on. Well, I'm saddened by Ms. Tracy's disclosure of the sensitive nature of this call. Let me be perfectly clear. It was an entirely mutual private event between two adults living at opposite ends of the country. She initiated the discussion that night, sent me a provocative picture of the two of us together, suggested what she may look like without clothes, and never once during the 36 minutes did she object in any manner, much less hang up the phone. I go on. The investigation has not been fair or unbiased. I can only conclude that there is an ulterior motive designed to terminate my contract based on some other factors, such as a desire to avoid any taint from Larry Nassar or my race or gender. Ms. Tracy's attorney told us from the beginning that I should not lose my job over her allegations, but it would take a lot of money to make it go away. And I'm incredibly proud of the outstanding group of men on the team. My heart aches to be sidelined. I ask everyone to consider the clearly undisputed facts outlined in reserved judgment until the truth comes out. Brenda Tracy on social media last night responded to Coach Tucker, quote, "This is just more of the same DARVO," which stands for deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender deflection, victim blaming, and lies that I've been dealing with now for months. Coach Tucker has been delaying and trying to stop the investigative process since the beginning. He can't afford to go to a hearing that determines credibility of the participating parties. I believe this statement is his way of getting out of participating in the hearing. The hearing he called a sham. Mm-hmm. And he also said it's not a Title IX hearing because there's no Title IX violations in his mind. 248-539-9797. I just ask one question here. What if, and it's a huge if, and I'm not really sure, I don't think it's all the truth, but what if Mel Tucker, it is proven, is telling the truth there? I believe if he is telling the truth, he can go after, and he still loses his job, he can go after her for, I don't know, defamation, maybe, because these things, the private phone call, was only revealed because she allowed it to be revealed.
Right. And so I asked, I've talked to some attorney friends, and obviously they don't have the intimate details of the case. But I'd ask that question. If it is found that the relationship was mutual, could he have a defamation case against her or any recourse to recoup lost wages? And they responded that, yes, it's possible for him to sue her. And it would be very similar to a case that we saw play out very publicly. It would be the Johnny Depp case. So I don't know that any of us want to sit through and watch that one on Court TV, but I'm sure
Court TV would love it.
Yeah, I'm sure individuals would. But that's his recourse if he feels like he has enough evidence to prove that he was not wrong in performing the acts that he performed, that he admitted to, that they both admitted to on that phone call.
Now, look, yesterday we accused him of being the dumbest human being on the planet, basically. And if he's telling the truth, I won't say he's the dumbest human being on the planet. I will say that and I don't know where people their stance is on phone sex, consensual with another adult. To me, there's nothing really wrong with it.
Yeah.
If that's what you're into.
Sure,
And it's not
if
harming
if it's the
anybody.
circumstances that you're dealing with at the time. Like he mentioned, he thought they were in a relationship and they were on both sides of the country.
Yes.
All right, so I mean, that's kind of what happens if that's the case, if that's your circumstances.
Right.
Yeah, but did it ever get like, okay, he started to get physical, right? Is the way you can coin it.
With himself, yes.
Yes. And if that was the first time either one of them did it and that crossed the line to her, then did she lead him there? Did she?
Well, so that's the question is
it's like,
because she sent the picture and then, and again, allegedly, we'd have to find out, and you guys have told me that even if they're deleted, you can go back and get text messages. That correct?
Yeah, pretty much. If you watch Dateline forensically, you can recover stuff.
Okay, so
it can be quite the process.
If they can go and recover this, and it is a fact that she sent the picture and the caption along with it about describing herself, or can you picture me? Like at that point, would a reasonable person believe that what he did was the next step, or would a reasonable person believe that that was crossing a line?
I mean, it was sort of like they were at first base, and then he took it to second.
I guess it depends on which base you
Yes.
In the phone sex world of bases.
Yes, I'm not sure. I don't know if that's a home run.
No, I mean, I do think there's a legitimate line drawing here to even if she did send a picture and she wasn't nude, right? And instead imagine that this whole thing was like in some sort of cyber digital fantasy world to a degree. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like flirtatious, taking it to the very edge, but then to actually engage in something, that's where she had the problem.
Do we know if this was just regular phone call or was it FaceTime?
I don't think nobody has said that there was a video component.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Let's say good morning to Martin. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'll preface this by saying I'm a big Michigan fan, so, I mean, if anything bad could happen to Michigan State on the field or, whatever, I'm rooting for Michigan. But this guy got railroaded. I don't care what anybody says. She controlled the situation. They've had multiple phone calls for over a half hour. She's sending him pictures. She's asking him for money. She's accepting gifts from him. It sounded like it was they had a little relationship, and, something went sideways there. She used this against him. And I think Michigan State, instead of doing due diligence, is looking at this like, okay, this could work out for us. We could get rid of this guy, get rid of the contract, get rid of all the negative press that came with it, and start fresh.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm not disputing what you're saying or your opinion. Does it change in your mind at all because there were inconsistencies in the report from Mel Tucker, who said this took place at his home? Later, it was found out it took place at a hotel in Florida on the company dime.
It's a bad look. It's a 100% bad look on Mel Tucker, without a doubt. Was he probably trying to save his ass a little bit? Maybe. But there's no denying that they had some kind of relationship here, a mutual relationship going on.
She admitted it.
Yeah, but, I mean, when you're sending photos of yourself, that's not business. That's taking it to a different level. And the guy's going through a divorce. He's vulnerable. I feel for the guy. I really do. It feels like he got railroaded here. She controlled the situation. She's on the phone. She could end the conversation right there. As soon as she thinks that something's off on the conversation, she could have said, hey, listen, I'm not into this, whatever, click, it's done. But it sounds like it kept going. The conversation kept going even after she found out what he was doing.
Yeah, well, and then maybe that's when she completely decided to do what you suggested and end it then. At least as far as the relationship
But I
goes.
think we can continue to talk about this when we come back.
248-539-9797.
Hey, this month, check out the exciting sales events happening at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. Shop Ram Power Days and Jeep Adventure Days to find great deals on new vehicles. Lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $269 a month, or a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn starting at only $299 a month. The best part is Fox CDJR of Southfield's easy 3-step process for purchasing a vehicle. First, work with an expert product specialist to pick out the perfect vehicle for your family. Next, the team will help you find the best price or payment for your budget. And finally, after you say yes to your new ride, Take delivery in less than an hour with their expert delivery team. Stop by the dealership today at 11 and a half and Telegraph for the best guest experience you've ever had, or you can visit them online at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. See dealer for complete details based on bank approval, proper and required documentation, including employee number, registration, and funds.
Two 248-539-9797, talking about Mel Tucker and the statement he made yesterday and the response from Brenda Tracy. Here are some ticket texts. One big problem about Mel Tucker's phone sex incident is that it was done on company time and likely on a company phone.
Well, I think the other is that, and this will have to be determined by the parties involved, is what was the professional relationship at the time? Was she still
a vendor,
and servicing Michigan State in one way, shape, or form as a business owner?
Right, as opposed to servicing Mel Tucker. He had a private thing during his private time. I think this is the university's way of cutting away for free.
Well, I guess that raises the question, too, one that I don't – is it anything that happens on that trip, whether it's, hey, if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, doors are closed, is that still – like there's no assumption of privacy at that point?
I think you can do whatever you want as long as nobody gets hurt. Now you can sit there and say, well, she got hurt because of what happened.
Well, yeah, of harassment.
Right,
yes.
right. But because she is a vendor, that changes everything.
Right. So again, it goes to what was she at the time?
If he was doing this with somebody who had no affiliation with the school, with any, anybody who had anything to do with the school at all, then there's nothing wrong with what he did.
Yeah.
No,
Well, now wait a minute. If that person complained and said that he took things too far,
okay, yes,
then there would be a problem.
Okay, but I'm talking about if it was just, especially if it was consensual, which she said it was consensual at one point, up to a certain
point.
I really
Yeah.
think the whole line was drawn here in terms of he actually physically started to carry out all this talk and flirting and stuff.
I just think there's still a lot that in terms of discovery, or I know that the report was filed in July.
Yeah.
The hearing is October 5, 6. I just think there's a lot of information that we don't have.
I mean,
Right. Look, the bottom line is we talked yesterday because people are going to make fun of this. That's where the morality clause in the contract is violated. Really, if you think about it, I mean that's the bottom line because it's ridicule. There's a key word there.
it may be a newer thing, and I'm going to dance around saying what maybe somebody younger would have done or has done in this situation. They'd send a junk pic.
Right.
And
yes.
many women have told me that they've gotten that unsolicited from people that, okay, it's one thing to talk and stuff, and the next thing is to all of a sudden I get this, and I'm like, all right, I'm done talking to this person.
Well, if that happened, she probably would have mentioned it. So I would assume that didn't happen, but who knows?
Yeah.
Adam at Work says, what if it is possible that they had a relationship and something went wrong? One of those phone calls escalated to sexual assault. Phone sex isn't the issue. Even if she started it, he could have taken it too far. Consent can change even in the middle of the act. Okay, that's true. However, even she said that she froze and didn't hang up. She admitted that. D in Wolverine Lake says, sounds like a lover's spat gone sour in public. Now both are trying to save their careers. From Pat, if Mel Tucker is telling the truth, there will be text messages that will be pictures and he will be innocent. He's still embarrassed he's still embarrassed the university, so probably has to lose his job. I told my son yesterday, this whole thing stinks of entrapment. Railroaded or not regarding consensuality, he still violated the morality clause by doing what he did on MSU's dime with an MSU contract employee.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think you can say from afar right now that she baited him. Did she intentionally bait him? You know what I'm saying?
She was a master at it.
Well, no. Jeez. You're awful. We're trying to have a serious conversation.
If the truth comes out in Tucker's favor, he may get more money from MSU than their contract he was signed to. He won't get his job back to coach MSU as public court has already made him guilty, and he did have relations with a school vendor, but we don't even know if that's not allowed. We assume it's not allowed.
What's wrong with
Yeah,
you?
I don't know what their company handbook would say.
I know. Jason and Troy, you're at 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, guys, I just want to comment on this real quickly. I just think this whole narrative would be flipped if this Mel Tucker was going in this season projected to, play in the playoffs and they're going to be real national contenders. The whole narrative would be different. From Mike Valenti, from Rico, this whole thing going up there and saying, "Oh, Mel Tucker, how dare you do that? Let's just get rid of him." They wanted to get rid of him, and this opens up the excuse to get rid of him scot-free. Mel Tucker is gone. This is who the guy was. The guy got on a phone call. Whatever he decided to do, that's on him and between the female. I don't understand how everyone's flipped this into like, you got to get rid of Mel Tucker. Mel Tucker's gone. Let's just face the facts here. Mel Tucker, they want Mel Tucker gone for one reason, because he's not winning football games for the program. And the direction of this program doesn't seem to be going in the right trajectory. So that's why they want him gone. I mean, let's face it. Let's see it for what it is. If this guy's winning, you'd have Michigan State fans calling, sticking up for him. No, we got to keep Mel Tucker. This lady's this lady. The way the narrative's being spun by Michigan State and that program is just utterly disgusting, to be honest with you.
Well, the fan base might feel that way, Jason, but to me, like,
No,
I always get the impression that like the board of trustees there and people like that, they're clueless in a lot of ways. So I don't know if it would have make a difference.
But but look at for the situation what it is. This person's overpaid. He's been overpaid since the second he stepped on campus. He hasn't won any football besides that one season with Kenneth Walker. They haven't done much. Even going into this season, they're not projected to do much.
Right.
They're playing losing football. They weren't even projected to win 6 games this season. So this falls in line perfectly for what the end goal is, which is to get rid of Mel Tucker without having to pay him. Look at the boosters. They came in, they spent all this money on Mel Tucker, and all of a sudden, he's this terrible person. Let's just get rid of him because there's an end button on your phone, and if you're uncomfortable with the conversation and the direction it's going, you know what you do? You hit end. Same thing you do when you get a soliciting call, whether it's for somebody trying to get money from you, somebody asking for something. You hang up the phone. That's all. This all boils down to. They weren't in a room with one another where this guy's physically outpowering this woman, or he's putting him. Listen, if the conversation gets uncomfortable, very simple solution. You hang up the phone. That's all this boils down to. But the way Michigan State fans are spinning this and Mel Tucker being the dumbest person, guess what? You guys hired the dumbest person in the world and gave him the most money out of any college football coach. So who's the dumb person, Mel Tucker or the people who hired him? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, that's a valid point. But as far as hanging up the phone, that's easier said than done. I've never been in that situation. Yeah. And, women who have gone through that, obviously physically it's a little different. But it's verbal too. That's part of sexual harassment.
She said she froze.
Yeah.
That so she was probably asked that.
Yeah.
And like you said, having been a victim of something far worse in her past,
right?
Maybe it triggered something
emotions.
in that moment.
And you do freeze.
Yeah. Our telephone number 248-539-9797. Coming up next, Jim Harbaugh, the other coach in this state. He sings a little bit for us. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I've got a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see you as a person, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and their communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community. It's their community as well, and we all know that we've got to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
Two 248-539-9797. Tigers home tonight against the Reds. You can hear it right here, 97.1. The Ticket. Dan Campbell will join us tomorrow at 8:02 as the Lions get ready to take on the Seattle Seahawks. Their offensive line is a little banged up.
Yeah, a couple tackles that are dinged up.
Yeah, Charles Cross and I believe Abe Lucas. I watched some of Pete Carroll's press conference yesterday on their website. He said he thinks Lucas might be able to play, but they're not really sure right now. So
calls out to a 41-year-old Jason Peter.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah,
John.
Trust me, my phone is my number is out there. Call anytime.
See,
Happy
but you can't. You can't anymore.
Why?
You're too thin. You can't play offensive line at your weight anymore.
Well, maybe not in a week's time. Give me
Haters
a
gonna
weeks.
hate, John.
No, I'm not trying. Look, if this was last year, I'd be right there. I mean, God, we tried. Now you're in better shape for the Motor City Cruise tryout.
I know
that we've never done.
I know.
So you would actually, if you had the opportunity to play for the Seahawks this week,
yes,
you would leave us
and
then try to beat the Lions
in a heartbeat. I'm sorry, but they pay a lot more than they do here.
Yeah,
I mean, let's call it spade a spade.
Yes.
Then he would come on Monday morning and diagram all the plays.
I sure would.
That's right.
I mean, I would be. I mean, Monday morning. You know, if it's only a 1 week deal,
key card might not work.
Yeah,
that's okay too.
Yeah. Doug Karsh and Doug Skeen, right, for the for Michigan broadcast.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
you say goodbye to your alma mater too. You just say it's all about the money for you.
It's all about the Benjamins.
Yeah. You'd have to move to Seattle. You'd have a long-distance relationship with your wife.
Seattle's changed in the last.
Take your Comrex out there, John, so you can still do the show.
That's right. Yes, I could still do this, especially if it was West Coast time. I mean, American time would be so much earlier that I'd be able to do it at, 3 in the morning.
Yeah, well, you were a pro at that. We did
7.
it on Friday.
Yeah. Be done by 7. I'd be at Seahawks facility just in time for the first meeting.
Yeah. And
Double duty.
And you love Pete Carroll.
Yes, the poodle. Yes. Yes. I'd just bring him a pack of gum every day.
Yeah.
Stay on his good side.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Go to Metropolitan Grill every night.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Zach Charbonnet would be there with you again.
Yeah.
Good buddies.
Yeah. I'm sure I could probably get Kenneth Walker III to step in for a segment to
Condre Diggs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's many advantages, Gov.
I know.
I mean, don't be shooting this down.
I just didn't think he'd leave us that.
Yeah.
Oh, to go play in the NFL again, I'd leave you guys in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even say goodbye.
After doing this, though, and you've been big on the Lions and what they're doing, and then all of a sudden you'd hand them their first loss.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I appreciate you thinking that I would have that type of influence.
Geno Smith fumbles it. And John Jansen picks it up.
There he goes.
Well, he predicted the Seahawks would win this game.
Yeah.
He would do everything.
He already showed his colors then.
Exactly.
See Hag.
All right. Michigan football coach Jim Harbaugh will go through his third and final game for now of the self-imposed suspension.
Yep.
Saturday night against Bowling Green. He has a lot of family heritage at Bowling Green. His dad played there. His mom was a cheerleader there, and you had him on the Inside Michigan Football show. And at the press conference yesterday, he did talk about his love for Bowling Green, and he knows the fight song. And so I said, John, get him to sing the fight song, because I remember when I did it a few months ago, you guys all laughed at me. You thought I was crazy.
Yes.
Well, I'm always crazy. But
Yes. It comes across a little different.
Yes, exactly. So set this up. I mean, how did you?
So we were talking about the matchup. We talked about some things that happened last week, and then obviously the matchup between Bowling Green, the Falcons of Bowling Green, and Michigan, and the fact that his dad played back in the early 60s, I believe it was. Mm-hmm. He was a member of their college football team. They won a national championship. Anyway, fast forward. Jim Harbaugh was about 7 or 8 years old when his dad was a coach at Bowling Green. And he talked about their trips past the stadium. And he referenced the fight song and that they would sing it every time. And this is what he broke it. I didn't even ask, but this is what he did.
Love that. I love it.
So obviously it's where his parents met. And I think he said they were 63 years happily married. And so he also said there was a revelation that I did not see coming. And that was the fact that when he was at Stanford, he tried to take the BGSU fight song with him to Stanford because Stanford doesn't have a fight song.
I know. It's incredible.
I had no idea.
A Power 5 team does not have a
fight song.
Yeah.
So that to me, that one kind of blew my mind a little bit. I had no idea that the Stanford and the Stanford band, one of the most famous moments in college football,
right,
with the band on the field, that they weren't playing the fight song.
Yes. By the way, I did look it up. He did have all the words correctly. I had him wrong. I thought it was "Fight on, you BG Warriors." It is "Roll Along."
Oh, okay. Yes.
Isaac
I don't think any of us are surprised.
Zumba, Isaac Zumba Zumba Zay. Isaac Zumba Zumba Zumba, Isaac Zumba Zay. Roll along, you BG Warriors. Roll along and win for BGSU. Yes.
Yes, you're a little bit behind there, but
that's okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Mm-hmm. All right. Carson Anderson are coming up next. Gator is here. How are you, sir?
Doing all right.
Are you ready for the 2 Grand Slam?
I think so.
I think you should.
It answers the question with the question.
I will say this. There is one that might be very difficult. It was difficult for John and I. If you get that one right, I think you're going to win it all. Okay?
All right.
We'll go with that. All right, here we go. Who's the head coach of the New York Jets?
Robert Saleh.
Ellie De La Cruz plays for this Major League Baseball team.
Cincinnati.
He played Barry Seal in the movie American Made.
Tom Cruise.
Barry Melrose led this team to the 1993 Stanley Cup Finals.
LA Kings.
US 12 is also known as this road in southeast Michigan.
Telegraph.
Who is the head coach in football for the Texas Longhorns?
Sarkisian.
Does our producer Tom the Gov live in Tecumseh or New Boston?
New Boston?
Who does Michigan State play in football this coming Saturday?
Washington.
Who's the current starting quarterback for the Washington Huskies?
Penix.
Who's the leader in passing yardage in the NFL after week 1?
Tua Tagovailoa.
You got 9.
Yes.
I thought I never even heard of the movie American Made.
Yeah,
so you got that one. US 12 is Michigan Avenue.
Yeah. Telegraph's 24.
24. Damn it.
Yes.
You got 9. That's very good.
It's good.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Yeah. It's not a winner, but it's good.
No, I mean 9 out of 10. It's better than my grade point average, so I'll take it.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, 90%.
Definitely better than my grade point average.
Yes.
Remember when I showed you ours? Were you here? I don't think you were here.
So,
I have my transcript. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do?
I'll show it to you. Oh, yeah. I'm a proud.
Did you have to go back and get it, or you had it?
I have it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I had 3 schools to look at with my transfer.
Is that stored on microfiche?
Fiche, I like it. Yeah, they converted it to fiche.
When did it become from fish to fiche? That's what I want to know. Or was it always fiche?
I think it was always fiche.
Okay. Anyway. So what were you saying about your 3 schools?
I went to 3 schools and finally
was graduated at Michigan State University. But yeah, so each stop was a different grade point.
Wait. What schools? I didn't know.
Well,
I did
there
not
was
know
Central.
this.
Central was my first year. It was god awful, but academically it was very average.
Okay.
It was I think I had like a 2.5 there.
Okay, what's passing?
Yeah. Maybe it was 2.5. And then I went to Lansing Community College for a year.
Okay.
That was good. Got the grades up. I even had
Focused.
I had one semester was a 3.5. There were 3 semesters. They were all at least 3 point or above. That was good.
Attaboy.
Thank you. Then there was Michigan State.
Wait a
Let's just
a
say
little
I
bit
was
of a nosedive
graduated.
again?
Yeah.
Let's just say he made the finish line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, and here we are.
Across the finish
I have the diploma.
I'm looking to find my transcript on my phone that I'll show
boy.
you. But
How long do you guys have?
yeah, I know. What do you guys got going on the show
Wait,
today?
does that phone have fish on it?
No.
Yes.
Obviously, the latest in the Mel Tucker case and NFL. Lots and lots of NFL.
I know.
Week 1 is in the books officially.
Yep.
Indeed.
Get ready for those Seahawks. All right, Karsh and Anderson are coming up next. I'll have to show this to you guys off the air. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. In just a couple hours, we'll hear from acting head coach Harlan Barnett for the first time since he's taken over for Mel Tucker. This comes as Tucker is speaking out against the sexual harassment allegations he does face. The suspended head coach in a statement calls them completely false. Brenda Tracy responded to Tucker on the social media platform X, saying Tucker is trying to stop the investigative process while also victim blaming. Michigan is getting ready for its final non-conference game of the season. The Wolverines host Bowling Green on Saturday night at the Big House. Head coach Jim Harbaugh is more than impressed with the passing game so far this season through 2 games, and J.J. McCarthy's sterling 87% completion percentage, something he's also excited about. The Wolverines are a massive 40.5-point favorite over the Falcons on Saturday. That's according to FanDuel. It's a practice day for the Lions as they prepare for their home opener against the Seahawks on Sunday at Ford Field. Rookie Brian Branch, coming off an interception in his NFL debut, talks about defending Seattle's weapons like DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Kenneth Walker III. The Lions are 5.5-point favorites on Sunday at Ford Field, and the Tigers start a 3-game series against the Reds at Comerica Park tonight. Detroit still is not named a starter. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Karsh back. Yesterday off. Fortunately, I had to attend a funeral. But glad to be back. Glad to be back.
Good to see family, though?
It was good to see family, yes. Good to see family, and lost my cousin Liz. And loved her very much, and she will be dearly missed. But, it's tough. It's really tough.
No, it's brutal.
Yeah. But
Too soon.
thank you for holding down the fort, my friend. And thank you to Jim Costa for holding down the fort, and Kang and whatnot. And look, I mean, the big story regarding Mel Tucker, I'm not sure what I can say that hasn't already been said. I find, when I look at this, I think Michigan State, once they found out their process of handling this, I think it looks to me to be pretty buttoned up. I'm not a contract lawyer, but it strikes me that when you have the resources that any major institution has and access to probably great legal minds to follow this the way that you should, in big companies and state institutions, you follow the protocols. You follow the protocols that have been set up so that you avoid a wrongful termination case, right? You follow the rules in place, which sometimes means it's going to be a drawn-out process. Sometimes things move slowly. Sometimes some evidence is sealed, and then that evidence got out, and Michigan State reacted. Do I believe that there were people in power positions that didn't know what was going on, the details of the case? I do. And I think, you've got to, once you start down that path of following the protocols, you're setting yourself up to get to the end line, the finish line that you want to get to. And if you don't follow those protocols, you can be on the hook for a lot more. So, my first instinct with this one is that they're following the proper protocols. And his statement last night, he's going to fight it, it sounds like. And we can get into that. If I were asked, okay, where is Michigan State as an institution or an athletic department at fault? I don't know that they're at any fault, but I would take a long, hard look, a fair and honest look at the vetting process and whether or not there was any predicting this with Mel Tucker. Did they? And I don't know that there wasn't, but given that they're going to go through this process again, most likely here very soon, I would make sure that the vetting process, that nothing was missed and that there was no sign that this is a repeated pattern that started before he got there. And fine tooth comb it, look in the mirror. Won't do any harm to say, okay, did we miss anything? And how do we make sure that the next coach doesn't have anything like this? I mean, because the next coach should drive 65 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone, should edge their lawn, should bring their trash cans in as soon as the trash is picked up.
Edge their lawn on Thursday.
Thursday mow. And make sure that they get somebody that's beyond reproach and don't have to go down this path again anytime soon. And if that means revamping what they did to hire or just changing some things, no harm done, right? It's as far as let's get better at this. So if anything was missed, maybe it wasn't. Maybe this was not predictable. But make sure that the next guy's beyond reproach.
Well, that's assuming that her story on this whole account is true and that he's sexually harassed her. If it's all true, then I would agree with most of what you had to say.
Well,
the vetting process is huge, but he's got his story too, and his story is a different story than what she's telling, and that has to be respected. You have an opportunity to present your side of the case. Now, I don't even need to get into any of that because to me, everything starts with the basic premise of should this relationship even have been considered, given that she was, we refer to as a vendor or contract employee for the university because the university hired her services to speak to the team. So is it inappropriate right away? Like, hey, you're not supposed to do this. This is a fireable offense if you continue to pursue or engage in any kind of relationship with this person beyond a work relationship. So that's the first thing you have to determine in my mind. And it may be as simple and cut and dry as, yeah, that's forbidden. You can't do that. And it's clearly spelled out that you can't do that. And if that's the case, then none of the rest of it matters. If that's fuzzy territory, well, then now you have to go ahead and pursue the story more, and you have to determine if you even can determine which side is the more believable side. Did they have a relationship? His statement last night maintains that it was an intimate relationship. She claims in her comments to USA Today that wasn't the case. So you've got a he said, she said thing. And then you start going down the road of, well, how do you back it up? What else is there? There would be evidence, right? Well, both sides have reportedly deleted their text messages, which isn't a good look for either side. So this one can still get messy. And part of me is a little bit bothered that the conclusions have been jumped to so quickly by people and that there appears to be no support for Mel Tucker at this point, and I'm not saying that it's wrong not to support him, but I'm saying, is it wrong to jump to this conclusion so quickly? Maybe it's not even a university, but maybe it's just it's just Spartan Nation in general, and everybody else piling on too and demanding their pound of flesh for something that may be, when we look back at it after all the facts are in on this, might be completely innocent or not. I don't know.
I will tell you that I mean, through mistakes that have been made in the past, one of the things that I really want to bring to the air is when it comes to serious cases, is allow due process to take place. I agree with you. The due process needs to take place here. In a world and a forum where hot takes and jumping to conclusions, I'm not short. I don't think we're short on opinions. I think we're trying to be short on irresponsible opinions. And so, yeah, let it play out. It's, whatever look it is, good look, bad look, it doesn't matter. When it comes to very serious cases, I'm just fine at sitting back and letting it play out. We can talk about it, but I'm short on conclusions this early in a case. I will say that. And I think that's been consistent no matter who the individuals are involved, whether it be at Michigan State, when the whole Matt Patricia thing came out, it's like, okay, let's take a step back. No need to rush to conclusions. Let's see what the process leads to. And this is no different. This is no different. So, I mean, Tucker, that statement last night sounds like somebody who is either A, fully believing in their innocence and wanting to clear their name and perhaps keep their job, which I don't know if it's possible. And two, someone whose lawyer has taken and said, okay, here's the position. You are not likely to survive this, but if we fight it, we can come to a settlement and you can get some of your money.
Mm-hmm.
And there might be something else in there. Maybe it's a little of both, but that's what that looks like to me. And I'm willing to allow for both cases to perhaps be the end game of this in terms of what could happen. But we've been pretty consistent, Gator, not in a rush to judgment place, no matter what it looks like. Let's let the process play itself out.
Yeah, and the next stage in this process is this hearing that's taking place in a few weeks. And in his statement, he's very upset because he doesn't seem to think he's able to even present a case or a defense with this hearing. So I don't even know what the hearing is, what it entails, but I think that's an important thing to know what the heck it is. I mean, Michigan State, you got the Title IX investigation, and the Michigan State also hired somebody outside, correct?
Yeah, they brought in a third party. When the investigation started, it was a third party that did the investigation.
Yeah. So she did that investigation and came back through with the results, and which is, kind of, it was supposed to be sealed or something, right? Or at least the Michigan State didn't have a chance to look at it. At least that's what we're led to believe. And then all of a sudden we find out about it because Brenda Tracy gave the story to USA Today. And now it's public, and now they can do what they're going to do.
248-539-9797. This isn't the only thing we will talk about, but wanted to get to it with the Tucker defense and the statement that was released last night. 248-539-9797. It's open lines. Carson Anderson on a Tuesday. Got some Lions stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. And, of course, the big story in sports, Aaron Rodgers. We still await final word.
Don't you mean the big story in sports is Zach Wilson leading a team to victory? Improbable victory.
Is that what I mean?
Buffalo Bills?
No, that's not what I mean. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water in our house, so we called CGC Water. They installed a Navien tankless water heater, and now we're enjoying as much hot water as we need, and we need a lot. Maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption and enjoy on-demand hot water when you need it. Call CGC Water, tell them Carson sent you, and they'll offer you 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. There's all kinds of things to like about this, including it being tiny and creating some space in our storage room. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Anderson. 97 won a ticket. We got open lines. 248-539-9797.
A second?
Yep. It's tough. Tucker with a statement but he'll be having with a statement last night and taking a public position that this will be fought, which is certainly is right. And don't close the door on anything at this point. There's no need to rush to judgment, but obviously he doesn't either. A, I think he wants to clear his name and prove his innocence in this, or B, wants to, it's a lawyer thing that, okay, if we take this position, we A, may clear your name, but B, there's $70-something million left on this contract, and you're probably not going to see a contract like this the rest of your professional career. So, let's see if you can get out of this any more money above and beyond just being immediately terminated for cause and having it cut off right then and there. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hi, good morning.
What's up?
When this story broke yesterday, I was stunned like everybody else. Like, how could somebody be this foolish to get themselves into a situation like this? And as the story is developing, that it's much more complex, I think, than initially what we all believed. And I don't think Michigan State University is going to get off scot-free here financially. They may be forced to make a settlement with their coach or former coach simply because he's cornered and he's fighting for his life. And he's not willingly going to go to be burnt at the stake. And they're going to have to come up with some money to settle this.
Well, they may not have to, though, Steve. Yeah. I mean, if it comes out, if there are hard and fast rules written in the letter of the contract, then they may be able to just wipe their hands of this contract altogether and not have a settlement.
Well, there are written contract provisions, and I'm not an attorney, but ultimately a court will decide what those terms are. And it may be best for Michigan State to make a settlement with you than fight a prolonged fight in court over that.
It may be, but
sometimes, they say in the legal business, sometimes a bad settlement is better than a good victory because the cost of a good victory in court may exceed what the settlement would have been. So
it might be. I mean, again, that's down the road as more becomes public. That may be the case. Don't know. Again, no rush to judgment here, but we don't know. 248-539-9797. Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How are you this morning?
What's up?
Guys, I love the show. Go Lions.
Yeah.
For me, I feel for this situation. This lady's been through a lot. Don't discredit her, but at the same time, you're on a phone call, and if you're not comfortable with what's happening, why don't you just hang up the phone? I mean, you're telling me like a woman can accuse a man of rape now through the phone?
Well, first of all, it's not what she's accusing him of, and second of all, her response to that was that she froze, and she did have this.
Guy. This is a grown woman with kids.
Yeah, she also had
a grown woman with kids. She froze.
Chris, she's a rape survivor. Okay, she has that trauma with her as well. So I mean, it's easy for you or anybody else to say just hang up the phone, but the fact is she does have a history of violence against her and a sexual violence against her. So if this was, I don't know what the nature of this call was that night, and neither do you or anybody else except for those two people that were on the phone call. You don't know if it took a really weird turn and then she was just shocked at what happened, or did it crescendo lead up to this? And we don't know. But I don't think it's fair to say something that just hang up. I think that's an easy punch button thing for people to say, but you have to take into account what her trauma is.
248-539-9797. We go to Doug, who's next on 97.1. Hello, Doug.
Hey.
What's up?
Um,
Are you there? Doug?
Yeah.
All right, there you are. Go ahead.
Mel Tucker's whole life is at stake here. And
it's professional life.
Man, there's got to be a way to find out what the truth is. And I know a lie detector test is not admissible in court, but if he did this, then he should be fired. But $80 million, not to mention the rest of his life and his reputation, is going to be shot. And this lady's been through a lot of hell. Don't misunderstand me. I feel for her as well. But they need to somehow, some way, get to the bottom of this and find out what the truth is. I mean, it's a sad situation. It really is.
I have no disagreement here.
And I don't know how you do it without evidence. If it's just testimony, I mean, then you're going to have to believe one side over the other. And that's tough.
She said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, I mean, there were text messages exchanged, and both parties have deleted them. Now, is there a way to retrieve those deleted text messages? I think there is. But then you get into a whole different kind of territory there that's beyond my legalese.
And we've had it twice that his life is at stake. His professional life is at stake. He's
fighting to still be coaching, and
I mean,
look, I think he can survive. I think he can survive this.
What do you mean?
As a coach, I think he could still coach at some point down the line. Not at Michigan State.
I don't know if he can.
I don't know
if
he'll be a head coach.
I think it'd be very difficult to recruit, but I mean, if somebody wants to,
But there are plenty of colleges and I should say, there are plenty of coaches in colleges that have had sexual issues in the past that are still coaching.
It's true. I mean, I think a lot of it depends on the outcome of this, and maybe that's why, at this point, fight it as hard as you can to save a professional career. I think NFL is a place where he could end up. I mean, I can't see a scenario where he stays on at Michigan State. That wasn't what you were implying, right?
No, I'm not implying that at all. I think that is clearly a burned bridge at this point. I think there's too many people that don't want him there. I think there were too many people that didn't want him there to begin with. And now, after giving him the contract, and then you have an infraction like this, those people are screaming from the rooftops, drop the contract, drop the contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting how many people outside of Michigan State just look at the contract and say how ridiculous it is. And, people say, well, he hasn't won. I mean, he won as recently as 2 years ago when they had the 11-win season, followed that up with a bad season last year, and it looks like this year is going to be better than last year. He's got to build it back up. But
I think a lot of people were shocked when he got that contract.
Yeah, well, it's set because it's set the standard, and now everybody else has to pay up. That's why people are upset. Because
I think they thought it was a lot to give Mel Tucker.
It's a lot to give Mel Tucker, but what does it do? It resets everything else. So now everybody who thinks they're happy with their coach because their coach is getting $5 million, now they're going to have to pay because Mel got paid.
Well, I think they're two separate issues. I think that, well, that's true. I do think people are like, boy, that's a lot of money for Mel Tucker. But I think those are two separate issues.
But also, aside from the professional aspect that he's fighting for, just his reputation as a man, whether he gets his $80 million or the rest of his contract or a portion of his contract or not, I'm sure he also feels like, hey, he released a statement last night. This was consensual. I didn't harass her. That's his side, right? Yeah. And he wants that out there, and he wants to be, no one wants to be accused of something if they didn't do it. If they feel they didn't do anything wrong, right? I don't know if he did or didn't, but my point is, aside from professionally, as a man, you would be like, hey, I don't want to be looked at as a dirtbag. I didn't do anything wrong. And I'm sure that's what he's trying to say as well.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
Sorry, man.
We'll get back to your phone calls in a minute. Keg just brought this to my attention. I hadn't noticed it. You will obviously see more highlights of the walk-off punt return last night on Monday Night Football. And we'll talk about that game because it's an amazing turn of events for this entire NFL season in terms of what happened. Sam Martin's tackle attempt on the walk-off punt return, the punter for the Buffalo Bills.
Former Lion.
Might be one of the most pathetic tackle attempts I've ever seen. He leaps it. You know what it is? It's a two-hand touch attempt.
Does he get two hands on him?
No, I don't know that he did. I said,
he may
remember,
have.
I said attempt.
Yeah, I think he actually may have.
You start. It's almost as if he thought that was the premise. As the punter, I'm allowed to play two-hand touch. But the fact that he jumped in the air.
He jumped straight up in the air.
While doing it
Yeah.
is even funnier. You will see this. You can go to Sam Martin Tackle on Twitter or Google or whatever I
Aaron Rodgers is looking at this and he's like, "Are you kidding me? I probably tore my Achilles."
With a 250-pound man on my back, I was trying to break a tackle.
And this is the effort that this professional player makes.
This is why people don't respect kickers, man.
Yeah.
I mean, why does he even have a helmet and pads on? Why did he jump like that?
And
what was that like?
At least he still has the towel is still in the back.
It's unbelievable.
There's a better way to fake it than that, right? Like, I mean, I get it. You're not maybe gonna go all out, but he had a real shot to stop him. A real shot.
I want to see him in practice approach a tackling dummy and do that to a tackling dummy.
What was this jump?
Do you jump in the air and reach with two hands? I mean, it's...
Go for the legs, man. Just go down. You know how punters do it, right? They just got to get in the way.
There's no way at any point in football.
Use the sideline as your angle.
Was any kicker or punter at any point taught that this is how you do it? Now, I know that they are taught how to do it. In fact, I've seen in practice where the kickers and punters have to try to tackle and the team rallies around to watch them light up a tackling dummy. No kicker or punter would ever approach a tackling dummy, jump in the air, and reach with two hands as they're sort of moving away.
That was two-hand touch. It was a great two-hand touch.
I gotta tell you, I've got it on an endless loop, and I have not stopped watching it for the last 2 minutes. It's just nonstop. It's a amazing 4-second clip. It just will live in infamy.
Yep.
This is
the jump two-hand touch.
So when we get,
it's kind of like butt fumble-esque.
When you weed through everything that happened in last night's game and get to this.
Did you retweet this or should I do this?
You go for it.
I'll retweet it.
When you weed through everything that happened last night, this is one of the takeaways, was this pathetic attempt by Sam Martin. I mean, he approaches, he actually kind of starts to break down and get in that position, like preparing to make a tackle. And then at the last minute, he stands upright, leaps in the air, and reaches with two hands.
This guy's on the same team as DeMar Hamlin. I mean, how do you come to the sideline? You're like, hey, man.
He's like, dude, I almost hurt my finger. And DeMar goes, yo, I died.
Yeah.
And I came back.
Wow. Just.
But my finger.
Not the greatest attempt.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. Has it been retweeted?
Yes.
Okay, you can see it at Doug and Gator 971. Let's go to Ken. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Ken.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
How we doing?
All right. You know, I want to go back to the beginning of this location. If you're innocent, why did you lie about your location? That's the question, because that's the easiest thing in the world to find out where you made your phone call.
Yeah, Ken, that was my point yesterday when after reading that long article, and if his attorneys advised, whether it was his attorney that said it or he said it, that, oh, I was in East Lansing, I wasn't in Florida.
Yeah.
Why would you lie about that? Because it is too easily verified. The phone records and hotel records and everything else can, point that out real quickly. Actually, no, you were clearly in Florida. And the answer why you would lie is because you're trying to make sure you're protecting the contract. Because you know that it's a problem if you're on the company dime and you get in trouble.
Right. Yeah, and then when a woman, I don't care how far the woman lets you go, when she says no or stop, that's what it means. And so, as the report goes, the masturbation thing was just outrageous, and maybe she didn't know that's what he was doing until he made some kind of weird sound or something.
Well, that's the story that she told USA Today, was that his voice changed, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And then he tells her, yeah. It's just it's a weird story all around.
Bernard, you're next. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, what's going on, guys? The previous caller and obviously Gator yesterday, although today sounds like he's kind of changing his tune a little bit, maybe playing devil's advocate, but bringing up the fact that the cover-up is worse than the crime, right? I mean, no matter, be it politics or be it the Jim Harbaugh story, it's not so much, obviously what the original allegations are, that creates the issue. But then when there's an investigation and you mislead or straight up lie about it, that speaks to the person's character at that point in time as well. And so now what you have is this, this basically trail of this person's character. And now you can, when you have a contract written up with moral turpitude clauses and clauses speaking to, conduct that embarrasses the university. I mean, those were put in there intentionally. And I believe, he's kind of cooked.
Well, Bernard, I would say this. The only thing I've kind of changed on is that after Mel released his statement, I kind of feel like we did gloss over that. We didn't have the statement yesterday when we did the show. And he should be heard. He does have his side of the story. And that's the only thing I've kind of changed on, is I just let him have his side of the story. And he feels like he's not going to get that opportunity with this upcoming hearing, that's not the forum where he gets to tell his side of the story. That's all.
By the way, a programming announcement. Jared Goff typically joins us on Tuesdays at 10:30. He, because of the schedule and then playing on Thursday, he will be with us tomorrow at 10:30. So just to let people know who typically tune in to hear Jared Goff, he will be tomorrow at this time. 248-539-9797. Tommy is next on 97.1. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, Doug. Gator.
What's up?
Tommy?
Yeah, let me just preface this by saying I'm a huge Michigan fan, and this whole thing has got me confused, as far as, like what, he said, she said, nobody's going to know, and I am just so, they want to are they trying to get rid of this guy, Mel Tucker, because, well, he's not doing that great. He's not recruiting good at Michigan State. Now they have an opening to end save $80 million. I think it looks a lot like that. And like I said, I'm a huge U of M fan, but I think this kind of stinks a little bit somewhere where
what
like
stinks? What? I mean, he admitted he did what he did.
They talked about each other at night. You know, they're two adults. They talked about things, and so what's wrong with that?
Well, talking is fine. You know, working yourself while you're on the phone to the woman
fine,
is
but
is
you know,
probably
no,
not.
he said he was doing this, but you know what? Like I said, I'm not trying to.
I would highly advise moving forward that you and anybody else do not, as Gator put it, work yourself without the consent of the person on the other end of the line. I don't know that needs further explanation.
I don't know if it does.
Behavior.
Yeah,
Right.
he was stupid. He was being stupid, wasn't he?
Yes,
he was being very stupid.
That was not.
Well, and plus consider who the person was as well. Probably ill-advised to try to have a relationship with somebody that's contracted by the university.
I don't want to value one woman over the other because all women deserve the respect that
Of course.
But an incredibly bizarre person to have this do this to. Like it's unconscionable that that's a person that, if it's true that this was not consensual, that was the case. But all women deserve that respect.
Yes.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. We've got to talk about what happened in the Monday night game last night. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Tired of maintaining your tired old deck? Well, rise above maintenance with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. If red wine spills or scorching sun, no worries. Trex decking maintains its premium ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builder's First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships and online at bldrmichigan.com. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done
And finally,
for you.
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold ass prediction. Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful. with every story in sports, sometimes, usually we ask, does it impact us? Because if it does, it's interesting to a Detroit audience, and that includes Aaron Rodgers' injury last night. We'll get to that today at 11:05. 248-539-9797. Many people reacting to Mel Tucker's statement and defense today as it came in last night. We go to Jamie next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
And I don't see how it changes anything. I mean, he still has admitted, assuming that what happened is consensual, he still admitted to having a relationship with somebody who was a paid vendor for the university while he was on a trip that was paid for by the university, which allegedly, if the USA Today report is to be believed, he lied about. So even if it is consensual, it doesn't change anything. U of M President Schlissel was fired for doing something similar, for having a consensual, inappropriate relationship with somebody from U of M on U of M and doing inappropriate stuff on U of M time. So, and he was fired for that. I don't see how this is any different.
It may not be. It may not be. And, Jamie, it comes down to what the contract says.
I don't know what his contract says, and I'm not a contract lawyer, but you're probably right. I think you're probably right.
Yeah, and the Schlissel stuff was far more innocent sounding than what this was.
But if there's any stipulation in the contract about this, then it might be very cut and dry, and this might be quickly resolved. 248-539-9797. Gino's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gino.
Hey, Doug and Gator. Great show. Love it. Always. Just wanted to say, get your guys' take on, don't you think this is kind of a slam dunk for MSU lawyers as far as the whole moral turpitude or whatever?
Yes. Can be.
Because, I mean, he's still married, right?
Yeah, but if he's estranged from his wife, which he said he's been estranged from her for a long time, what consenting, and this is the thing. I mean, if it's consenting adults, what they do is what they do. But if the story gets out there, as it did, it does change the tenor of things. But it's going to come down to whether or not you believe this relationship had a consensual feel to it or not. He claims he did. He claims
But even if it's a consensual relationship, wouldn't it be pretty easy to prove? Well, I shouldn't say easy, but could they not prove that what he did was immoral or immoral?
I don't know if it's immoral.
I don't know. So it looks to me, okay, again, not being a contract lawyer, so this is
I don't know what your guys' morals are.
Hang on. But if you're talking about two people that have an intimate relationship and they're on the phone with each other and they engage in, phone sex, if you will, which is what Mel is saying this is, that's two people going about their business. The problem is that her contention is it was not consensual. And then it becomes something totally different.
What's the term? Is it moral turpitude?
That's what people are using, yes.
Okay. I don't know what the exact definition of that is. Like, that feels to me like it's subject to interpretation. It seems pretty vague. But I also don't know that you sit down and write out all of the things
Right.
you're not allowed to do and where this would be on the list. I suspect it falls under the category of, isn't there language in there about embarrassing the university?
Yes, that is what I understand.
I think this falls under that language and that umbrella. As a non-contract lawyer, take it for what it's worth.
Yes, and does that happen back in April of 2022, or did that happen because of Sunday, September 10th? Because that's when it became public. That's
What do
when
you mean?
the whole embarrassing university thing. It happened because the USA Today article came out because she gave them the information.
Well, it was going to come out eventually, no matter what.
Maybe. I mean,
I
unless
guess-
they
I
reached
guess-
some settlement, but
I suppose that if that October 5th and 6th hearing found him to be, would it have ever come out if it found him to be not at fault?
I guess it probably does.
does come out, and it probably leads to, again, the moral turpitude clause.
Yeah.
Less turpitude, Mel. Let's go to Jim next on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Okay.
Isn't this really, really simple? From my understanding, the contract language says if you embarrass the university, if you bring shame to the university, well, what you have already admitted to brings shame to the university. People all over the country are going, God, that's disgusting.
Yeah, but will people's minds changed if it's proven that it was a consensual relationship?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
You did something that most people would consider disgusting. So you brought shame onto the university. This is done over. I don't see what
Jim,
everybody's arguing about.
I tend, for the most part, I agree with you, although I will add that all that's fine and dandy, but when you sit down in a court of law and have a lawyer arguing a minutia of the case, it might allow him to get some of the money, and that's what that comes. That's sort of what we're debating here, is where this case is going to go next. But I think it's pretty clear that this is embarrassing to the university, and that is what Michigan State will likely argue, and I suspect successfully, that that's their cause for termination.
Well, they'll argue that if they want to terminate the contract, right? I mean, if they're in it,
is
seems
that a
like
question.
Well, I mean, if, like I said, again, if this comes out, let's just say for the sake of argument, it comes out that it was a consensual relationship and there isn't anything that, prohibited or forbidden for him to have a relationship with somebody who's, been paid service by the university. If you clear that hurdle, which I think is, look, this is all hard to believe, right?
Right. I mean, I guess.
But if you end up getting to the point where you go down that rabbit hole and you find out, wow, actually these two had had an intimate relationship for months, and this was, this wasn't uncommon for them to do this on phone calls, then do you kind of revisit that and then say, okay, I understand that it's embarrassing initially, but if the facts bear out that this was a relationship, that this was nothing out of the ordinary.
Giving it a possibility that is possible. It seems unlikely.
I think
but it's
highly
possible.
unlikely.
I think it's possible.
Yeah,
but I agree, highly unlikely.
Well, that goes back to you guys aren't contract lawyers, and you guys don't know what's in the contract with MSU, with Mel Tucker, and what's considered to cause the university ridicule and embarrassment, right? So, if Mel, when he released a statement last night, I think it was kind of fighting for a couple things. One was his name, right? His personal name of any wrongdoing. And secondly was his contract. Like, maybe he, I'm still owed this money. I didn't break my contract. But if you guys were saying, if it's somehow, some way proven consensual, then the next step would be, well, can they still let him go and not pay him any money?
Right.
Right?
Then it becomes a settlement between Michigan State and Mel Tucker. Yeah.
And we're far from that, but yeah, there's so many layers to this. I mean, who knows if we'll ever get to the end, to the truth, I guess.
Carl is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Carl.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's
I know
up?
we're talking about Mel Tucker and all this other stuff. So there was a writer that came out about 3 possible replacements. I want to get your opinion. One, Brett Hartline from Ohio State coordinator.
Brian Hartline, the offensive coordinator from Ohio State.
Brian Hartline. 2, the Toledo coach. And 3, Pat Narduzzi. So which one of those 3 do you guys want?
Those are my only choices?
Those are the only 3 for the writer, so I just want to get your opinion on those 3.
Out of those 3, I want nothing to do with Narduzzi. Been there, done that, and just not impressed. I'm intrigued by Brian Hartline. I mean, he's he played at Ohio State. He's done an amazing job recruiting for Ohio State. It's a pretty good offense they have there, but is it Ryan Day's offense? I mean, I've got questions there. And is it Candle? Is that the coach at Toledo?
Jason Candle.
He's intriguing. He's definitely intriguing. I would say that 2 of those 3 guys are probably on a list. I don't know if Narduzzi kind of looks like he burned a bridge there a little bit, and I haven't been impressed with what he's done at Pittsburgh.
Okay.
I'm not even down that road yet. I just, as long as they
But
vet
he's throwing
the
3
candidate,
at you, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Hartline's lack of head coaching experience, I don't know if I'd want to hand the current situation over to somebody who's never been a head coach. And my guess is one of the hottest names in college football is going to become Sean Lewis, who was the head coach at Kent State and is now the offensive coordinator for Deion out of Colorado. Just vet the hell out of whoever it is.
Coach at Duke is going to be a big name because they beat Clemson.
248-539-9797.
Candle's been impressive.
Let's go to Kevin. You're next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Okay.
All right.
Hey, I don't want to get into all of the legal stuff and the fact finding in this case. I just want to talk about, every time you hear one of these situations, it just continues to leave a black spot on college and professional athletics. And it's like, the question is like, when is it going to stop? When are these, when are people going to understand that the choices and decisions that you make have a domino effect? And it's not just, this isn't going to just affect Michigan State University. Indirectly, it's going to affect the whole landscape of college football, because people are going to now wonder, can it happen here? Can it happen here? And it has happened in many different places, happened with Joe Paterno. It happened with, other individuals, big name individuals. Many of them are no longer with us, but, it just continues to dampen the whole landscape of college football. And that's my concern. Eventually, people who are, great, hardline, lovers of college football, we're going to continue to watch the games, and we're going to continue to, love the games and that. But there are other people that are going to think about, do I send my kid to this school because of this? Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that I said to Gator during a commercial break. There's a lot going on in college football that happens Sunday through Friday that is discouraging, and I'm not a huge fan of. Saturday's coming. I love it. But it's almost like I'm choosing to ignore the Sunday through Friday stuff. I hate the Pac-12 disintegrating when it might be the best conference in college football. It seems completely ridiculous. But stories like this go into that vault of things that happen in the Sunday through Friday. Still, Saturdays to me are the best. But all right, so last night, the story on the NFL's marquee apparently came to an abrupt end. We'll get to that at 11:05, and it might impact us. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. Acting head coach Harlan Barnett will speak to the media this afternoon for the first time since taking over for Mel Tucker. This comes as Tucker is speaking out against the allegations he currently faces. In a statement, the suspended head coach calls them completely false, adding that, quote, he can only conclude that there's an ulterior motive designed to terminate his contract. In response, Brenda Tracy says Tucker is trying to stop the investigative process while also victim blaming. Michigan has one final non-conference game this season. The Wolverines take on Bowling Green Saturday night at the Big House. Head coach Jim Harbaugh is very impressed with his offense, but he still thinks there's some meat left on the bone in the run game. Michigan is a massive 40.5-point favorite over the Falcons. That is according to FanDuel. It's also another practice day for the Lions ahead of their home opener against the Seahawks on Sunday. Head coach Dan Campbell says Detroit has not forgotten about what Seattle did last year at Ford Field, of course, posting 48 points in a win. Staying in the NFL, it's a torn left Achilles officially breaking for Aaron Rodgers. His season will come to a close. And the Tigers start a 3-game series against the Reds at Comerica Park tonight. Detroit is not named a starter. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I heard there in the update, now confirmed. And I believe it was Tom Pelissaro the first that broke it. But everybody's reporting it now. Torn left Achilles for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that didn't look good last night when that leg got crunched and you could almost see the.
No, you could.
I mean,
like everything
slowed
it down,
just getting stretched out, and like that's not going to go well.
I mean, I wouldn't have said that right away. I knew it was an Achilles, but I knew right away that foot turned in such a way it was not going to be a broken bone, because typically you can tell those, like your ankle's turning the wrong direction or something of that nature. I was like, that looks like it could be a problem.
And he stood up, started to walk, and then stopped, and then sat down on the field. And the look on his face was, even I felt bad for him. You know, it looked like he was ready to vomit at any time, because he felt he knows. He's been around. He's 39 years old.
Okay. And herein lies the debate. I feel bad that I didn't feel particularly bad. I want to make something clear. I know better than to feel good, and I don't feel good.
Right.
But I didn't feel particularly bad either. I seriously am kind of void of an emotion when it comes to it. But I was like, that's football.
Mm-hmm.
Again, sitting in a town where our NFL team is potentially cursed. I don't believe in curses, but you can make a strong case if there were curses that our team has been cursed. When it happens to somebody else, I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I feel guilty that I don't feel bad. I seriously, though, honestly don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good that I don't feel bad. Does that make any sense?
Oh, I understand what you're saying. When I said that even I felt bad last night when it first happened, I'm over it now. But in the moment,
it didn't last long.
No, in the moment I felt bad because it goes through my mind. Look, he's 39 years old. He just wants another crack at the can with this team. He thought he's going to a good situation, and 4 snaps into it, he's done. Literally 4 snaps. First snap, they run for 26 yards. Next snap, he's pressured, throws it incomplete, gets hit, goes to the ground. Third snap, throws incomplete, gets pressured, goes to the ground, and there's a penalty on it, so it comes back. Fourth snap goes to...
the fourth snap is the Achilles.
Yeah, the fourth snap goes... As I'm saying, literally.
Yes.
Fourth snap, he gets drilled, and he's done for the year. I mean, he had 3 passing attempts, although only 2 get recorded, and only 1 gets recorded, and he was pressured on all 3 plays. Whoever's going to play quarterback there, good luck. That offensive line is terrible.
I want to give credit to Eric Vincent of the Detroit Sports Desk, I believe it was, we were tagged on this so we could see it. Detroit Sports Nation, sorry. He tweeted, Aaron Rodgers' last completion is still to Kirby Joseph.
It's true.
Well, we have all 3 emotions on the show then, because Doug, you feel...
I feel I was void of any really feeling. I was like, well, that's football.
Mm-hmm. And then Gator felt
and I'm
bad.
Like, I should feel bad about this, and I don't. I don't feel good about it, and I certainly don't feel good about not feeling bad. I feel bad about not feeling bad, but I don't feel bad.
Well, Gator felt bad.
Gator felt bad. It lasted like 5 minutes.
I'm over it.
Me, I felt bad, and I still feel bad. And I understand that he was the enemy for so long and a division foe and a thorn on our sides.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt bad as a football fan. I felt bad for Rodgers. Now, he'll survive, of course. He's got plenty of money. He's rich, famous, all that stuff. He'll be good.
Did take a pay cut, though.
Yeah. All right, how will he recover?
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know. But as a fan, I just felt like I was robbed of a lot of things last night. One, I hate to see legends. I don't care how you feel about Aaron Rodgers. He's a legend, okay? He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I hate to see legends go out like that. I'm not a Jet fan. I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan, but I'd rather have him suck for 17 weeks than 4 plays in the season ruptures his Achilles tendon. And secondly, Rodgers is a guy you're going to tune in for. So this is as a fan. You're either rooting for him or you're rooting against them, right? And thirdly, this is one of the big storylines in the NFL this year was how is this going to play out? Is Rodgers going to be able to bring the Jets back to glory? He chose this team. It was a big offseason deal with him in Green Bay and the Jets. Were they going to get a deal then finally get it done, all this stuff? And he gets there. And Robert Saleh and the Jets Nation, all that stuff are excited. They cannot wait. And I don't care what happens, but I wanted to see it play out, and we're never going to find out. And his career now may be over. Not just this season. I mean, he may be
this
done.
Point in the data, I remember did a deep dive into torn Achilles when Mikel LeSure tore his, the running back for the Lions. And the data that came back is the quickly decreasing percentage of players that returned when the older they got in their careers and returned to form.
Right.
Now, it's not like Rodgers relied on his escapability, although he wasn't immobile.
No, he was. I think he.
But behind that
to
offensive line, apparently, because part of this too is the fact that the Jets, for all their investment, tried to get by with that offensive line. And when you take that risk, one of the risks you run is that your quarterback is going to get hit. And it didn't take long. And this is the marquee story of the NFL's offseason. It's the biggest media market. It's one of the biggest names in the game. And it lasted 4, technically 3 plays. And it's over. And he may never complete a pass for the New York Jets. Now, does it impact us? Well, it could. Because part of the collateral damage is Green Bay is still owed a conditional draft pick in 2024. A first-round pick, unless Aaron Rodgers plays less than 65% of the snaps this year for the Jets, which now he won't do. And so that first-round pick that Green Bay would have got from the Jets is a second-round pick.
Well, here's another way it may impact the Lions. BetOnline came out with odds for the next quarterback for the Jets to sign or trade for.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts with Nick Foles as 3-1, Colt McCoy 4-1. I don't know why they have this guy listed. He's not a quarterback, but Taysom Hill 5-1, Davis Mills 7-1, Carson Wentz 8-1, Cooper Rush 10-1, Teddy Bridgewater 12-1, and then it goes down the list of another 15, 18 quarterbacks, and it finishes the list with Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andrew Luck, and Tim Tebow. Would I trade Teddy Bridgewater to the Jets? What are you offering me?
I'll take that first round pick you're going to get back.
Right?
There's no way, but
I mean, I don't think that they're going to be trading. I think there's a number of options that they can have if they want to sign free agents. They could try to stick it out with Zach Wilson for the season. I mean, what I was I wanted to see last night if they were going to show Aaron Rodgers on the sideline. And obviously the injury was such that wasn't going to be the case. But moving forward, is he still going to be engaged with the team? Is he going to try to coach up Zach Wilson? Because if you watched the Hard Knocks show this year, a lot of it was they focused on his mentorship of the quarterback room, and specifically with Zach. And I'm just curious if he's still going to do that, or is he's just out. I'm rehabbing. I'm staying away from everybody. I'm not talking to Pat McAfee. I'm not doing anything. I don't know what he's going to do.
So Gator, when it happened, felt bad.
Yeah.
But that didn't last.
No, I'm over it.
Kang felt bad and still feels bad. I feel bad for not feeling bad.
I'm not happy that it happened, by the way. I don't want to misconstrue that. It's just I felt terrible when it happened, and now I'm back to being apathetic or understanding, hey, man, it's football. Guys get hurt all the time. I've seen our own players get hurt in crazy injuries and stupid injuries and in other sports, and okay, it's too bad. Looking at it as just a football fan, it sucks because Kang's right. This is the story. It's a great story to see how it was going to play out, and then in the end, it's not going to play out because that offensive line's terrible, and so he was bound to get hurt, and he gets hurt in the first game, the way that it looked like in how things shook out last night. But what a story it was supposed to be. Guy goes to New York. He was recent back-to-back MVP of the league. He's didn't like how the Packers did business. He forced the trade. They had all this preamble with the show and the preseason and all this, and now it's done.
So as a football fan, you feel bad? Because I don't feel bad about that either.
Well, as a football, because I
don't feel bad about not feeling bad about that.
Because I kind of talked about a little bit yesterday, saying we were looking at the AFC. AFC is loaded with teams, right? So many good teams, and the Jets were supposed to be one of them.
Subtract one.
Yeah, I mean, well, and after watching the Bills last night, and by the way, the Jets still won the game. The Bills blew a 13-3 lead, and Aaron Rodgers was out of the game. They couldn't hang on to the lead with Zach Wilson playing quarterback.
I mean, you got all these teams that looked like they were going to be Super Bowl contenders that suddenly
they look.
The Jets at 1-0. The Jets at 1-0 are out of it.
Right. You got the Chiefs are 0-1.
No, the Chiefs are obviously the second best team in football.
Well, clearly. And then the news comes out that Chris Jones has agreed to a
contract. By the way,
way to go, Chris. Nice job.
The pendulum is swinging back.
Chris
Jones will be ready to go for Justin Fields in 2 weeks, Kirk Cousins 2 weeks after that, and Jordan Love later in the season.
There you go. Like to hear it. Go
torture those guys.
But look what else has happened. Joe Burrow gets embarrassed in Cleveland.
Yeah.
The Bengals are 0-1. I mean, there's another team. Baltimore loses J.K. Dobbins for the season, and that's a big hit for that team. And Lamar Jackson didn't look great in their win. So the AFC is kind of coming down to earth. If people thought the sexy pick would be the Steelers, they get embarrassed by San Francisco.
So not only are Jets fans struggling, there's another facet of football nation that's struggling. I want to get to that at 11:20. 248-539-9797. How did you feel when you saw that Aaron Rodgers suffered a serious injury, A? And how did you feel when you heard that it's a torn Achilles that he's out for the year? That officially confirmed this morning. 248-539-9797. Hey, get ready for the NFL season with this incredible offer from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. And get in on this deal. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends the 18th. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. Base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel anytime. All right, we'll get to some of this text that come in. Some of the feedback on Aaron Rodgers. It's now official. Torn Achilles. I do feel bad if you drafted Aaron Rodgers in your fantasy football league.
You do?
I do feel bad for those people. More collateral damage. Kang, who has Aaron Rodgers in your fantasy football league?
I do not know. I have not checked. I'm guessing he was a backup, though.
Okay. So he wasn't, I mean, look, I'm not a fantasy football guy. There wasn't a high pick spent on Aaron Rodgers?
No. I mean, he might have been someone's starter who kind of neglected the position for a while, but he wasn't like a, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts type guy who puts up like stats.
He's a top 10 guy, though, isn't he?
Probably lower than that. Mid.
For quarterbacks?
Mid, lower. Yeah. I mean, that offensive line, man.
No, I know the offensive line's terrible, but
the old saying is that offensive line's going to get him killed. Oh, my God, it didn't take long, did it? And it's football. It's football. Now, immediately, I mean, they started talking about them trading for Matthew Stafford. Do you imagine if they actually do? They're not going to have a first-round pick till like 2032, and Aaron Rodgers and Matthew Stafford will technically be on the same roster, which is wild.
Correct. Because is it a 2-year deal?
It was a 2-year deal, wasn't it? It was 4 plays.
Can he get back for next year?
Plays.
Does he want to? I mean, if you're 39 years old, you put yourself in his shoes, and you just tore your Achilles. Are you like, forget it, man, I'm done? I mean, I was getting towards the end. I damn near retired 2 years ago. I mean, to me, the only thing that's going to keep me back is you don't want to go out because you hurt your Achilles.
Right.
Like, you want to go out on your own terms. Hey, maybe I went out there and I played and I wasn't good enough. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to retire.
So, right, life's not fair, and life's been very fair to Aaron Rodgers.
It's been pretty fair.
Over the course of his 40 years, it's been very fair. This setback isn't the storybook ending, but that doesn't mean that life hasn't been fair to Aaron Rodgers. Chris in Albion says, I feel bad for Jets fans for the date that it happened on. Well, that's a deep dive, and that's certainly understandable. After Hard Knocks, I actually like Rodgers, so I feel bad for him getting hurt. Matt in a truck. So if Rodgers comes back, is his natural career projection put him in Minnesota next year? That's funny. Following the Brett Favre. Trying to figure out how Doug feels is hurting my brain. That's Chris, the long guy. I understand. And for people who missed it, I don't feel bad about Aaron Rodgers' injury. And I kind of feel bad about not feeling bad. I don't feel good. Let us not forget, Doug, the other 5 primetime Jets games we're all going to have to sit through this year without Aaron Rodgers. That's from Drew in California.
Can't wait.
Now you're actually sounding...
Zach Wilson.
Okay.
This is a chance for your man to come back, man.
Come on.
You're saying there's a chance.
LFG.
So it's funny. In the last, 3 drafts, we've each hitched the wagon to what is so far a failed quarterback prospect. Gators is going to get an opportunity. In this race to the bottom, Gators quarterback is going to have the chance to resurrect his career. Mine's Malik Willis and Kang's is Trey Lance.
I mean, I'll admit right now, Trey Lance sucks. Okay? So, it is what it is. It's terrible. He couldn't beat out Sam Darnold for the backup position. He sucks. But Gator has held on to Zach Wilson he's never let go. And never let go, right? So now he's got a chance, man.
Come on.
This is his opportunity.
From John in Plymouth. I felt good when I heard Aaron Rodgers injured his Achilles tendon, but I felt better when I found out he tore it. I have no sympathy for this, DB.
So let me understand this. So the Jets, let's say the Jets win like 2 games or 3 games this year.
Yep.
Okay. And they end up with a top pick overall.
They might.
It's their pick, right? Because the pick that goes to Green Bay then becomes a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah. If they're going to win 2 games, that means they're going to go 1-15 the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, they will get their pick, and now the Packers don't get the Jets' 1st-round pick.
I mean, could this possibly work out where the Jets end up with Caleb Williams? Like, nobody thought that the Jets were going to finish worst in the league, right? And Caleb Williams, his dad, came out and said, if we don't like where he's drafted and he's going to go back to school, does New York change all that? And they're like, whoa, hey, Big Apple.
The way this radiates out and impacts the entire football world is amazing. Caleb Williams might end up a New York Jet now.
That'd be crazy to go from Super Bowl aspirations to, we want the number 1 overall pick after week 1.
I bet they're getting those calls in New York today.
Oh, yeah.
Tank.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, absolutely. The entire building was deflated. The locker room, players were talking during halftime and post game, saying how they still felt the Rodgers injury.
You know what's going to happen? 3 weeks from now, what's going to happen? Tim Boyle will be the starting quarterback for the New York Jets.
It also opens up a whole new realm of possibilities if the Jets actually do tank. Is there a player over there that the Lions might want to trade for? Do they go get
Quinnen Williams?
Yeah, Alan Lazard. Quinnen Williams would be great.
Sauce Gardner?
Well, they're not going to trade trading a young guy, right? No. And a young guy that's part of their future.
I mean, Bridgewater for Sauce. Who says no?
Right. I mean, we're going Isaiah Buggs for Chris Jones, right?
Dude, let's be clear. When you say we, you meant a caller.
Sorry, callers, yeah.
Would you take our inactive defensive lineman for your all-pro defensive lineman?
Yeah.
An unnamed texter. I thought it was hilarious when he went down 4 plays in, and I was laughing because he's a jackass. But as soon as the Achilles talk started, I felt bad. No matter how much I dislike a team or an athlete, I never want to see them get hurt.
Yeah, it's a different feeling when you feel like, he just tweaked his ankle, he'll be back next week, or maybe he'll come back in the second half. And then you find out, no, they're talking Achilles. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I guess I'm having the realization for Chris, the long guy who's trying to wrap his head around, is that I feel bad, maybe having the realization that I'm a bad person for not feeling bad that Aaron Rodgers got hurt. I think that might be it. Damn it. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start
Ryan's
game
question
17
we'll get to in the noon hour.
because he doesn't have-
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. John is next. Hi, John.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
Well, a couple of things about Aaron Rodgers. I don't feel sorry for him. It's an Achilles injury. It's unfortunate, but you have to keep in mind other guys have been paralyzed. They've died. He's been blessed with a lot of career highlights, more money than any of us would ever hope to have. I mean he's going to be.
He's had a very good run, and a very good run considering most players that get to the league. You're right. You're 100% correct.
And about Mel Tucker, I was a college head coach, and I can only say that if I had done what he's admitted to doing and it got back to my administration, I would have been fired without pay immediately. There wouldn't have been any investigations. There wouldn't have been any. I mean, I can't understand people who are saying, it's a he said, she said. No, it's strictly he said. And what he said was enough to get him fired. He's the highest paid employee at that university. He was on university time at a golf outing when he was doing what he was doing. There's just no excuse for it, and it's no setup job. It's no ulterior motives. Woe is me. Everybody's picking on me, Mel.
Well, but this does turn into some other questions, though. Like when do you have your own time? I mean, this wasn't like it was during the golf tournament or the golf outing. This was in his.
Come on, man.
Well, no, I'm saying this was in the hotel. This is going. Hang on a second, John. Hang on. This case is going to be an interesting precedent for lots of things to come, not just for coaches, but for anybody. And what's company time and what isn't? Because is this an infringement on what you can do on your private time when you're off the clock, so to speak? You're still on the trip, but if you're in your hotel room and on your phone, it's a lot different than, say, being at your office during the workday, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's probably more right than wrong. But at the end of the day, this is why we have protocols and due process to let this thing play out. And I wonder if this is going to come down to a debate of what is embarrassing to the university.
And by the way,
there's a lot of money at stake. Yeah, go ahead, Gator.
I just don't want it to sound like I'm defending him because I'm not. Because I think this whole thing is...
You're defending the process.
Yes.
He wants to skip the process. You're defending the process.
I'm defending the process, and I think, initially how this thing looks terrible. It looks terrible, and it would seem to me that this absolutely qualifies for any kind of clause that could be triggered in the contract to get rid of the contract. And, okay, it's his own doing, but let it play out a little bit.
Let's go to Sean next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Just wanted to bring up the whole Aaron Rodgers as well. He's going to come back next year, do some sort of voodoo, dark magic to come back to repair his Achilles. Because I've listened to Pat McAfee shows so many times, listening to him being bitter about Brady and Stafford showing success outside of their home team, and him wanting to come back just seems most likely. I feel somewhat bad because that's a terrible injury, but he just comes off as such a jackass. I just don't care at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I had to bet right now at his age, I would bet against a successful comeback. But what do I know?
Yeah.
It just feels like
you're definitely right about his age, but with what we've seen, getting away from the voodoo magic he likes, modern medicine with your KD and even Kobe years ago with Achilles, people have come back. I don't think he'll come back and be Aaron Rodgers. He'll probably come back as Aaron Dalton or something like that, but I don't see him retiring yet.
Maybe. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, you don't know what kind of tree bark or mushrooms he's going to eat, Doug.
That's right. What's the darkness retreat?
Yeah,
and,
what kind of enema he's going to do or violent diarrhea or whatever he had.
He's explosive diarrhea.
Yeah, sorry. My bad.
And projectile vomiting.
My bad. That's my bad. Yeah, but I think the caller's right about the chip on the shoulder and the revenge factor. I think Rodgers is going to want to come back. We'll see how his body responds. he's not like Lamar Jackson, but he did use his mobility a lot. And he's going to be 40 next time around.
Do they call Tom Brady?
Absolutely, I would call Tom Brady. Would that make it worse for you, Gator, if it was Tom Brady instead of Rodgers?
I don't even care.
Oh, okay.
It wouldn't bother me. His name was not one of the names listed on the long list of quarterback potential.
Wasn't he?
No.
Was Stafford?
I have to go back to it.
Because that's the name that came up this morning on First Take with a borderline suicidal Mike Greenberg, who literally talked about Aaron Rodgers the entire summer as a Jets fan.
Stafford is not on the list.
The funny thing is, the Rams and Jets are both 1-0. So it's not like, talk about tanking and not being good. They're both 1-0 right now. I mean, I'm sure they're going to play this out a little bit.
They both just beat playoff teams.
Yeah. Yes. They'll play it out. They'll give Zach Wilson a shot, but depending on how the season goes, I mean, they could either go full tank mode or say, hey, we got enough. Zach Wilson just isn't the guy. We got to get somebody.
Well, that's why I said, I brought up Tim Boyle. He was, I don't know if he is going to be back added to the roster now or not, what they did with him.
Well, he just didn't make the 53-man, so he couldn't be used last night, but he'll be.
Right, but he's on the team, correct?
Yes.
He's okay. So now he'll be elevated, and just knowing that that's Aaron's guy, right? He was back up and he knows the offense because you've brought the coordinator back. So he knows the offense. Is he going to be better suited to run it than Zach Wilson in a few weeks? And he might be.
248-539-9797. Tom is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
I just don't see a scenario where the Jets end up that bad of a team. I mean, at the very least, they still have, arguably a top 3 defense. And I mean, that's why they won the game last night. It's because of defense.
Especially
regardless of who they had at quarterback. You go back to last year. Who did they have at quarterback? Pretty much almost made the playoffs.
Yeah, I guess there's a far cry.
I can definitely
see them. It's a far cry, though, from what their goals were to what their goals have become.
I agree with that, but I think that, another year more mature with that defense and another year with Salas having that team, I think they add to the team. I don't see them throwing in the towel one bit. That other than Miami and Buffalo, but defense still wins championships, man.
No, they don't.
Defense can still get you to playoffs.
They don't win championships?
Not the way offense does. Go look at who makes the playoffs.
I mean, hang on. Let's push that back a little bit here. Okay, maybe the Chiefs didn't have the greatest offense in last year. Year before, you told me St. Louis didn't have a good offense or defense?
St. Louis.
What, you mean the Rams?
Sorry, the Rams. I'm sorry, St. Louis Chiefs.
No, I'm not saying they don't have to. I think you have to have an elite
and then
offense.
Prior to that, Tampa Bay?
Yeah, you have to have an elite
offense.
offense.
It's all offense.
I'm saying it's more offense than it is defense. Go look at the teams that make the playoffs. If you're a top 15 offense, you have a better chance of making it than if you're a top 15 defense. Now, I used to believe that. I used to believe defense wins championships. I don't anymore. And that doesn't mean you tank it on defense. And it doesn't mean it helps to have a bad defense. But given my choice in this day and age, personally, I would rather have a great offense than a
We're
great
not doing
defense.
Jets radio here.
No, we're not.
But,
and yes, if you don't think this hurts their chances dramatically,
but
I'll just say we have a fundamental disagreement.
I'm curious about the answer to this question. If you were to run the Jets, would your move now be to go get a quarterback or to go get an offensive lineman? Because no matter who you get as quarterback, I think you're setting yourself up for failure.
I'm not ready to answer that question. I at 1-0, nobody's giving up on the star players I have and decide, do I need to start the rebuild now around Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson and
Quinn Williams?
Yeah, and my core of players that could be around when I rebuild in the next 2-3 years? Or do I give up future assets to help this team win? What is my better chance of success? I suspect it's play for the future, not play for this season.
Yeah, I would.
But I that's what I would be thinking about right now if I were the Jets.
I wouldn't be looking to add too much to this team if I were the Jets. I'd just kind of accept it. What's going on? You try your best. You work the waiver wire. Maybe you inquire about it. Maybe bring in one of these free agent quarterbacks that's still out there. You could do that. But in the end, I'd look at it and say, okay, experiment failed. We tried to do it. It didn't work out. I know that we'll have Aaron for next year, and there's no guarantees he's going to come back. All the Green Bay receivers we brought in, see ya, after the season. You ride it out, but this is incredible failure by the Jets.
Well, first of all, but it's clear the Jets thought, hey, we're a quarterback away from really being Super Bowl contenders. Our defense is outstanding, okay?
Yeah.
We know the offensive line sucks, but if we upgrade at the quarterback position enough, we can make a run at this. So they went after Aaron Rodgers. Now, they can still do that with like a Tom Brady. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they felt like they were just an upgrade at that position away. So I don't think they go after an offensive lineman. If anything, they go after another quarterback because they felt that was just the missing piece.
Yeah, but after watching,
I know. I'm just telling you what they
plays.
think because
No,
they
I
showed
get
me
it.
what they thought. They
Yeah.
showed me, hey, we don't believe in Zach Wilson. We got to get better there.
And then they saw it in practice last night, and they're like, "Oh my god!"
Even his touchdown pass. He made some good throws. Don't get me wrong, but he made a
Well, that
pick.
touchdown
and the
reception-
touchdown throw was a
it was-
horrible pass.
It was the touchdown reception. Is
Yeah,
what it was.
exactly.
That was an amazing catch.
Garrett Wilson was a defensive back and a receiver,
Yeah.
all in one.
If I'm running the Jets too, I'm thinking Keegan-Michael Key's script sucks.
What did he say?
He wrote the script for the season. You've
Right.
seen the commercial.
Yeah, I know.
He wrote Aaron Rodgers out after 4 plays.
75 seconds.
His script sucks.
Go get Tom Brady.
Hey, Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better with the no-fee loan, stay locked into the no-fee program, ensuring you don't pay fees to Hall Financial when it's time to refi. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you are overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done
And finally,
for you.
bold ass predictions. Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold ass prediction. Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Look, the NFL season, a lot of storylines play themselves out. One of the great things about sports is the unpredictability of what happens. It keeps us engaged. And every year we talk about the dangers of assuming you have a tough schedule or an easy schedule because there is so much unpredictability. But when you spend an entire summer with one storyline being, do I say shoved down our throat? I think it was kind of shoved down our throat.
Yeah, it was a pretty big storyline.
And after 4 snaps on the first Monday Night Football game of the season, it's over. I think it's a wide variety of emotions. I did not feel bad that Aaron Rodgers got hurt. And I feel bad about not feeling bad, but I don't feel bad. Gator, you felt bad, but you're over it.
I felt bad, but I'm over it.
Kang felt bad, and he still feels bad. And if you're just joining us, it has been confirmed torn Achilles. He is out for the year. It's a New York team. Don't feel bad for them. And I especially don't feel bad because we reside in a town where our NFL team has had its share of bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
Has had its share of bad breaks.
Let's knock on wood.
And that's football.
Doesn't creep up again.
That's football. We also reside in an NFL town where they have invested in an offensive line that can protect its quarterback and reduce the number of hits that the quarterback takes. The Jets went into the season and it was kind of known that their offensive line was a bit of a risk. Boy, it didn't take long. It didn't take long. And I guess that's why I don't feel bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, I felt bad initially because you could see on his face that it was like, I'm done. The season's done for me, and I don't want anybody to suffer a season-ending injury. It didn't take long to get over that. You know, I mean, there's a human element. I certainly feel for him. But then there's also the part that's like, all right, well, you know, I didn't like how he handled his situation in Green Bay. You know, there are times he's a really likable guy and at times he's not a likable guy. I mean, you kind of run hot and cold with him, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm not happy about it. I'm just apathetic at this point.
Yeah, I feel like, you guys already mentioned the human element. No one wants to see anyone get hurt, but to see a legend like that not go out on his own terms, because this might be career-ending. He's 39 years old. He looked like you just felt for anyone in that situation, let alone Aaron Rodgers. And what I really felt bad about was, as a football fan, that we are robbed of the biggest storyline this offseason, which was Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets, the whole thing with the Packers. They gave up everything they could to get this guy, right? And we're never going to get to see how it played out. I wasn't rooting for the Jets. I wasn't necessarily rooting for Aaron Rodgers, but I wanted to see how this thing played out. If he would have failed epically, like been terrible quarterback, and
would have laughed about it.
Yeah, exactly. I would have been like, oh, well, who cares, right? But I got to see it at least. This way, we don't get to see it, and we might not ever get to see it. And I don't care about the New York fan base, but devastating for them, devastating for football, I think. I mean, not devastating for football, but just it's one of the biggest storylines.
You want to hear an amazing fact?
Do I?
Do you know how many first-round picks the Jets have on their offensive line?
Well, Becton's one. I would guess at least 2.
Well, Laken Tomlinson.
Oh, okay, there you go. There's one from the Lions, yeah. I'm trying to think of who the rest is that are
so at least 2. Let's go 3.
That left tackle's got to be on there, so I'll say 3.
4.
4.
They have 4 former first-round picks on their offensive line. Dwayne Brown, the left tackle, Laken Tomlinson, the guard, Elijah Vera Tucker, the other guard, and Mekhi Becton. So whether they obviously acquired but didn't draft all those guys, hey, here's an area where the Lions did a better job than that team putting together, building their offensive line.
Well, that they did.
248-539-9797. And I mean, I guess in a very indirect, a very direct way, a team in our division doesn't get a first-round pick next year because he won't play 65% of the snaps, and that conditional first-round pick becomes a second-round pick.
They don't get an extra first-round pick, yes.
Yes. They don't get the pick that they were counting on getting from the Jets, which seemed like a sure thing. And I wonder how they came up with 65% of the snaps. Like, how did they come up with that number? And any team from the NFC that might face the Jets in the Super Bowl doesn't have to deal with Aaron Rodgers if they even get to the Super Bowl without Aaron Rodgers. 248-539-9797. Ed is next on 97.1. Hi, Ed.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You know, about this whole Aaron Rodgers thing, I'm not really disappointed he got hurt. I mean, I hate to see anybody get hurt, just like you guys, play the game. But, with Aaron Rodgers, I mean, his arrogance led him to this position, So it's a making of his, he had a chance to retire gracefully and out and everything else, but he brought it right back here, to what was inevitably going to happen, in my belief, So I just don't understand this whole thing. And his arrogance, again, will probably lead him to come back.
Well, is it arrogance or is it pride or whatever? I mean, he's not far removed from being the MVP of the league. I don't like the guy, but I do marvel at what he's been able to accomplish in his NFL career. Last year, I didn't like how he handled the situation in Green Bay because he chose not to work out with the guys in the offseason.
Yeah, and then
he had
blame
whole new
others.
receivers.
Yeah, he didn't wasn't at any of the voluntary stuff, the OTAs.
Now, maybe the writing was on the wall for him that, okay, you're definitely on the decline because you had a calf injury last year. He had a calf, Doug.
He had a calf.
And he clearly wasn't the same quarterback last year. He goes out on a sour note against the Lions at Green Bay in a game that meant everything for the Packers, and they couldn't get it done. And 4 plays into it, he's done.
248-539-9797. Josh is next on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Drive a lot for work, and you guys make the drive a lot easier. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, so hearing people's predictions last week, I remember one guy called in and said, I picture us playing Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl, right? And then this happens last night. I feel like it's just another sign and an omen that this is our year. The Lions, I'm not necessarily saying Super Bowl, right?
Right.
But it was just another thing that fell into place. And I'm looking forward to the season, and you guys keep up the good work.
Thank you. And I'm not 100% disagreeing with you. There's even Chris Jones signing today. This morning, the all-pro defensive tackle from the team the Lions just played, he's going to miss one game against us. One game he doesn't play the Lions, but he'll be ready to go against all 3 of the Lions' division rivals. Now, does he make a big difference? Yes, he does. And, I mean, that's probably a bigger break for the Lions than anything else, is that Chris Jones is actually back, because this Jets thing might have nothing to do with us. I mean, other than the draft pick that converts back to a second-round pick, so Green Bay will have an extra second-round pick and not a first-round pick. But, yeah, there's some stuff that's happened that's really, I'm going to use the term cosmic. I think
Cosmic's a term?
I think there's some cosmic stuff going on.
Don't go Aaron Rodgers on us now, Doug. Being all weird, right?
Yeah.
Am I getting weird?
I don't know.
Starting to get kind of weird. You already eat kale.
Actually, Aaron Rodgers might be the quarterback most likely to eat like me.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Do you guys remember this story, the Wisconsin bar?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where they're going to pay.
If the Jets lose, the bar will pick up your tab.
Well, there's some hilarious stuff that happened at a Wisconsin bar last night.
Yeah, so let's get to the details of that at 12:02. 248-539-9797. Do have a Lions question to get to. It's open lines. We'll do that. Talk some Lions at 12:20. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Major breaking news this afternoon in the NFL. It's now official. Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers is done for the season with a torn Achilles. The injury happened on just his fourth snap with the Jets, of course, last night on Monday Night Football. ESPN's Adam Schefter also reports that there are already questions rising about whether his Hall of Fame career might be over as well. Meantime, the Lions are back on the practice field today ahead of their home opener against the Seahawks coming up on Sunday. Head coach Dan Campbell expects a hostile environment at Ford Field. In fact, he thinks it'll be louder than Arrowhead on last week. The Lions are 5.5-point favorites over Seattle. That's according to FanDuel. To college now, Michigan has one final non-conference game this season. The Wolverines take on Bowling Green Saturday night at the Big House. Head coach Jim Harbaugh is very impressed with his offense through 2 games, but thinks there's still some meat left on the bone in the run game. Michigan is a massive 40.5-point favorite over the Falcons. And the Tigers start a 3-game series against the Reds at Comerica Park tonight. First pitch right here on 97.1 at 6:40. Cincinnati, 2 games out of the final wildcard spot in the National League. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, open the show with the latest on the Mel Tucker case and his response last night. Got into Aaron Rodgers' season-ending injury in the Monday Night Football game, how it impacts us, and how you felt. Because we all had different emotions. I didn't feel bad at all, and I feel bad about that.
I think you should feel bad about it.
Yeah, I do. Gator felt bad, got over it very quick. Kang felt bad and still feels bad. And then news today, there was a torn Achilles and he's out for the year. And I feel even worse that I don't feel bad. But hey, it is what it is. I can't fabricate an emotion that isn't there. Now, we were talking about, I don't know what we're about to hear, but we did talk about months ago or weeks ago, whenever it came out, the story that there was a bar in Green Bay that was going to pick up your tab when the Jets lost. It was kind of a great marketing ploy for bitter sports fans who had lost their quarterback. So apparently, what I do know is that last night I read a story, but I didn't have time to go that far in depth, Kang. You can pick it up where where necessary. I read a story that when Aaron Rodgers left the game, people started really getting after it because I thought they were done.
Yeah, all you had to do was, as long as the Packers and Jets weren't playing at the same time, and you opened up your tab 15 minutes before kickoff for the Jets game and watched the entire game there, and the Jets lose, the bar would pick up your tab. The bar is called, what's it called?
That's irrelevant.
All right, sorry, man. I thought it was Jack's American Pub.
Okay. All right,
in Milwaukee.
All right, so what are we going to hear?
And petty arguments.
This is
these guys.
This is CBS. This is from CBS 58 Milwaukee. Okay, and
right.
they have a reporter at the bar when the Jets, when the Packer fans start to realize when the Jets return the punt that they're going to have to pay the bill that they ran up.
They were online, or they were on live.
Yes.
So they're live.
Not live. I don't know if it's live. Sorry, but. Well, he was there live. I don't know if it was a live shot or they replayed it later,
So what we are going to hear is the reaction of Packer fans.
Yeah, realizing.
When the Jets returned the punt in overtime to win the game, and they were realizing in that moment, oh, crap,
we're going to pay our tab.
I'm not drinking for free.
Bill and Natalie, the house won.
Oh, house always wins.
Oh man! I mean, what kind of bourbon would you be ordering,
Oh, my
Gator?
God,
Had
Gator.
like
I mean,
four plays in the game. Rogers is out.
Yeah. What's the place called again?
Jack's American Pub.
I don't think Jack's American Pub is going to have like Pappy Van Winkle. But yeah, you're going high end stuff. You're like, well, what's the best you got? You're like, oh, we got Blanton's. Oh, yep, sounds good. Make it a triple. Or tequila. Yeah. What do you got there? Oh, that's a nice bottle you have there up on the top shelf. A little dusty, isn't it? Yeah. Well, hardly anybody drinks it because it's so expensive. I know. Bring it down.
Here's the question.
And then at the end, you get the tab. Oh.
Given that Aaron Rodgers is out for the rest of the year, the house won that night. But are they in trouble the rest of the way? Is this promotion?
Oh, because he's not playing anymore?
Yes, and that the Jets could be poised to have a very bad season. They may lose a lot, and it might have been a win last night.
I would imagine this promotion is over with.
Might be.
And
is there fine print? There's always fine print.
Yeah, and there's bittersweet feelings about it if you're the Packers anyway, because okay, you're bitter as hell about Aaron Rodgers, right? You're really sandy about it, Doug. Yep. You're sandy.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's done. And so that you're happy with. But then you realize, as the organization is concerned, the draft pick sucks now. It compared to what it was.
Yep.
So you got to be disappointed by that.
There's some conflict up there, for sure.
So up in there, there's some conflict.
All right, so the bar did say, I guess this might be in the fine print, that Rodgers must be starting the game. So they're one and done. They won this thing, man. What a promotion by the bar.
I mean, 4 plays into it, he's out of the game.
Yeah, rack it up, right?
Josh Allen's got this.
Just the Bills.
The
Josh
easy
Allen.
button.
Yes.
Here we go. Oh, Zach Wilson's playing?
He hasn't been practicing all of it. He's got no one reps.
Dude, if they pressured Aaron Rodgers in all 3 pass attempts, I think they're going to pressure Zach Wilson.
I actually flipped over to the Manning cast at one point, and they showed a shot of whoever it was with the play sheet, the Denny's menu.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is the emergency game plan he's looking at right now. Like, he didn't want to ever have to use this, but he's got the emergency game plan in front of him.
Nathaniel Hackett?
Yes, thank you.
He pulls out the Zach Wilson playbook. It's like, he's got to unfold it.
Yeah, it's like it's an index card instead of a Denny's menu.
The funny thing is that the Jets lose their quarterback and you think they're done, and then you realize, well, they do have Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook to rely on. So all they do is, once they realized Zach Wilson wasn't going to be able to throw it very well, let's just hand it off and see what happens. And then until they needed him to throw it, and then he came up big on one drive. But it's the Jets are going to push it to the test here, right? If the whole defense versus offense thing, Joe Flacco is that last quarterback, or do you go to Joe Flacco? Actually had a great playoff. So go before they go the Trent Dilfer route, right?
Right.
With that Ravens team that was so good. Are the Jets going to try to duplicate that? Is that what they're going to have to be?
You get to a point where you have no choice. I don't think it. I do think it's too early to tank. Had they lost last night 40-1, then maybe they would have already been thinking to tank. They accidentally won the game. From now what?
They won the game.
Yeah.
Can their defense, lead them the rest of the way?
40-1 would have been a scoregami, by the way.
It's impossible to do it.
So, I don't know. But I feel bad that I don't feel bad.
So Nathaniel Hackett was brought in basically because of Rodgers.
Yes.
And Rodgers knows, they work together. I don't know if Zach Wilson knows this offense. That's, they catered everything towards Aaron Rodgers. Brought back his receivers, old buddies, right? His witch doctor, I'm sure, whatever he wanted.
His backup quarterback.
Yep. The backup might know more about Nathaniel Hackett's offense than Zach Wilson.
That's what I'm saying. He probably does. And Zach Wilson, statistically, wasn't bad. 14 out of 21, 2 out of 3, 140 yards, touchdown and a pick. The pick was awful, and the touchdown was lucky as hell.
Here's the thing, though, that I hate to transition to. Jordan Love might be good.
He might be.
He might be.
He might not be.
He might not. It's one game. It's one game, and it's easy to overreact to one game. Very easy.
Yeah,
and I'm
but-
not going to do it. But he did a couple things.
What are the couple things you liked?
The touchdown pass to Romeo Doubs that came when he was his third option.
Yeah, when he's down in the red zone and it's with like a 1.5 yard pass, whatever it was.
It was longer than that.
I know it.
He hit a deep ball with a guy in his face where he was throwing off his back foot, but stood in there, took the hit, and delivered. Made some plays with his feet, but mostly what I saw, I'm scared that the worst case scenario might be playing itself out. I'm scared. I'm not convinced, but I'm a little scared that Jordan Love might be good. The best case scenario could be also playing itself out. And that is that the Bears defense might be dreadful.
Well,
that wouldn't be bad.
It wouldn't be, but I don't know if the Bears defense was dreadful. When you look at it, okay, there's a couple of big plays. Aaron Jones had some big plays there. His 2 catches for 86 yards. One was a 30-something yard touchdown. The other one for 51 yards. Beyond that, okay, and it's hard to say beyond that, but beyond that, Jordan Love was 15 to 27 for 245 in the game, but had those 2 big plays to Aaron Jones. The Packers only ran for 92 yards, and it was less than 3 yards a carry. I think the Bears defense is there. It's just that they let a couple plays get beyond them.
Last year, they had the worst scoring defense in the NFL. It's possible that in spite of all those changes, they might not be that much better. And that would mean that Sunday was an example of the best case scenario, that even Jordan Love could shred the Bears defense. It could be that. It also could be that Jordan Love might be decent. And I really don't want that to be the case. I really don't want the Packers to have done it again. But it's too early to make draw either of those conclusions, right?
It is. With the Packers, the other thing is look at the Packers defense. They got to Justin Fields. They sacked him 4 times in the game. They picked him off. They caused him to fumble. They recovered the fumble. Not a good day for Justin Fields. And the Packers defense might be decent. I've always said that the Packers defense has a lot of young players on it. They've got some young talent there.
All right, Gators, so there are still Super Bowl aspirations here in Detroit, which as they get back to work getting ready for Seattle, we got a Lions question we'll get to today at 12:20. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. So, look, it's turning the page on the Kansas City game. I really don't want to. I don't want to. I kind of want to keep basking. And it was funny because I got in today and I'm like, all right, golf at 10:30. Oh, golf's tomorrow because of the weird schedule and them opening on a Thursday. So we're going to talk with Jared Goff tomorrow, which typically we talk to him on Tuesdays. This week we're going to talk to him Wednesday, which is one day closer to the next game, which will help turn the page. But as I sat down and started mapping out some of what I wanted to ask him, I realized I want to keep talking about the Kansas City game. And if our audience wants to do that, I have no problem with it. We're allowed to bask. But I kind of get the sense that what we should do is turn the page because I think in a real NFL town with a contender, that's what you do. You know, you put that notch on the belt and move on to the next one.
Well, what we've done typically is we spend some time talking about the previous game and then we switch over.
Yep.
But you don't want to. You want to spend more time on Kansas City?
I have no issue with if the listeners want and they want to keep talking about Kansas City, let's go. Hell yeah. I'm all for it. I still love that game. I got home last night late and I was like, all right, I got this Jets game. I can rewatch the UNLV game or rewatch the Chiefs game. I might lean towards the Chiefs game.
This is Doug's dilemma.
Yeah.
Got to rewatch one of two games I've already seen, or I could watch the game that's on now.
I watched the game that was on now. But if I was going to watch like that, I'm going to watch Kansas City and Detroit again.
Are you?
Without question.
Why?
Because I almost watch. I won't say. I would say 50% of the games I'll watch again, get a second look, and just for work purposes, make some notes. Things you didn't notice the first time around because you're in the moment, that become crystal clear the second time you watch them. Like as moving forward. Let's not forget the Detroit offense only scored 2 touchdowns. Now, I don't particularly care. I will care more. I don't think it's an issue. Given the circumstances, that's a just win the game kind of game. Just win the game. They are going up this week against a defense that gave up 334 yards passing to an offense without its elite wide receiver. They didn't put much pressure on Matthew Stafford. And the Lions will be at home, which should be a rabid environment against a team that gave up 334 to Stafford, shorthanded. And I think it'll be more worthy of note if the Lions offense doesn't have a big game in game 2 than it was in game 1. Like moving forward, Sunday feels like a day that the offense has a chance to roll. And if it doesn't, then I think we might have a talking point. Right now, game 1, go to Kansas City and win however you can. Week 2 feels like a put up big totals kind of game. Would you agree?
It feels like it should for, I think the number one reason is because they're playing at home and because Jared Goff is statistically better at home than he is on the road. Also add to that everything you said about the Seattle defense and what they were giving up to Matthew Stafford and their offense over the past week. I would agree with you. But there's also part of me that just says, just get the win.
Yeah.
Because we briefly mentioned, Ken, you mentioned the up-down theory yesterday in the NFL, and I kind of dismiss it because I said the Super Bowl contending teams don't worry about the up-down theory because the Lions are a Super Bowl contending team right now. So part of me just wants, just get the win. I don't care how it's done, except that everybody stays healthy. That's the new caveat after watching last night. Oh, the Jets won. That's great. Yeah, well, they lost Aaron Rodgers for the year after 4 plays. Oh, so just stay healthy. But yes, this does feel that way. The Lions can throw the ball around quite a bit. I think we're going to see more usage of Jahmyr Gibbs. I think we're going to see a little bit more usage of Sam Laporta. That has me excited in both aspects of the running and passing game with Gibbs. And, I mean, that speed, we just saw flashes. And, man, it was fun.
Laporta had 5 catches on 5 targets. Of all the pleasant surprises, that might be my biggest, that the rookie tight end had 5 catches on 5 targets when that is a tough position to break into. On the road, hostile environment, defending Super Bowl champ. I kind of tempered my expectations for what I still think is going to be. I thought, even though I don't have as big expectations as I initially did for his rookie season, that was probably my most pleasant surprise.
Yeah, it was a nice start. I agree with you. I did not expect 5 catches in the first game.
Clearly, as the season goes on, if a guy is worth it and worthy of it, and we have no reason to believe it, a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs becomes a bigger part of the offense. Like, there was some sentiment out there on the socials that Gibbs needs to be a bigger part of the offense. I get why in game 1 of his rookie season he wasn't featured per se, but he's going. If this trajectory is what we expect it to be, of course he's going to be a bigger part of the audience, and it's okay that bigger part of the game plan. And I fully expect him moving forward. There's no reason to be upset with how he was used in game 1 because they won the game. But they did only score 2 offensive touchdowns. And, if there's one thing that I want to see get better from week 1 to week 2 is it's the offense getting across the goal line.
Without a doubt. And yet you look at what Goff did and throwing for whatever it was, 250-something yards, right around there. It's about what he did last year. It's about the average. And doing it on the road, no turnover for him. That's good news. But I do want to see them run the football better than what they did. And I think that has great potential to happen Sunday. I'm with you. I am expecting a bigger offensive output. Can they roll up 400 yards in offense against the Seattle Seahawks and kind of blow this thing out? Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that way. That's what I want to see.
I don't think the Rams ran it particularly well. Did you see how many tackles Bobby Wagner had in that game?
No.
19.
Well,
that guy.
Is he good?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean Jack Campbell's going to do the same thing?
Yes. That's exactly what it means. Yeah, the Rams didn't run it all that well. Their running backs.
Well, they don't have a running game.
Not particularly, and that's something that 37 carries between the 2 running backs, which is a lot by the way.
Carries.
37 carries for 81 yards.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Now, is that the Rams' rushing attack stinks, or is that Seattle can actually stop the run? I guess we'll see moving forward, but if I'm to pick one thing I want to see get better, it's that. 248-539-9797. What do you want to see improve between week 1 and week 2?
So the 2 biggest takeaways for me from week 1 was the rookies was number 1. How all 4 rookies, the first 4 picked, made such a big contribution to the game. The next thing I noticed was the fact that they don't have any explosive plays on offense. You mentioned they only scored 2 offensive touchdowns. The 2 offensive touchdowns they scored were good drives. And you need those to, help keep the ball away from the other team, and especially if they have a quarterback like Mahomes. So that's a good thing, of course. But when you need an explosive play or a big home run, threat, they didn't seem to have it because Gibbs wasn't, they were just getting his feet wet. Coach Campbell said, you're going to see a lot more of him moving forward, but first game in, they kind of want to just slowly put him in. Plus, I'm sure there's pass protection that David Montgomery's a lot more familiar with and things like that as being a veteran. But as we move forward, I think Jameson Williams, you're not going to have him for the next 5 weeks, right? Who's going to be the receiver that goes down the field? We know St. Brown is as reliable as they come between the short and mid-range game. But who's going to go down the field? Does Antoine Green get more playing time next week? Do they send Josh Reynolds downfield more? Do they put Gibbs on the outside? Because they need an explosive type of player on the field besides, and hopefully it is Gibbs, but maybe besides Gibbs as well.
Yeah, things I'm looking to see from one week to the next, the improvement. I think that they have to improve with containing the quarterback and keeping him in the pocket. Mahomes got free a few times, and it cost him a little bit. They fortunately won the game. But we saw last year, Geno Smith did it to the Lions, not at will, but did it pretty well last year. They have to improve on that from year to year. The other thing is I'd like to see them run the football better than what they did against the Chiefs. It's interesting. You mentioned how many times that the Rams ran the ball and for how few yards it was. And it is kind of crazy to think that they ran the ball 40 times in the game for 92 yards. Did you see the total play difference in the game?
No, but if somebody ran it 40 times and your quarterback threw for 334.
So the Rams had 78 plays in the game. Seattle had 46. That's it.
Wow.
I mean, that's quite a disparity. Now, the disparity, why do you get a disparity like that? Because you're running the football. They might have been running it well, but it feels like they ran the ball, get bailed out on third down by Stafford. Run the ball, bailed out on third down. I have to look at the play-by-play and confirm that. But, I mean, that's 40 carries for barely 2.5 yards a carry.
As far as the explosive plays are concerned, Kang, the Lions had 2 plays over 20 yards. 33-yard reception from Jared Goff to Josh Reynolds, the one that he caught it, turned up the field, and then covered it up. You remember that? Mm-hmm. And a 21-yarder to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
And if I'm not mistaken, both of those, the air yards in that were, I believe, 20 yards.
I can't off the top of my head remember the Amon-Ra catch. I remember the Josh Reynolds catch.
I knew it was something I had in my notes that I specifically wrote down. I remember writing down about the air yards on those 2 plays.
All right, what do you want to see improve most from week 1 to week 2? There's news on what the Jets are planning to do. We will get to that coming up at 12:35. Given the injury, the season-ending injury to Aaron Rodgers, plus something I can't wait to see this weekend when the Lions come home. We'll get to that at 12:40. 97.1 The Ticket.
If you're looking for something amazingly fun to do with the family or maybe something different to spice up your next date night, may I suggest this? Going to 5 Iron Golf in downtown Detroit. It's the nation's leading indoor golf and entertainment experience. And like I said, now it's open in downtown. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors. There's a full bar and restaurant. The whole family's going to tee up the great times. You can play Pebble Beach if you want. You can play up to 200 different courses they have, including many from the state of Michigan. You want to compete in the league? Go ahead. Join as a founding member. You can do that. You want to get club fitted? They got club fitting services over at 5 Iron Golf. It's amazing what they have, and it's not just all golf. They've got other activities there too to make everything an awesome night for you and your family, or you and your date, whatever you want to do. You and your friends have a great time. Visit 5irongolf.com and get 50% off your first booking when you mention Gator at checkout. That's 5irongolf.com.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow, damn. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Davante Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Davante on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, interested week 1 to week 2, what do you most want to see the Lions improve on as we reluctantly turn the page on the on game 1 against Kansas City Chiefs? If you want to bask, feel free. We can keep talking about it. But as we start looking ahead to Seattle, what needs to get cleaned up? What is the thing that you most want to see the Lions do this coming week? Obviously, other than just win. Like, that's what it's all about, although that's part of it. I mean, when you have Super Bowl aspirations, there's a little bit of maybe just win. That none of this really matters. What was your favorite call? You had a friend after the Red Wings won a Stanley Cup who said to you, "Yeah, but they're still not tough enough on the blue line."
Like, they just won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, but
I mean, people want to see the team that they want to see, right? You want to see the perfect team out there. You want to roll up 500 yards in offense. You want to hold the opposition to less than 200 yards in offense.
Mm-hmm.
You want to shut out everybody, and you want to win 45-0. Well, that's not how it works.
248-539-9797. Greg, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Doug. Hey, first, sorry about your loss, man. I missed you yesterday.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So the thing that I want to see, well, I think the offense will be just fine. But does Marv Jones need to retire? Is that too hot of a take too quick? But, I mean, I want to see those touches and those passes. I want Gibbs out there. He's supposed to be the weapon, right? Like Alvin Kamara. So line him up out there wide receiver instead of the geriatric oldest player in the league.
Well, he's not, receiver, but not oldest player. Look, that's not a good game for Marvin Jones last week. And I'm sure he'll be the first to admit it's not a good game for him. You don't give up on him. I mean, in the practices and preseason, he looked fine. Didn't really see him in preseason games, but in the practices, he was fine. He's been really good in his career. He hasn't been great. He's been a very solid player, and that's what he is. He's a solid player, solid influence. Bad game last week. But to your point about would you rather see those targets go to Jahmyr Gibbs, I'd love to see Jahmyr Gibbs get a bunch more targets because he's a big play waiting to happen.
Yeah, it is a bit of a hot take to say you want to get rid of him after one game. He's a pro. I think he gets the opportunity. Now, first of all, it's not even probably remotely in consideration. But I am looking forward to him getting the opportunity to turn things around here a little bit. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Most of Jordan Love's passing yards were after the catch. I'm not convinced he's great yet, but I can say I'm a little concerned. That pretty much is my feelings. I also would like to think that the Bears defense is still brutal. I would like to see them have better pass coverage against Smith or all those things you mentioned. All those things you mentioned doesn't matter. Smith killed them last year. Geno Smith. He did. I'm going to go back and look at that. That's the game where they didn't force a punt, right? The Seattle game last year.
Correct.
And Geno Smith shredded them. Now, there was some, Geno Smith had unquestionably a very good year. Against Detroit, I'm going to go back and look at this box score. This might be ugly. 23 of 30, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, 7 carries, 49 yards. Yeah, he had a hell of a game.
The heck of a game.
Yeah. They were able to run the ball, too, if I remember correctly. I mean, that offense was all over the Lions.
Yeah, Rashad Penny went for 151 yards on 17 carries.
There we go.
Averaged 8.9 yards per carry.
Is that good? Well, that was early.
That's second week of the season.
Very early in the season. The defense is totally different now. The defense looks a lot better after, at least in week 1 against Kansas City. So, yeah, I think the defense will step up. They won't. I think, hey, guess what? I'm going to say it, guys. The Lions will force a punt from Seattle or I'll shoot the boot. Or I'll shoot the boot. All right?
Shoot the boot guarantee.
Yeah, there it is.
Attaboy.
Look at you stepping up.
Yeah.
That's right.
I like it.
So when I spoke earlier about I need more explosive plays,
yeah.
Right? Jahmyr Gibbs is one of those players you think of. He had, according to PFF, he had 6 broken tackles on 7 rushes against Kansas City.
Yeah.
DeAndre Swift had a total of 24 missed tackles last year, all of last year, and Jamal Williams had a total of 30 broken tackles all of last year.
And he had 6 in the opener.
Yeah.
With limited touches.
Yeah. Jameer Gibbs is going to break one. Like, you remember the one where he kind of ran outside and he stumbled and fell down?
It was a touchdown.
He was going to score. Like, he is due. He's one of those guys where it's almost Barry-like, where you keep feeding him. At some point you think, hey, if there's a crease, he makes one move, he's gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping they line him out in the slot. I hope they use him in so many different ways. But, yeah, I just would like to see some more explosive plays.
All right, 2 things I said we get to. One is Diana Rossini tweeted out at this hour, the New York Jets have started to reach out to veteran free agent quarterbacks per sources. So I'm going to assume that the Jets have reached out to Carson Wentz, that the Jets have reached out to Matt Ryan, that the Jets have reached out to him.
Come on. He's retired.
He's him.
They're not reaching out to Andrew Luck, Doug.
Not the him I'm thinking of.
I know.
I mean, look, none of those guys, you don't have to trade for any of them. They're emergency break glass options, but that's what they're taking. And the thing, at least that's the early report of what their plan might be. And the thing that I can't wait for this weekend is Ford Field, man. Ford Field. I dare I say this threatens the Bear game.
For loudness factor? Yeah, I agree. I agree it will. And I don't think this will be the only time. This is the first game of the season when fans get to go nuts about it, and they will. I think we're going to have many games this year where we're going to walk out of Ford Field and say, that was freaking loud.
I think there's something that if the Lions are as good as we believe that they are going to be, the story, of course, will be the football team, but I think the rest of the country will become aware of something that we already know, that this could be the best home field advantage in football.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some great ones. Arrowhead's one, and actually Seattle's one.
Yeah.
I think this place, because it has a roof on it, I think it could go next level chaos.
It can. It absolutely can. The only thing that holds it back from being as loud as you really want it to be is the capacity, because it's not as
maybe.
But
but
the
I,
Silverdome was crazy at 80. You get 82,000 people in there when it was packed.
I think you get a sound reverberation off that roof, though.
Yep.
That you know what, the Ford Field goes to 11. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
So I was in search of a better night's sleep. I did something about it. A couple months ago, I stopped in at True Sleep out in Shelby, actually, and test drove a bunch of mattresses they had there. Ended up really liking the Posh and Lavish, and I decided that's where I was going to go. And listen, I know that it can be difficult when you're shopping for a mattress to find the right one. You got to find one that fits you right. It's not just about how it feels. It's about how your posture lines up. So go ahead, check out and take a dive for yourself. They've got reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses over at True Sleep. You're going to want to find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. They've got Michigan's largest nectar dealer, and they're available in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Did you see which college game had the highest rating this past weekend?
Did I see that or not? Was it Colorado again? Colorado, Nebraska?
Colorado, Nebraska had the highest rating.
Not Texas, Alabama.
Texas, Alabama had the highest audience, but not the highest rating.
Gotcha, yeah.
Primetime
More
audience.
people were watching there.
But with a 4.8, Nebraska, Colorado was the highest rated game in college football in week 1. 8.73 million. I think the networks like fight over and goal, like they know they have a big game when it has a 6 million person audience. And you go through and you see these are the games that get drafted early when their networks are dividing up the games that they think are going to go over 6 million. I believe Colorado's 2 for 2 in terms of, and now they play at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night against Colorado State, a regional rivalry in a suboptimal time slot. I'll be intrigued to see if they still have one of the highest rated games in college football. And the Texas-Alabama game at 8.76 million, Colorado-Nebraska 8.73. Awfully impressive what's going on out there. Awfully impressive.
Well, they're fun. They're fun to watch, man. They spread the field out. They've got legitimate NFL talent on that team, and it's Deion. So you want to see what they're going to do next, because it really, I mean, it's a rallying cry. It's Colorado versus the world, man, and they're gaining more and more support each week from the rest of.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it is.
Well,
I think
they're treating it like that.
Well, I think the world is gravitating towards. I mean, did you hear who was on the sidelines? Michael Irvin was on the sidelines. He played at Miami. Miami was hosting Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
Big game.
Yeah. Was it?
Yes. If you're a Miami guy, of course.
Well, look, Michael Irvin has some other things that maybe he wants to on his agenda here to get noticed, and let me go over and
I want to see him hired at Oklahoma State, and I want to see him play every year against Deion. I think that would be fun.
But I don't know. The Shedeur Sanders story is so great.
Yep.
Travis Hunter, amazing player. Travis Hunter played, 112 plays in the game?
Yeah.
I think he missed like a total of 15.
This one's going to be interesting, how long he can keep this up, because he's playing a lot of plays.
He is playing a lot, and you'd think you'd want to dial that down a little bit, but they need to win their games. And the team is the fact that the team is just still learning and growing with each other because they're all transfers.
Yep.
That to me is the most amazing thing of all, is that they're only going to get better as this season goes on because they haven't had any time together.
Now, apparently, somebody said that Michael Irvin was part of a pregame broadcast, so fair enough. But Wu-Tang was there.
All of them?
Yeah. No. Well, not.
Yeah. Probably not all of them.
Yeah, probably not. 248-539-9797. Anyway, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Aaron. You're on 97.1. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are we doing?
I'm interested in a clean game this week. I don't want our backs to have any fumbles, and I don't want no interceptions. I think this team is not a team that we should be making mistakes against. I don't think their defensive lines and their backs are quite as good as some of the other teams that we're going to be facing. So I'm expecting a clean game, no turnovers on our offensive side of the ball. And I would like to see a 2-touchdown lead at the end of the game, at least.
I think that's all great stuff to ask for. Great stuff to ask for. Look, in the NFL, like this game went from being like a 3-point spread to a 6.5-point spread after the opening week. You look at how some of these games and these matchups, you don't just show up and win, right? If they win by 2 touchdowns, that'll be wildly impressive. Even if it's a Seattle team that's not very good, I'll take a 2-touchdown win.
But all the competition is so close in the NFL. It's not like college. Obviously, everyone's a lot faster and stronger. But I believe that, our team did really well against Kansas City, all despite that fumble in the red zone. But that's okay. We still pulled out the win. but I don't think Seattle is quite the caliber, as Kansas City. And I think we should have a clean game, no turnovers. We're obviously going to have penalties, but I just don't want. I'm tired of the fumbles in the red zone. You know what I mean? We're in the red zone. Should be punching that ball in, not turning it over. It's just ridiculous. And, I know I'm not the only one that's upset and tired of seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, it happened once. I'm not.
Yeah, it's not
an epidemic for this year's team yet, but I hear what you're saying. I mean, it was a blown opportunity. It was, we talked about how the offense only scored the 2 touchdowns, might have been 3 had they not fumbled. That was at the end of an 11-play, 61-yard drive. I mean, they were matriculating the ball down the field.
Mm-hmm.
And the fumble came inside the 10, or was recovered inside the 10-yard line. But we do ask the people, what is the number one thing you'd like to see get better for week 2? What do they need to improve on? What do they need to work on? And it is a question we will ask Jared Goff on the show tomorrow. So he'll join us at 10:30. Usually he's on Tuesdays, this week, Wednesday. By the way, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download for your mobile device today, AUDACY. That way you can listen anywhere in the United States and Canada. Also, stream through our website, 971theticket.com. You can stream with video, YouTube TV, or just go to YouTube, rather, not YouTube TV. Just go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket, or Twitch with the streaming chat there, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Ken in Dearborn says, I'm not hearing enough about the fact that the Lions held one of the best offenses ever to only 20 points. That's my takeaway.
Big takeaway.
That is. He's right. It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal. Now, they didn't have Travis Kelce. I'm not putting an asterisk next to it, but
No, you're not.
I'm not doing that.
We don't do that up in here.
No, not up in here. Did you hear that the rules official last night said the punt return should have an asterisk next to it because of a leg whip on the block
that wasn't called,
and apparently Jets Nation melted down.
Oh, well, I mean, in fairness, the Bills were only playing with 10 players on that because the punter sure didn't show up.
Most pathetic tackle attempt.
Oh, Sam Martin.
Yep.
What was that?
Someone retweeted that and said the same thing you said earlier, Gator. Goes, this is the same game DeMar Hamlin's on the sideline. Dude. And also Aaron Rodgers ruptures his Achilles.
Right. And this is the effort that Sam Martin's going to put forth on when he's in direct line to stop the player from scoring.
With the game on the line.
Game on the line as you're watching it flash before your eyes. And that's the effort. Oof.
Mike in Sterling Heights says, I thought it was more about poor play calling against Kansas City than an offense struggling. When they decided to get back in the run in the fourth quarter, I thought the offense looked much better. When they decided to get back to the run, in the fourth quarter, I thought the offense looked much better. Did you think the play calling was particularly poor?
No, but I think remember saying to myself, I'd like to see them get back to running it. And they did, so I didn't have a problem.
Yeah, I don't. I tend to not criticize play calling too much. That doesn't mean it's above criticism, but I find it to be borderline cliche. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ryan next here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, sir?
I just wanted to talk about how it seems like a lot of people are just expecting to beat Seattle just because we're at home. Yep. And, obviously they blew our doors off last year, but I don't think our team's, set up particularly well to, face them just because of how good their deep threats are with Smith and Jigba and Lockett and Metcalf.
Yeah, I mean, look, of course they expect to win. And, when you're a 6-point favorite at home, it's not ridiculous to expect to win, is it?
No, I just think it's anything can happen in the NFL. We're you guys were talking about it last week, how eventually the Lions are going to lay it done, right?
Yes.
Just because that's how the NFL works. What if Seattle's first game against the Rams was just their dud?
Well,
I would say that, there was evidence at the end of the season that is what Seattle is. Seattle didn't finish the season with a bang. They kind of limped towards the end of the season, and now they're starting the season looking the same way they were last year. Maybe that's just what their team is. They've got some talented players there. There's no question that they've got talent over there. My big question is Geno Smith the guy or not? I mean, he had some great games last year. He really kind of revived his career, but was it a little fluky, or is he the real deal? And he'll have another opportunity against the Lions on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right, of course, Ryan, but I wouldn't pick Seattle to win because everybody lays a dud. You know,
right.
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if Geno Smith comes out and has a great game against Detroit, and let's say they lose by like one score or they beat us, do you think that means Seattle then becomes like somewhat of a contender, or what do you think?
I don't know that I would describe them as a contender. I mean, you know what Seattle's in their last 10 games?
5-5?
3-7.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Now, maybe that's irrelevant information because last year's team's a completely different team.
Is it?
Not completely different, but they say there's no carryover from year to year.
But the players are the same.
Many of them are, but seasons change, things change. But they are factually 3-7 in their last 10. Hey, Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan, exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better with the no-fee loan, you stay locked into the no-fee program, ensuring you don't pay fees to Hall Financial when it's time to refi. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online. CallHallFirst.com. That's CallHallFirst.com. Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
may have had my I don't know if it's the last tequila of the year.
Wait. You cap it?
Well,
is it because did you have a volume cap or
no? There's no volume cap. Got a lot of tequila at the house. No, it just comes a time when the weather changes that tequila no longer becomes a drink of choice.
Okay.
And it's getting there. I had a glass last night. It was delicious, and
nothing but pumpkin spice lattes moving forward.
That's right. No, this is where you switch to where I switch anyway, to bourbon and scotch.
You go your summer drink of choice. You've crossed the threshold into the fall drink of choice.
Yeah, it's like I drink bourbon year round, but it gets more consumption in the fall and in the winter. And I tend to drink tequila. It's not totally seasonally, but I feel like it's like there's usually a 3-month hiatus.
That's fair.
That I give it.
Right. I don't need a summer shandy when it's in the middle of the fall. So I get it.
You got pumpkin ale.
I'm not a pumpkin ale guy. I do like Oktoberfest.
Or Oktoberfest.
Yeah,
sure.
I do like Oktoberfest. So
have you seen the 6-packs for Oktoberfest yet?
Yes.
Have you purchased one?
Sam Adams.
Yeah.
Orange can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
You ready for it?
Yep.
All right.
What
Just an
happens
observation
if you go on vacation or something, Gator?
That's different. That changes it up.
Okay.
If I go to like Vegas and it's 90 degrees there.
Yeah, or where? Florida.
Or Mexico or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's different. And
Okay.
It's tequila time.
Have you shifted gears in any way?
No, I don't care what season it is. I want to drink bourbon or tequila or summer shandy if it's available.
Mm-hmm.
I will do it. But I understand what your thinking is, though, Gator.
Yeah.
Like, would you drink hot chocolate in July?
No, probably not. Probably not.
Only hot rum and hot Gatorade.
Hot rum and hot Gatorade. Yeah, that's different.
What did you guys?
Hot Gatorade.
You just left it outside for a day in the baking sun.
We're on the beach this is like 5 years ago now, 6 years ago, on the beach of Lake Michigan on our annual golf trip. And we had gotten done golfing in the morning early. So this is now early afternoon or whatever. We all go to the beach and people bring down with them some drinks, and they forgot to bring down like extra. They just brought down like their one drink with them. And then we're looking around for something to drink and we realize, we got a bottle of rum over here. But the bottle of rum had been left over from the night earlier.
Right.
So now it's been baking in the sun all day. And all anybody had, we had a couple of Gatorades. And the Gatorades were also warm.
So you were
at the time.
going
so
around,
rather than
Gator
go
was
back
like
up the
hawking.
47 steps and then the incline to the driveway and all that, we decided to make do with what we had, which was hot rum, hot Gatorade. And it was as awful as you could think.
I got a sports/guy question for you guys.
Yes.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in like sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
I've never been the
smack on the butt kind of guy.
Smack on the butt kind of guy. No, I was also never the guy that did the pounding of the shoulder pads or bumping of the helmets.
What kind of football player were you when you were in uniform? What did you like?
I was vocal,
But as far as like,
I high fives.
High fives, just regular high fives?
Yeah. If I played today, it would
chest
be
bump. Would you jump and chest bump people?
No, I wouldn't do that. Today would still be high fives. There might be some fist bumps.
But no helmet,
none of that
headbutts?
stuff. No. It always cracks me up on watching football games and somebody just makes some monster hit where they also took, it takes its toll on both players. The guy gets up. Everyone wants to celebrate when they start patting him on the head. I'm like, what are you doing?
When he's been suffered a concussion. Yeah.
Your teammate may have suffered a concussion while delivering the hit to the other guy who suffered a concussion. So this just isn't right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Plus, I think I had a slight tear in my shoulder at one point because somebody, like, you grab the other football thing people do is you do like the kind of arm wrestle grip, and then you bring each other closer and you hit your shoulder pads together.
Yeah.
And I think I had a slight tear in my shoulder from doing that once.
That's
I'm
funny.
like, this doesn't make any sense.
So you're just a kind of a non-contact
I'm a non-contact kind of athlete. Okay.
When it comes to celebrating.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I like the high fives, but then there's the guy that's the way too overly aggressive high five guy.
Oh, yeah.
That you know it's going to hurt.
You don't even want to high five
No,
him.
I don't. I'm just like, hey, nice one, man. Thumbs up. Way to go. No, high five. No, we're good. You did well. You did. Come on, man. No, we're good. We're good.
Wasn't that Chandler Bing's boss, Doug? Didn't he always want a high five?
Well,
he did the butt
He
thing.
did the butt thing.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He did.
And Chandler felt uncomfortable, didn't want it anymore, and then he
Yeah.
felt left out.
Yeah.
Because everyone else was getting.
Good point.
Come here, Bing.
248-539-9797. There was an episode on the other night that I just, every time I see it, I burst out laughing.
Which one?
I'm going to Yemen.
Try to say goodbye to Janice at the
He
airport.
can't break up with her, so he fakes that he's getting
He's gonna
transferred
move
to
it.
Yemen,
Yeah.
and she goes to the airport with him, but next thing you know, he's on a flight to Yemen.
I'm going to Yemen.
When I get to Yemen, can I stay with you? I'll write you every day, 15 Yemen Road, Yemen. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mike is next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, hey, I was thinking along the line here of Campbell, Dan Campbell taking all these chances, for fourth downs and stuff, fake punts.
Yep.
And we ought to maybe I'm not gonna, but on the station you ought to keep track of them, and we could head the list as Campbell's Gambles.
Campbell's Gambles. So what did you go in the opener? Campbell's Gambles 1 for 2, the fake punt, and the fourth down play at the end when they went for it on 4th and 2?
Yeah, see how many he's got by the end of the year. I mean, I think he calls them at the right. He's gutty, He just calls them at the right time.
Not a terrible idea, Campbell's Gambles.
No,
Because you know what? Honestly,
bigger payoff than I thought.
I know what you were expecting. I know exactly what you were expecting. Mike, great call. I want to talk about Campbell's Gambles. We will do that coming up at 1:16. Because a writer wrote about Campbell's Gambles. And we're gonna live and die by it. It looks like this is who he's gonna be. My theory that it was because he had less talent, although you could argue that he has less talent than the Chiefs. I don't know. It seems to be in the DNA of our head coach that he's going to roll the dice more than most. Last year, they went for it on 4th down, the third most in the league. He loves the fake punt. Man, he loves the fake punt. And we'll talk about it because it's going to be some live and die stuff this year with a lot more premium on the season. We'll get to that at 1:16. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean the party has to end. Keep the fun going with happy hour at Twin Peaks. There really isn't a better bar in the state that could touch their happy hour Monday through Thursday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer up some of the best deals in town on some of your favorite food and drinks. $3 Wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots, all pair great with scratch-made favorites like the mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles with queso, and crispy mini tacos. Check this out. You can get a shot, a beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. That's right. All that for less than $20. What would you rather do? Sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic while they're fixing the damn roads, or hang out with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls and take advantage of that special? Hey, if you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so our previous caller had a decent idea that we track Campbell's gambles. So were there 2 in the first game?
2, and maybe you can go with a third if you wanted to think the accepting the penalty as opposed to making it 4th and 2, then went for it to be 3rd and 17.
I guess I thought that decision was so sound, and I know others.
It's a gamble, though. I mean, I don't think it's 100% because we've had people call in and say that they wouldn't have done that.
Kang, do we count that one? Instead of 4th and 1, he went with 3rd and 17 and gave Mahomes another crack at it, and he got the first down?
I think that's separate to the conversation we're about to have. That's like a coaching in-game decision, I think. And not that going for 4th down isn't a coaching in-game decision, but as far as gambling, right, being aggressive.
Yeah.
Doing the fake punts, the onside kicks.
Yeah.
But trick plays don't count, except if it's on special teams.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, gotcha.
So, and decisions to go for it on 4th down.
I think those count, right? You're saying those count. All right. So Campbell's gambles against Kansas City, he goes 1 for 2. So Carlos Monarez did a story today in the Free Press. I think it was today.
It was today.
Was it? Okay, good. Detroit fans have to support Dan Campbell's aggressiveness regardless of the result. So we do something that we try to do because we think it's a responsible thing to do, being in the media, is you first guess something. And you know what it does? It allows you not to simply argue the result. Because if all you're going to do, Gator, is argue the result, you'll never be wrong.
Correct.
If essentially it comes down, you also never really take any chances. But you will never be wrong if you just say, well, it was a stupid decision because it didn't work. So we try to first guess things. The going for it on the punt, the fake punt, worked. The 4th and 2 with about 2.5 to go, and the Lions not wanting to give Kansas City the ball back, they opted to go for it, and the pass got batted down. The defense, however, got the stop. If I'm correct, though, the first thing that happened was Mahomes had a pass to Kadarius Toney that got dropped that might have put them in field goal range. So did it work because Kadarius Toney dropped the pass? I mean, we could possibly make that argument. You know what? So Campbell's gambles go 1 for 2 in the opener. Are you good with the coach coaching this way?
I am. I mean, I think it's always going to make me nervous when they decide to do what he does, but it is who he is, and he's unapologetic for it. And they're calculated risks. I don't think he does it willy-nilly. I think everything is calculated by him. And I think if we're going to like Dan Campbell, that you got to accept this. And I do enjoy, as a fan, I enjoy the risk taking when it makes sense. And I didn't think anything was out of line with that Thursday night game. The fake punt from your 17. I mean, because it was the element of surprise, that's step number 1. But you got to tell me.
You got to know. That
tell me there was
play.
something you saw defensively, the way they lined up, and you said, "Okay, we got this."
You hope that it's a key, and by that, the team lines up. They see the defense that they want, and they know, okay, They didn't call a fake punt until they saw the defense. They check into it, and because they know there's a high probability that it's going to work. Isn't that basically what we're dealing with?
Yeah.
And that's what we want to see. Personally, if they're going to be good, Campbell's gambles he probably gambles a little too much for me personally. But given the choice of having Dan Campbell gambling a lot or not having Dan Campbell, I'll take this coach doing this. Let me make that clear. It's a little too much for how I'd probably coach this team if indeed he's going to continue to do this. It has a lot to do, it should have a lot to do with the opponent you're playing and all of the factors that go into it. Like, they have to be, make sure that the risks are calculated, not I'm going to take risks every game regardless, just because that's who I am. Because, like, I think Jim Schwartz coached a certain way just because, damn it, that's how I'm going to coach. And I don't know that he really was particularly shrewd with when he did things. He just, you can't say I'm scared. He was almost coaching to prove a point more than he was to be effective in when and where he took gambles.
Yeah.
So 248-539-9797. Now that does mean if you're accepting, you're also accepting when it doesn't work, right?
Correct.
248-539-9797. Jim's on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Jim.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up?
So in speaking about Campbell's gambles, the ultimate determination as to whether or not, his gambles are effective is, did the gambles win them the game? Were they neutral to the game, or did it cost them the game? And in this particular, take last Thursday's, for instance, one of the plays ended in the fake punt ended in a touchdown.
That there was ensuing drive, they got 7 points out of it. Yes.
Correct. The other ones that didn't work didn't cost them any points.
Yeah.
So that in this particular game, Campbell's gambles won them the game. Now, if the fake punt, they got the first down, but they didn't get any points out of it, that would indicate to me it was a neutral to the game. So his gambles wouldn't have cost them. It wouldn't have won them a game, but they wouldn't have cost them the game.
I mean, you're right. My question is to Gator and to you, I guess, is that arguing too much of the result? Like that the gambles that we're just waiting to see how.
He's going to gamble. He's going to gamble no matter what. So is his gambles worthwhile? Did it win us the game? Did it have no effect on the game? Or did it cost us the game?
Yeah. I mean,
well, I think when it starts costing you the game, that's when you're going to question things. And when it don't work, of course you're going to question it when it doesn't work. And that's to Doug's point. That's results driven. I think, you look at how many times he gambles. I'm glad the caller was it Chris who called up a while back and came up with the Campbell's gambles.
I think it was Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
I like it because this is something we should keep track of it. How many times he gambles during the game. With the obvious gambles that we see with the fake punts and then going for it on fourth down situations. And
I've started a chart.
Yeah, I'm glad you have, and I know you have. So halfway through the season, we'll have a better gauge on this. But I think that's what you do is you say, okay, well, how many of them worked out? What percentage of them worked out? And if it's much greater than 50%, then I think you live with it. He takes the gamble more often than not. It pays off. I mean, I can't look at the fake punt and say it wasn't worth it because they got nothing out of the drive when the fake punt got them extra.
Led to a touchdown. And when they went for it on 4th and too late, you can, again, make the case that even though they didn't convert, it's like, okay, I'm going to go for it to try and end this game right now. But if we don't get it, I think my defense will get a stop. And they did. Now, you could also punt it and say, I think my defense will get a stop. So maybe that's
trusting
too much credit.
But here's why, looking back at it, why I really like the 4th and 2 gamble is because it shows confidence on both sides. You're showing confidence that your offense can get the job done. But at the same time, if they don't, my backup plan is I love my defense. So players love it. They have to love it.
Well, players always love it. I think we even asked Goff here, like if, last season when we asked him, hey, would you go for it on every fourth down? He's like, I think quarterbacks and offensive players always want to go for it because they have the ultimate belief in themselves that they're going to get those yards, right?
It's pretty funny when you see a quarterback disappointed coming off the field on 4th and 23. Where they're like, come on, let's go for it.
I think we've seen it one time where a player or a quarterback goes, no, kick it. Right? And every other time,
that was
Tom
Brady in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Let's just kick the field goal and win the game. It was against Goff.
the Campbell's aggression it's calculated aggression. This is not just, I'm going on my gut. They have plays that they think work. They know when they want to use them. They see a formation they want to take advantage of. I know in the beginning we thought lack of talent, right? But I think mostly it's just who he is. It's his identity. He came from Sean Payton, who's aggressive as well. I mean, Sean Payton went for an onside kick to start the game this week. I think they kind of think that where can we take advantage of this situation? And I think that's just what Campbell is. Now, he's not going to go crazy, but this is definitely a part of what the Lions are as long as Dan Campbell's the head coach.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, more of your open line calls coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I mentioned it. Look, I'm ready to make the switch. Here we are getting into the fall. And if maybe you do the same thing. Maybe you switch what you decide to drink up. And if you haven't tried it yet, try this. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It is delicious. It's only $30 a bottle. It's not going to break your budget. And the best thing about it is how versatile the spirit is. You can drink this bourbon any way you want. Do shots with your friends. You want to celebrate something. You want to drink it on the rocks. You want to have it neat. You want to mix it with some ginger ale or cola. Whatever you want to do, have at it. The taste is absolutely brilliant. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. It's the perfect everyday drinker, and it's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks about Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick of heart. Give it a shot. Try it yourself. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. That way you get to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
All right, so one Lion, a couple things I want to update people on. One Lion wasn't at practice, at least the open portion of practice, and it was Taylor Decker, according to beat writers. I don't know. What point do we worry about that?
I worry about it if he's not there Friday.
I wonder if I mean, we got to expect there to be injuries, right?
Yeah,
we got to expect there to be, and that's not going to go, without happening. So
it's an ankle that he's going to have to heal up, and I think he's a veteran. He's been through this. This is how you deal with it.
Yeah,
you get some time off.
And when they do have an injury, this is where depth matters. And last year, they never had their full offensive line intact. I don't want it to be just one game this year.
Yeah, right. I know.
But
it doesn't seem like there aren't many indications that this is a long-term thing.
No.
Like that's why I said, well, I'll worry about it if he's not there Friday for a walkthrough.
We haven't heard anything that is discouraging about his availability, but we haven't heard anything about his availability that I have seen, but we'll do a little digging and see what we can find out. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Bob. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, this is Bob in East Lansing, Michigan. I'm one of your longtime listeners. I'm 81. I was a Lions fan way back from Buddy Parker all the way to Joe Schmidt as a coach. And Joe Schmidt always used to have an opening trick play somewhere in the game. And I remember one particular Green Bay game where they did an onside kick as the initial kickoff at the beginning of the game, caught him totally off guard. And he always said, those plays are for the fans. And I like what Campbell is doing. He's a gambler. You keep the other team off balance because you never know what to expect from the Lions. And that, to me, whether the play was successful or a big bust, it doesn't matter. They have to second guess everything that he can possibly do. So hats off to him. I like that kind of strategy.
So you're okay when it doesn't work. You won't ever call us and criticize when it doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like they say, take a chance. Columbus did, and you sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, And I like it because you're keeping the other team off balance always, and that's the way it should be. That's part of the guessing game of strategy for the defense against us or the offense against us. Same thing.
I will say that sometimes, and look, I appreciate the phone call, and you are blanket policy. You're always for it. And that's consistent and good for you. And you're always going to be for it no matter the outcome. Interesting. I don't know that would apply to everybody, but he's going to be consistent. I will state that I think one of the mistakes a lot of fans make is they think football is a much bigger game of misdirection and trying to fool the other team than it actually is. I think it's part of it, but most teams have such good scouting on the other team that there's a high level of predictability. You just have to be able to stop them. Now, I'm not saying unpredictability isn't a big part. I think some fans overemphasize how much of a part of the game that is.
Maybe.
Yep. Just stating it, that's my general statement. So I think coaches kind of know, hey, out of this formation, these are their options. We need to account for all of it. And occasionally there's a trick play thrown in. Occasionally.
Well, what you do is you do something so often it becomes a tendency, and then at some point you break that tendency, right?
Yep.
And that's where you surprise the other team. Like Dan Campbell going for it, doesn't that put every team on alert right now? Like this guy already went for it from his own, 7-yard line or whatever it was, 17-yard line?
17, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe he won't go for the next 2-3 weeks. And then he does it again. And then maybe they keep running Jahmyr Gibbs in motion. And all of a sudden, Penei Sewell catches a ball. So it's all about, you're right. You're probably right for the most part, Doug. But when you break that tendency is when you get the other team.
Yeah, I mean, throwing wrinkles in is great. And I like your example of putting the guy in motion, then he ends up throwing it to Penei Sewell. But it's like you see Jahmyr Gibbs go into motion, or you see Khalif Raymond go in motion, or if you see Jamison Williams go in motion, your mind has to be thinking as a defense, watch the reverse here, watch the quick handoff to the guy.
You mean as the ball snap?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're preparing for all that.
Every time I see a receiver in motion, I don't think it means reverse. But
no, I think it depends on who the receiver.
If the receiver's in motion and the ball gets snapped before he gets to the quarterback, is it that inside handoff? Is there a jet sweep? Is there something like that happening? That's fair.
Yeah, but I think when you watch the Lions, they don't. To my mind, it doesn't feel like they run a ton of wide receivers in motion. But when they do, it usually is. It feels like it's to set something up. Like they may run it 3 times in a row where you don't see the handoff, and then you relax, like, oh, they're not doing. Then they do it.
I typically think motion is trying to figure out what the coverage is.
That's a big part of it.
From G-Man 3 Collectibles tweets us: high five guy was from Seinfeld. Putty, Elaine's boyfriend.
Putty was a hard high five. Oh, he was a high five. Yeah, he did a high five.
Yep.
He wasn't the over aggressive high five, though.
Yeah, I don't. But he's right. Chandler Bing's boss was butt slap guy.
Yeah.
Putty from Seinfeld was high five.
High five.
But who was overly aggressive high five guy? Like really violent.
I know I've seen it in movies where guys like
yeah,
TV shows. But I've seen it among friends that I can't stand it. And usually one guy's been drinking more than the rest. And he's all excited, wants to share that enthusiasm, and I just stay away. I just take a couple
There's
steps
also
back.
incredibly aggressive firm handshake guy that's not drunk or anything. He just
he's
really shakes a hand.
Really going in.
Yeah. And do you avoid that guy, Gator?
No, sometimes I'll just like, whoa, okay. And then I'll maybe squeeze hard and he's able to squeeze. And then I think there's something that's understood. Stop. It's a bit much. It's all this is too much with the extra firm handshake.
Have you ever told someone to let go of your hand?
Not that I can recall. But I definitely know I've squeezed back.
Didn't it happen at the softball game this year?
No, that was over aggressive softball guy.
No. Didn't you shake someone's hand and it was too firm? I thought you told me this right before the game.
No, he threw it was the guy on our own team had thrown the ball around so hard at people.
No, I think it was Clarence.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. No, before the game.
It was Clarence.
Because I already had like an issue with my hand. And they go, Clarence Black was there, and he shakes my hand. We hadn't seen each other since last year. And I'm like, oh, man.
It was a firm. He's
right
ex-military, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's actually current military, but
got me in the wrong spot.
That's what happens, man. Now you know. Just maybe fist bump or something.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Offer that up early, man.
You're right. Yeah, you got to be ahead of the game.
You come walking up to the guy, you get the fist out there early.
Then there's that one in 100 guy that like literally throws a punch with the fist. Like, so what are you doing? No, that's not how you do it.
248-539-9797. Don is next. Hi, Don.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Okay.
My question. I love your show, by the way. You guys are hysterical, but informative as well. Okay. But question for you, like with AI coming to the forefront, like, and you guys are talking about play calling and everything like that, and how keeping teams off balance. Are teams utilizing? I'm sure they are, but have you heard anything about them utilizing AI, plugging in like what a team runs, and then looking at things in different situations? Because I mean, you can go into ChatGPT and write something, and it'll come back and make it really, it'll formulate everything for you. So, are teams doing that?
I don't know. I really don't.
I would assume that they think it's already on film anyway, that you wouldn't need the AI for it.
I'm just curious.
I have no idea if the NFL has embraced AI.
Did I stump you? I think I stumped us.
Yeah, I think you did. I think you stumped us all. I've never heard a team reference that they have used AI. There's a lot of analytics.
I will say this. I'm terrified of AI.
Are you? Is this where the machines get us?
Well, I think we've already seen the machines are, running amok here. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Not one bit.
I don't think they're running amok.
They're running amok.
I don't think they're running amok yet, but
people are unleashing them on the telemarketing scams.
Are they?
Yes.
Well, I don't just never answer the phone.
Saw a story a few weeks ago on 60 Minutes, scared the hell out of me.
Never, ever, ever answer your phone. That's the solution.
That apparently is the solution.
Yeah, but Gator's going to answer his phone.
I know he's going to answer.
I don't do it anymore.
I don't like AI either, by the way. Did you guys see the, I think it was the Rams game, that either Rams or the Chargers game, that they had like the AI people in the crowd for the new movie or new show they're promoting called The Creator?
What?
You didn't look this up. Google this during the break. The Creator, NFL game, AI, fans.
Creator, NFL. I think I'm going to do it now. NFL game, fans.
I don't know if it was
AI
Photoshopped.
Robots, the upcoming movie.
Oh, boy.
What am I going to be watching here? What the hell is that?
These are...
These look like humanoids. These humanoids at a game.
Were these AI generated, or was this just promoting the movie The Creator? Because that's what they are. They're like these robots type things.
Those can't be like, were those people with, makeup on, or is that real robots or fake robots they put out there? Did you see this, right? It looks weird.
Yeah, they look like they're wearing headphones, but they're more than headphones. They're like...
Oh, that's like part of that's underneath the skin.
Yeah.
Like Terminator. T2.
So this is not computer generated. They were actually in the stands at the game.
It looks like it.
Yeah,
Creepy. It's just creepy. I don't like it.
That is creepy.
You're asking if I like it? No, I don't.
Let me revamp this. The machines are going to get us. 248-539-9797. Hey, get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends September 18th. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV, base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime. Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are, I don't know if I'm kind of reluctantly turning the page from the Chiefs game. I'd have no problem if we just talk about the Chiefs game for a while, but hey, this is a team with championship aspirations. You move on, and moving on to the Seattle game, we've asked people what they want to see improve. They got a chance here. They got a chance here to get off to a 2-0 start, playing a playoff team from a year ago, but a team that is 3-7 in their last 10 games and was not impressive in the opener against the Rams. David Howe says, I want to see the passing game take off, more down the field throws. It's very similar to what I think Kang said about explosive plays. One pass for 33 yards, one pass for 21 yards, and that was kind of it. So, yeah, be good to showcase some of that. Would be good moving forward.
Yeah, I think we all want to see more air yards and let them air it out a little bit. Some move from just the short passing game, and do you start to incorporate more of that stuff, the 25-yard plays. But you got to have time to throw. Lions have a good offensive line. They seem to be doing that. I think you also have to kind of call your shots when it's happening. Those plays can happen if there's only 3 or maybe 4 guys rushing. You're going to have that time. But if you see 5 guys up on the line, maybe you're not going to be as apt to do that.
Would you guys be against Antoine Green getting some of Marvin Jones' snaps?
I mean, eventually, no. I think that might be a bit of an overreaction to the one game. Look, my eyes saw what everybody else's eyes saw. But I would tend to think it's a bit of an overreaction to, a guy had 2 catches on 6 targets. He fumbled the ball. I
don't want to overreact either, but sometimes it happens quickly in this league,
yeah.
Where you just lose it. And I think when you have some speed, it puts pressure on the defense, whether he's even getting the ball or not. Not that Antoine Green's Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle, but that puts pressure on a secondary when a guy can run. And Marvin Jones, as a good a receiver he's been in this league, his speed is not an asset anymore. So Antoine Green is young and fast. So I'm just saying, even if he's on the field, running him, sending him deep, putting pressure on the safeties and things like that.
To answer your question, yes.
You would do it.
I would. I like Antoine Green. I don't know did he get any snaps last Thursday? I think he was suited up, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was there.
So, but I don't remember him being in the game, or I know he wasn't targeted. But yeah, I'd like to see him get an opportunity because of the size and speed advantage.
Only 2 Lions did not play: Teddy Bridgewater and Antoine Green.
So
he was in uniform, but he did not play.
Yeah, I think with his ability to stretch the field, you know what else it does? If you have him and Gibbs out there at the same time, they're both lined up as receivers. You send one guy deep and one guy in a slant, and safety's going to have a hard time figuring out what he's going to have to do.
The play action and run D needs to be better. I think Seattle's D-line was bad and will play better than week 1, but that will be where the game is won. That's from an unnamed texter. Previous caller was right. This is A2 in Tecumseh. Previous caller is right. Marvin Jones stinks. How about Antoine Green? Let's just let him run some go routes and get Gibbs more involved.
Marvin Jones does not stink.
No.
Marvin Jones had a bad game.
But you'd still replace him.
No, what Kang asked was would I mind giving up some of those targets to him, and I wouldn't have a problem giving targets.
Joe in Ann Arbor says, my big thing I want to see grow or tighten up for Seattle is Jack Campbell full-time in the middle of the linebacking core. I want Anzalone out. He looks lost in red zone. He's not fast enough to be a spy, and he seems like an easy target in the middle of the field.
I think he made a couple plays in that game that were pretty impressive.
I wouldn't. I'm not trying to dismiss but he led the Lions in tackles.
Anzalone?
Yeah. And I love Jack Campbell, but I want Campbell to, just like everything else and everybody else, earn it. And if you earn it, go for it. And I suspect he will. I don't have the snap counts in front of me. I got to look at the snap counts, how many snaps that Jack Campbell actually played. But yeah, my guess is moving forward, his play is going to warrant more and more playing time. Improvements from Goff in 2 areas, writes Tony in Detroit: less batted passes and better accuracy in general. So did you think the batted passes thing is a tough deal? It feels like you always think that's your quarterback has too many of those. Those plays have no shot when a pass gets batted down.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing to fixate on.
Yeah, and when it happens on the fourth down play and you want to put them away and the pass gets batted down, it's infuriating.
Yep.
Plus, it seemed like he could have just run to his left and picked up the first down.
Pick up a first down with his feet.
Which we'll talk about tomorrow, perhaps. But no, I think he's plenty accurate.
Here are your breakdown of snap count for the Lions linebacking core. Alex Anzalone played 61 snaps. Derek Barnes played 27 snaps. Jack Campbell 25 snaps. Malcolm Rodriguez 14 snaps, but this includes some special teams, so I don't know how much they played technically on defense. There's a chart somewhere. I gotta find this, but
well, just know that would you say 25 for Jack Campbell?
Yeah,
I would expect the number goes up.
I would think so.
As the season goes on, he'll get more responsibility,
Mhm.
and I wonder if Anzalone's will go down so that you get more of a rotation. That you'll see Barnes and Campbell out there together, or Rodriguez and Campbell out there together, as opposed to Anzalone out there the entire time.
Yep. Look, your analysis of the pass breakup that Jack Campbell got is spot on. Like you see, they call them the underwear Olympics.
Yep.
What happens at the combine? But if you took Jack Campbell and the play that he got the pass breakup, that looked exactly like a combine drill.
Yeah.
Backpedal this way, backpedal that way.
Turn your hips,
and he got a pass deflection.
And lay out and make the play. What a great play that was.
It really was. Now, again, moving forward, be good to see Jack Campbell earn the playing time, not just giving it, but hey, man, wow, what a start for the rookie class. I can't. I can't.
Impressive.
The Laporta 5 targets, 5 catches. I don't think we talked about that enough on Friday's show.
No, and if Gibbs doesn't stumble, we're talking. The whole world's talking about him if he doesn't stumble on that play.
Yep.
Because that was turn the corner, get around that defensive end or linebacker, whatever it was, and you're gone.
Yep.
It would have been fantastic. Didn't happen, but he'll have his moment.
Yes, one would imagine. And it's gonna be a wild Sunday. We'll talk with Jared Goff tomorrow about it.
What's gonna be wild Sunday?
Ford Field.
Oh yeah, Lions by double digits.
You think?
Bomb squad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Seattle shouldn't even get on the damn plane.
I think there's one thing.
2-0.
There's one thing.
Oh, you're laughing. I'm being dead serious.
No, I think they went handily. And
2-0, Doug. We're about to be the belle of the ball, baby.
You know
2-0.
what? The one thing that I think we all know is what Ford Field could be.
Bears Monday Night Football 2011. We were all there together.
And that right there might be. That's the standard to beat.
It could be the best home field advantage in football this year.
So whose indoor stadium reverberates sound more than this one? I haven't been to many of them. But it feels like this metal roof can really...
I just think it's different because of the people. The people are so starved. They're so desperate. They want it so bad that, like, this team's actually capable of giving it to them.
I think people who hold the tickets for these games...
I would, and again, we talked Friday. I said, look, if you plan on going, you better get on there today and buy them because by next week, I think last week the cheapest was like $300.
Yeah.
Middle ground was about $500. I mean, prices are only going to go up.
Yep.
But it's a playoff game. People can laugh at that, but the vibe, and I think we all know what it is. This is a playoff game. You just hate to see Seattle coming to town with either of their starting tackles. You just hate to see it.
And how about Aaron Rodgers last night?
Hate to see it. Hate to see it.
What do you got planned coming up next?
We got a lot. We're going to talk about Monday Night Football because what happened to Jet fan, that would have broken me if it happened here.
Yeah.
Like all the hype, all the excitement, much like the Lions, most anticipated season in recent memory for the Jets. 4 plays.
Yep.
Dead. Gone. Imagine Kansas City, Jared Goff, Achilles, 4 plays. Would that have ended you as a fan?
Well, the fact that they still won the game is crazy. They were down 13-3, and they came back and won it.
I sat down, and it was part of the cash ticket picks. Is like the last pick of the week for me was the Jets plus 2.5. I sat down 4 plays. I go, wow, I'm dead. I'm dead. I didn't even get to watch the movie. I'm dead. And then I'm like, Zach Wilson's even worse than I remember. And somehow Josh Allen was doing the hold my beer routine. By the fourth quarter, I may as well have been Fireman Ed. This is amazing.
Josh Allen made Zach Wilson look like Tom Brady. I mean, that's how bad Josh Allen was.
But no, we're going to do that. I want to do the Super Bowl overreaction deal that ESPN did. Then I had a question, and you guys can, I don't know if it's a good one or not, but it's like, all right, there's nothing new that's going to come out with the Mel Tucker thing, right? We're going to wait till this hearing. He's going to get clipped, whatever. But what happens to this team? Do they go Morris Watts full crater? Do they rise up and do anything? Or
do they do Bobby Williams and go, be
or are
inspired?
they just what they were going to be anyways?
Does this really matter? Yeah.
Like, can they go 6-6, make a bowl, at least be able to recruit, get the practices, etc.? I want to know what people think is going to happen. I have no idea.
Right.
I think they'll get thrown down a flight of stairs and hit by a truck this weekend. But aside from that, how many points would it take for Doug Karsh, a very risk-averse, responsible husband and father,
to bet my dollar?
What would no to bet dollars with a Z on Michigan State? What number would I have to give you? The spread is currently 16.5.
It would probably start with a 2.
Okay, keep going. Let me hear more.
It would be higher than 25.
Less than 30?
You want 28.5? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah,
okay.
28 in the hook.
I just had to ask. But no, we got a lot of good stuff.
What about you, Gator?
I'm less than you, but not by far.
Jesus.
Stay safe,
Thanks,
everyone.
guys.
Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over. Everything they worked for, the bold move, the money they spent, all the suffering, all the time, dead. So how does that relate to you? Simple. I want you to tell me, if that had happened to you as a Lions fan on Thursday night in Kansas City, that 4 plays in, Jared Goff, dead, would that have represented the end of your fandom? Because today in New York, there are Jet fans that can't go back. That this is, in fact, the final straw. This is, I need a timeout from sports. I need a timeout from this particular team for the foreseeable future. That I can't take any more pain. I can't take any more suffering. It was supposed to be all right. Now, if the Lions go out and disappoint you over a 6, 8, 10-week span, that's a different experience. That's part of the journey. The fact is, a vast majority of people hadn't taken the sip of their beverage or the first kernel of popcorn before Aaron Rodgers' Achilles imploded and your season went with it. Imagine sitting down to watch the Lions and Chiefs and 4 plays in a year where we all have Super Bowl aspirations. Jared Goff blows his Achilles and your year is over. Gone. Would that have represented the final straw as a Lions fan? Not that you would never come back, but you wouldn't be back tomorrow. You wouldn't be back this Sunday. You wouldn't be back for weeks.
Nope. No, it would have basically been the season that everybody had been looking forward to.
For a lifetime almost.
Just gone.
In Kenny's lifetime, has there ever been a year more hype than this? No. Kenny's a 30-year-old man.
No.
Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Because last night you saw people, they looked like ghosts. Souls left bodies. So I wanted to ask the question. 248-539-9797. Think about if you were a Jets fan or if this had happened to you last Thursday night. Would this have sent you to the exits of fandom? And it would be TBA when you'd be back. I can't imagine doing radio here if that had happened to Jared Goff. What would you say? It would wipe away every topic, every conversation.
You basically have to go back and redo every prediction and everything that you said about this team, lower the expectation. Can you just go 9-7? Can you not embarrass yourself? Or do you how long is he gone? Is this it? Especially for Aaron Rodgers being his age. Dude, are you trying to come back from this? Was that your final game? There's a lot of questions, man, but I could only imagine it would be so somber in this city.
It would be a funeral.
Hope gone. It would be the equivalent if the Chiefs went out there and just laid a bomb and beat them
40-0, like what the Cowboys did. That's what it would feel like, because everything that you believed, everything that you hoped all summer long was taken away from you in 4 plays.
Yeah, you have to go back to Aaron Rodgers' press conference in New York, and I know a lot of Detroit fans probably didn't see it or pay attention to it, but he made the comment about that one trophy they have in their trophy case, and it says, wow, you know what? You need another one. And every Jets fan had to be thinking, oh my gosh, here we go. We're going to get another one. It's been so long, we're going to get it. 4 plays in.
Yeah, you write this year off.
You have to cry.
Oh, and by the way, he may never come back.
Right.
If you're going to tell me that J.K. Dobbins' Achilles injury could be career-ending, so could a 40-year-old quarterback's.
And that's what I mean. Like, this was his final 4 plays. Do you want to put in the work that it takes to come back from an Achilles injury? Because physically you heal quickly. Mentally, you have to be able to trust planting that foot. That's the most difficult part of that injury. I don't know if he wants to go through this or not.
People, I need you to think about if it happened to you. Because I'll tell you right now, that injury to Aaron Rodgers, that'll send some Jet fans to a fan grave. And I don't know when they're coming back. Think about all the hype. Think about all the shows you listen to this offseason to us. The draft talk, the free agent period, training camp, the discussions about we are winning this division, we are winning a playoff game. How excited you were for that game Thursday night. 4 plays, Jared Goff, dead. That's what Jet fans just went through. And believe me, while the Jets have had some playoff success, they're in the same boat as you. They haven't won a Super Bowl since the 60s, and you haven't won one since the 50s. So the point is, would that have broken you? That for all the Lions had done to you, you finally rallied up. You were excited. Remember we did the show last week pregame. For the first time in years, I am back, right? How many of those calls did we get? 4 plays in.
Dead. 4 plays in, you would have had people saying, see, I told you. This team is cursed. This team is cursed. Now, you know, it would have been full phone lines. You just got to sell the team. It's the Ford family's fault. That's what it would have been reduced.
Oh, listen, you could talk curses, hexes, voodoo, whatever you want.
Yeah, Bobby Lane.
But watching it last night, that's all I thought of. I thought of the Lions and the Jets are very similar. They're very similar in history. They're very similar in hype. They're very similar in expectation this year.
See, it was weird because he was running for his life all 4 plays. Like when you said they have no offensive line, I thought you were exaggerating a bit. You weren't. And then he just sat down on the ground. And okay, he's just kind of taking it all in like, wow, this offensive line really is bad. That's what I thought at first. I was like, is he hurt? Because he didn't look hurt. He just sits there. And I thought he was a pouting child.
Oh, no.
And then all of a sudden he's getting carted off. Wait a minute. They're showing the replay. Okay, was it a bad ankle? Did he pop his knee? Like, what went down?
When they put the space boot on, that's when I thought Achilles.
See, I thought it was a high ankle sprain with the space boot because he came back.
We need those space boots.
You don't want the space boot.
No, I'm just saying for the wintertime, I think those could be very insulated. That boot is legit. I could see you walking in those.
You can't. It will immobilize your foot. You don't want the boot.
Sunglasses on, boots all the way up to your knees.
That's what I'm saying. Rico rolls in. He's got the Sparty puff coat, the whole bit. He's got 2 Achilles boots on. What happened to you? Nothing. They're just warm.
Fashion's what happened to me. Look at me.
Oh, that's right. Oh, God.
How did this become about me?
I don't know. I'd like to hit our sales staff with one of those boots.
Come on.
Okay, then. David, any thoughts from you? Are we good? I think we're off and rolling. We've got a Lions topic to get to at 3. I have to ask you to be Miss Cleo and predict the future at 4 regarding a local team. We've got some blitzes, the weekend report. Lots to do today. Does your garage floor look bad? Is it dull gray concrete, cracks, stains, or worse, an old epoxy or paint job? In one day, transform your garage to the gold standard. A new Comer & Cross premium garage floor to make it easy. They do everything. That's why it's easy. They'll get your stuff, they'll move it, get in there, do the work, and it's done in a day. Your garage floor will be the gold standard, guaranteed. It won't chip, crack, or yellow. No tire tracks or epoxy fumes, and in one day, you're going to love your new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them today for a free estimate. 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or you just go online, ComerandCrossGarage.com. You tell them I sent you. They'll take $250 off their best price.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Davante Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Davante on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
Oh, good to see another stiff challenge for the boys in blue this weekend. What a waste. Play somebody. Christ. That's all right. We'll still write the articles. We got Joe Montana at quarterback. They're playing neighborhood kids. David, go ahead, and we'll get back to this Aaron Rodgers stuff.
Someone says, yes, sir. It would have mentally broke me. I would have said SOL and waited until the Red Wings season, Matt in East Lansing.
Yeah, it would have sent you to the fan exits.
I likely wouldn't have been able to have any contact with other people for a few days. Hope this segment doesn't jinx us now.
No, did you see the video of the poor Jet fan, and I think his wife was terrible. She filmed him. He was having an existential crisis. Rodgers gets hurt. He takes his jersey off. He's looking at the sky. He's had it. Mm-hmm. The poor guy's waited for Jet football all off season. It's bad enough you're a Jet fan, which gives you roughly a 68.3% chance of being a loser in life. And now you go to watch your favorite team and you're ready to roll 4 plays. Guy's dead. And now your wife's laughing at you. Horrible. Horrible.
And recording it.
Oh, horrible.
I wouldn't expect anything less than 3 wins if Goff blew his Achilles. I would be so upset. Someone says, we're used to it. We shrug it off, head to the cider mill, and feed a donut to a duck.
Right, but no, my point is you'd be out. And I don't know when you'd be back. In a history of pain, it's one thing when you're just bad. But it's another when it's a rare moment where the expectations are sky high and then the worst possible thing on earth happens. Your franchise quarterback is gone 4 plays into the year.
Let me read this one from Kevin in Rochester. It says, what happened to the Jets fan is like a small child coming down the stairs on Christmas morning only to find out that not only is Santa Claus not real, but it's your father who just had a heart attack and died in the middle of the living room. That is something that is scary.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Kevin from Rochester.
Kevin with the imagination text of the day.
I'll say Texas.
Santa's dead, Dad.
Dad?
Santa is dead.
Santa dead? Oh, boy.
Wait a minute. Dad's dead?
Mom?
In a Santa outfit? All right, let's go to James, 97.1. What's up, James?
Yeah, I think I would have been heartbroken, but it wouldn't have sent me to the fan exits. That being said, if this thing implodes naturally, in other words, just bad play, or they take the win or something, in that case, then I'm done. And I'm a homer. I mean, George Blaha looks at me and cringes. So that's saying something.
Off the high glass. James, you know what? Maybe the injury is the out. But I find it hard to believe that we wouldn't be on the air today invoking things like curses, voodoo, hexes. It's inexplicable for that to happen to the Jets. Inexplicable.
Yeah, I mean, so there used to be an unwritten rule in football. If you don't lose your job to an injury, well, you don't lose your fan to an injury. But if this implodes naturally, I'm done.
It's not going to. You're going 2-0. Seattle shouldn't even board the plane this weekend. Let's go over to Mason.
Yeah, let's hope we're not doing this show on Monday.
Seattle's dead. It's just a question of how much money do you want to make?
Doesn't matter if Seattle's dead. I'm saying I hope we're not setting up our own.
I can't predict injuries.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I hope we're not doing this show on Monday.
No, because he's a pastor and you're like Mr. Televangelist. We're good.
Why are we even putting this out into the universe? We don't have to do that.
Because I don't believe it.
I'm terrified. Now I'm terrified that somebody's going to get hurt.
I
Gibbs
mean,
is going to go down, blow out an ankle.
Santa?
Somebody else is going to start gambling. I don't know, man. Don't put it out there.
Go to Mason, 97.1. Hi, Mason.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I've been a Lions fan. I mean, I'm only 20, but I've been haven't stopped loving the Lions. But if that happened, it'd probably be the end of my life, not just as a fan.
Wait, you don't mean that literally now. Come on, Mason.
No, I'm joking, but I'd be very depressed.
Yeah, let's take 2, Mason. Try it again.
Just so
I'd be very depressed.
Would you be out as a fan?
No, never that. But I mean, it'd fit what always happens.
Like I'll give you a real life example. So when I was younger, I was a huge Islanders fan. Huge. I watched every game every night on Sports Channel doing my homework. I love the Islanders. And then a man named Charles Wang bought the team. And he hired a guy named Mike Milbury. And I always have joked that Mike Milbury was Matt Millen on ice. And the Islander franchise was a complete shipwreck. Then a guy bought the team. Well, a guy bought the team before Charles Wang. It was David Spano. He was a complete fraud. There was an ESPN 30 for 30. He had $10 to his name. Then
he was the great grifter.
Then Wang bought the team. Milbury, through the whole thing, turned the Islanders into a complete clown car. Bottom line is it got to a point, then Wang started to threaten he was going to move the team. They wouldn't green light his stupid lighthouse project. Then the Islanders traded a then 19-year-old goalie named Roberto Luongo. So they could then take the number 1 pick in the draft and draft a goalie named Rick DiPietro. One problem. DiPietro's best skill was puck handling. The issue, the NHL changed the rules that summer to where goalies couldn't be nearly as aggressive doing that. I was done. I took all my stuff, I put it in a box, and it stayed there. I didn't watch the games. I didn't care about the games. It took me damn near 20 years to come back to the fold. And it was only when they made the playoffs and I said, you know what, I'm going to watch. It was the last year of the Nassau Coliseum. The fans were packing the joint. That. And it was because they went through that ridiculous Barclays experiment where the New York Islanders, which are Long Island's team, were going to play in Brooklyn.
Did you go out to one of the games? Or no, you were thinking
We discussed possibly. Yeah. But the point is, my team broke me. I gave up. I cashed it in. If that happened to me last night with Aaron Rodgers, as a Jet fan, that's Mikey Islanders. The stuff goes in a box. I'm done.
No,
it would have ended me.
That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, that was me, John L. Smith's final year. That I don't recall watching any games.
It's unthinkable for you to say it, but I understand.
Yeah.
Because that is, yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, I can't do this anymore. I literally, no, I'm done.
And life is a circle. We're right back there. Let's go to RL 97.1. Hi, RL. How are you?
Oh, man. What's up? I was about to say Terry. What's up, Rico and Mike? Listen, Rico, you hit that right at the beginning. Those first 4 plays, he was running for his life in the first 4. The third play where he got tripped up and he threw the ball out of bounds. That 4th play, when that ankle snapped, it went forward. He threw the ball at the defender. I mean, he didn't throw it at him purposely, but he already knew right then, I'm done. It's done. I'm done. It was almost like that the Kobe look, like, come, somebody come get me because I can't do this. But here's a bigger question. As Woody Johnson, what do? Does now we get a couple more years or do we go get a quarterback? We gonna wait on Aaron for next year at year 40? What are we doing as an administration?
That's the problem. The problem is you are completely boxed in. There is nowhere to go. You're in a phone booth that someone has welded shut. They gave up tons of capital to get him, tons of money to get him. He may come back and be highly compromised, but he may come back. He may vanish. There's no one to trade for. There's no one to sign. And the Jets.
I mean,
how long was the deal?
They turned into what, a 2-year deal, I believe?
Yeah.
Double check
and
on.
He gave some of that back. He gave some of that money back.
Right, so they could sign players. Your whole roster was designed around him, every decision you made.
And I guess, RL, is it just, did they give up the first pick? Their first-round pick next year? Because that's really all you can go for.
Yeah, no, they don't get a first-round pick anymore because he doesn't hit the play percentage.
Do I go get a QB? Do I go get out the scrap heap? Somebody's out. I mean, what do I do? Is this year, are we going to ride with the QB? Are we going to ride
Wilson?
with him?
Listen, here's my point. RL, if this were the Lions and we were talking this way, it would end this fan base.
No, we'd ride with Teddy. We'd have to ride with Teddy. That's what we do. And wait for Hendon. Wait for Hooker to get ready. We'd ride with Hendon Hook. I mean, we'd ride with Teddy, and we'd. Oh, huh?
Yeah. Gator was just saying he's a big Hendon fan.
Yeah. We'd ride with Teddy. If this happened, if Goff went down last night, we'd ride with Teddy, and we'd wait for Hendon to get healthy.
Wow.
No, I was just thinking.
What?
So Green Bay is actually going to benefit from this.
Yes. In a big way.
No. They don't get the first-round pick anymore.
Oh, no, he doesn't hit the incentive.
Yeah.
Okay. So they do get the...
They only get the second-round pick.
Oh, okay. I was like,
yes,
wait. Okay,
yes,
so the
yes,
Jets could
yes.
just go and get a quarterback. Okay. All right. I was confused for a second. Because I'm like, wow.
But there's nowhere to go. I mean, what
you got to start over. I mean, you're going to be bad, so you're going to get one of the top 3 QBs.
But you're starting over with a team that needs to win now. Like the Lions are built through the draft. It would just be the heartbreak that if you lost Jared Goff, the season is done. And next year, Ben Johnson won't be here. Jared Goff would be coming off the Achilles. You'd have a contract nightmare. Dude, it would send you to the fan exits. That was remarkable what we watched on national television last night. Remarkable.
Honestly, I just thought he had quit because the first couple of plays were so bad. David, I did. He just looked like, you know what, guys, I need a moment. I need to go back into my mental cave. Don't touch me. Don't bother me. Give me a minute. And he's just sitting on the ground like, what's going on here? What is he about to have a melt? I thought he was about to have a meltdown. Seriously. And then I was like, oh, wait, he's hurt? Huh.
248-539-9797. John Jansen, weight loss fiesta, idealu.us. Don't wait. Go to ideal.us today. Book that free consultation. You sign up. You get $200 in Visa gift card. And also, you could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. And look, it worked for John. I mean, John lost 10 pounds the first 10 days and 63 overall. He's kept it off. And if you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. It's just that simple. Worked for John. It could work for you. Lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. Lose 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. Jansen did it. So can you. Weigh less. Go to idealu.us. This is against my will. I am fine. Tell my family I love them. It is now time for the Big Ten Power Rank. By Big Ten Power Rank, I mean there's two good teams in this conference. It's Michigan, Penn State, and a bunch of ass. But here we are. So let's start out at 14, Rico. Who should I care about?
David, so glad you showed up to work today. I think at 14, we all know, even though they beat UTEP 38-7.
That was an inspired win at Ryan Field.
Northwestern. At 13, maybe the worst 2-0 team in college football history. They're undefeated, folks. They just beat Temple 36-7, and they also beat Northwestern. Rutgers.
Rutgers plays a brand of football that makes watching paint dry appealing. Yeah. It really, listen, I understand the object is to win the game, clearly, but this is year what for Schiano? Like, they do nothing well offensively. There are no moments where you stand up out of your seat. It is truly remarkable to me that being in the state of New Jersey, you're sandwiched between the hotbed of the DMV and Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Where is the talent? Where are the athletes? Where is the excitement? It is awful to watch.
It is.
But hey, media markets, right?
Hey, that's why you make all that money.
I'm not.
It's why the Big Ten makes all that money. At number 12, Nebraska. My God, you're Sims may be the worst quarterback I've ever seen.
How does he have 0-2 Nebraska ahead of 2-0 Rutgers?
Because I think 2-0 Rutgers is a false 2-0. It's who they played. If they played anybody, if they played Nebraska, Nebraska would finally win.
Rico,
Nebraska.
What I watched with Nebraska, the fact that Matt Rule did not bench Jeff Sims, his quarterback, at halftime after 3 fumbles, including one of them off his balls, and an interception.
At halftime, Mike, he had already had 6 turnovers for the year in a game and a half.
But he said, everything is fine, and they went back out there with him. Mm-hmm. Rico, to me,
no, here's the thing.
Nebraska
plays good defense. They get to the red zone, and then
they go Nebraska.
They turn the ball over.
Okay, I disagree. Okay, but it's your power rank, and we're blessed to be here. Go ahead.
At 11, you got the University of Indiana, fresh off of their win of in-state rival Indiana State 41-7.
You know what I've heard about Indiana State? It smells. I've heard Terre Haute is like Gary, Indiana, that the town actually stinks. Fun factoid. Also, Terre Haute, Indiana, home of Larry Bird. I have nothing else for you.
And Indiana
State.
State.
No, Larry Bird is French Lick. He played at Indiana State and Terre Haute.
Yes.
Either way, it smells.
The hick from French Lick.
Correct.
At number 10,
who cares? This conference is awful. Go ahead.
Illinois.
Yeah, there you go. Way to go down to Kansas and show your ass. This conference has no pride, David. There's no pride in the Big Ten anymore.
At number 9, puppies and rainbows. What do you have to say about that, Mike?
Rainbows are overrated. Puppies are great. Go ahead. Who's number 9?
Purdue.
Honestly, it's a good win to go to McLean Stadium. The weather delay. They played well late. I don't think they're good, but when you're in this garbage conference, got to have somebody at 9.
And at 8, the Wisconsin, as you say, your athletic director hates you.
I mean, that
made you fly across and play a late night game.
We're going
Washington
to Pullman,
State.
Washington, on the Montana border for a night game against Wazoo. And again, if you want me to believe Wisconsin was going to be good and they're going to challenge for the West and that Luke Fickell and this air raid transition is going to work, Rico, you can't go out there and lose that game by double digits. No. You can't. Wazoo is really bad.
It is. No, but I think Wisconsin you got to use what you got. You don't have a team built for what you really want to do. So this year, still got to run the ball. Braylon Allen has to. Okay, what was that for?
Spite. Braylon Allen's a great player. Couldn't agree more. Next.
Why did I? You know what, David?
Hey, no, here's what we're going to do.
David, this is the last week.
No.
This is the last week.
No.
We're going to just regular top 10 rankings or something.
I'm just done.
Oh, no.
I'm done.
No.
I am done.
I'll tell you why.
And get this man his sippy cup. I'm done.
David, I want you to ring the bell when he names a team you actually, A, think is good, and B, want to watch.
We live in Big Ten country,
And
man.
I hate it every day because
Can
this
you just cut his mic off, please? At number 7, Maryland.
Okay, this is your department, your purview. Your middle name is Testudo. You are the Maryland Alumni Association band.
And
What?
Maryland was losing to Charlotte.
The Fighting Pogies.
The 49ers. And it's like, I thought, okay, did Talia Tagovailoa get injured? Because why in the world are you losing at home to Charlotte 14-0 going into the second quarter?
I'll tell you why. Because Mike Locksley is trash. Every year they're overrated. Every year they disappoint you, and you keep going back for more. You got to let go. Maryland is a horse bleep program.
Okay.
Who's next?
Next is Minnesota.
Trash. Unwatchable trash. That game against EMU, what is it? No, seriously. Hold on. David's not raising his hand. David, does Minnesota give you a boner? I didn't think so. No offense, slow play style, no athletes I care about. This Greek quarterback they have that everybody thinks is special isn't.
Right.
It's bad. And where are they in the Big Ten?
In my ranking?
Yeah.
They are at 6.
Tells you everything you need to know. David, you raising your hand for Minnesota? Didn't think so. Who's
Not
number
yet.
5?
Well, pretty much between 4 and 8 was that.
Wait a minute. MSU's a top 5 team in this conference.
Yes.
I'll see myself out.
I'm interested in watching Michigan State.
Of course you
I'll
are.
ring the bell.
Hold on. The number 5 team in the conference just lost their head coach because he was studying back pages.
Is that still a thing?
No, I don't know. The guy's on a road trip having inappropriate relationships with people. God almighty. Like, think about that. That's the 5th team in the conference?
Yeah, I mean, I have them because at least they've gone out there, scored points, and Noah Kim was the offensive player of the week. At 4, you're really not going to like this, Dan. You know what? How about I just spare you? I'll just give you the last 4.
No, tell me who's 4.
Iowa.
My only issue is they're winning. Defense is legit. But Brian Ferentz has to score 24 points to keep his job. They're yet to score 24
Yeah, he got
points.
44 total.
He's in the negative.
Yes.
He's in the negative right now.
Unbelievable.
I think he's got to average 27 points. Like he's the gambler losing money in Vegas. Like, okay, but the next hand, it's a guarantee. It's got to be 21, right? No, you've busted again. At 3, the Ohio State.
I don't think they're any good. Straight up.
You care about this, David?
I do.
Yeah, and I think we all need to care, but I don't think they're good. I watched some of the game against Youngstown. They don't look good. They still can't run the ball.
No, I think for the first time ever, their quarterback is not the heir apparent, where you just feel like, okay, whoever they pull off the bench, this guy's going to be great.
And
he's
even
going to
worse,
be sitting in New York.
Ryan Day doesn't trust his quarterbacks. And I don't think he trusts the talent that he has because he won't call the game the way it needs to be called.
Each year, I feel more and more like that really was Urban's team, and they're losing the Urban flair. Like, it's all becoming Ryan Day's team, and Ryan Day's teams are not intimidating at all. You look at this thing, and it's just like, you know what? That game's now you're not afraid. It used to be Ohio State. Yeah, that's definitely an L. Now it's like
it's a 2-team conference. It's Michigan and Penn State. And until I see James Franklin rise up and actually beat Michigan in a meaningful game, I heard nothing to worry about. Big Ten goes for Ann Arbor.
Well, at 2, speaking of that, you have the team that plays in Ann Arbor, the University of Michigan.
Why is that? 'Cause they played nobody?
Well, it's not that. They played nobody, but they haven't looked like they played nobody. They played nobody, and the run game is just not there. These are the games where, you know what? Penn State plays a bad team. They're number 1, by the way. They play a bad team. They beat them 63-7. For the second straight week, you can't cover against horrible teams. Like, I can't say, well, I think you're this great team when you're not showing me. When you play a bad team, game is supposed to be over by the first quarter. This team has no shot. Plain and simple. So
I'm not mad about it.
Number 1, that's the power.
When do they play Penn State? When do I get to see a real game?
Oh, good. First week in November.
Awesome.
First week in November.
Yeah, second week of November, the 11th.
I don't ever remember a time in my life where the Big Ten was this top heavy. The only comparative I would have is this is what the 70s were. Big 2, a little late, because these teams are horrific. And one of them is already on their way to firing their coach because he's too horny in a hotel room.
You good?
Yeah, we're good. I want to make the Big Ten great again. Well, it's time to get off the sidelines and check out Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule's packed this fall. Probably avoiding watching the teams Rico just talked about. The 24 Enclave from Moran is the answer, seating up to 7. Maybe you're a hunter. Maybe you head up north. You got projects. GMC Sierra 1500 elevation 4x4, $277 a month, 24 months. Moran has new stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system. Guys, they got you covered. It's MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner when you take your vehicle in for a certified service appointment. And if you're having engine trouble or experiencing squeaky brakes, again, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, and then we got to get to the Lions. A lot of stuff to get to, and it sucks that the Tucker thing happened because we didn't get to really bask in the afterglow of last week. And then you watch week 1 of the NFL, and you get to start talking about what your place in it is. But we're going to do that today and do it in a couple of minutes. David, the ticket text first.
Yeah, someone wants to know, what will the NFL do regarding all the Jets' primetime games they were scheduled for?
If they have a losing record, they will flex them out of primetime. That's what they will do.
I believe that starts earlier now this year, like week 10, something like that.
Is it week 10?
I can't
I thought
remember.
it was
It
even
changed.
earlier than that.
It may have. Maybe. Someone says, Brady to the Jets. It only makes sense. Ryan from Oak Park.
Wait, isn't Matt Ryan like sitting around waiting?
He is waiting to get a phone call. Yeah.
Maybe that's where they go.
Yeah, he did TV this weekend, but he didn't do that well. Kevin from Rochester got a little too real. Methinks that actually happened to him, Gilly, at work. Then someone says, I'm with you, Rico. When he stood up, walked, and then sat down, I thought he was just kind of pouting at the realization his O-line was going to get him murdered.
David, I really thought that reality kicked in. Oh, my God, I'm a Jet. Wow.
My O-line stinks.
This is after 4 plays. I still have 16 and a half more games to go.
Yeah, someone says, that segment was very entertaining. Don't get rid of it. I love Big Ten Power Rankings.
Rico takes my negativity and takes it that I don't care. No, I do the segment because I do care. But
no, I feel like I'm at an Alabama port and I'm just getting hit with chairs left and right.
No, it's simple. This is the Big Ten, and people don't want to talk about it. It's a 2-team conference, 3 at best. This is terrible football week in and week out. It's a laugh factory. You can't watch these games with a straight face.
No, it's easy. It's you do the top 3 teams, you do the bottom 3 teams, and then it's just, okay, I got to fill out the rest of the chart.
How do we fix it?
How do you fix the Big Ten?
Yes. You introduce USC and UCLA, Washington and Oregon.
That doesn't fix anything.
I know.
That's a great question. I mean,
I try.
No, I think if you actually opened up it goes to what you said. If you actually opened up the purse and you allowed them to really pay players and bring players in here, you would get a better caliber of players. Either that or you're going to have to go and get a coach like a Dion or somebody to make people want to come to this conference. Because right now, if I'm a top player and I'm watching any of these teams, why do I want to come here?
No, you want to play for U of M. You want to play for Penn State and maybe Ohio State. But I'm telling you, I don't like what I see from
Right, but I'm saying, Mike, even those teams, no, let's just say you don't know anything about the Big Ten and you pop on a Michigan game. Are you really saying, I need to go play there?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're watching Colorado and you're like, wow, USC, wow, I think I need to go there. Look at what Florida State is doing. We play a boring brand of football in this conference.
All right, you want to go on the board briefly? Let's do it. All right, so it wasn't a work of art, but we gave you a winner last night. Jets plus 2.5. My one thing would be this. If you want to pick, you may want to grab this game early. Thursday Night Football, Eagles at home laying 7 to the Vikings. You know what to do. You know what to do. You probably got to scoop up that 7 because this could go to 6.5. I'm not ready to commit to it, but if you wanted an early play, kind of lean in Minnesota's direction here. Thursday night.
Taking Minnesota in the 7?
Yep.
Okay.
I think it's an overreaction from week 1. The Eagles didn't exactly look sharp. 2 new coordinators, tons of young players on defense. Come home, Vikings, they were a clown car. Can't be that bad. And you're getting 7 when the line should probably be 3.5 or 4. If you want to do something early this week, you could try to lock that in. What do you got? Matt Olson hit a home run, plus 100.
No.
Guy's got 50.
I know. And he may have 51 tonight, and if he gets 51, it's plus 280. If you really want to go, you can go Ronald Acuna Jr. at plus 420 to hit a home run.
Kenny Cott staring into space. Yes, Kenny.
I will be gallivanting around Comerica Park this evening, so I'm going to create a Tigers parlay. Tigers to win is basically even money. Torque to hit a home run plus 400. You parlay it together, you're plus 636. So that's exactly what I'm going to be rooting for.
That seems, Kenny, that's
I know. That's
really
what I thought. I put it
interesting.
together, and I was like, that's not too bad.
What's drawing you to the ballpark tonight?
I wanted to see Ellie De La Cruz, to be honest.
Oh, so it's no one on
No,
Olson.
absolutely
Got
not.
it.
You know what we're dealing with here.
David?
No debut for a Tiger coming from Toledo, huh? Okay, I am going to go minus 9.5 right now for the Dallas Cowboys to beat the Jets. That's what I'm going to do because I think the number's going to jump a little bit. I'm comfortable at the 9.5, not 10.5.
What's your Steelers doing, man?
Yeah, they're done.
Steelers are 2.5-point underdogs.
Yep.
Oh.
They're dead.
At home against my Cleveland Browns.
Yep, they're dead.
Well, Mike, I do have a question, and maybe this changes.
On
FanDuel right now, the Lions minus 5.5.
Lions, free money alert.
Someone once told me 5.5 is what?
Doesn't matter. Seattle does not have either of their tackles. The Lions are the better football team, and you, the fans, are going to get this team. You're going to have at least 3 false starts on these guys. Wow. What?
I'm just looking at some of the point spreads. Like, I understand the Cowboys are 9.5 favorites over the Jets, but the Niners are 8-point favorites over the Rams. It seems like a lot in the NFL.
Well, privilege.
You're going to
All right.
destroy them.
That's on the board. Get ready for the NFL. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Great time to join FanDuel. The app's easy. You can bet on everything from spreads to props and more. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right, you ready?
Welcome one, welcome all. 3 o'clock. We got some Lions to talk about. I know we've been sidetracked with other things, whether it be the Mel Tucker disaster, what took place with Aaron Rodgers last night. But we want to talk about the Lions here. ESPN had a piece following week 1. And this is as simple as yes or no. It really is that simple. Are your Detroit Lions a Super Bowl contender? Straight up. They go into Kansas City and win. They didn't play their best game, but it was good enough to win in Arrowhead. We watched the opening weekend. Seattle was a playoff team, was a clown car. The New York Giants looked completely ill-prepared to open their season and lose 40-0. Minnesota, who I told you is a fraud, did fraud-like things. San Francisco looks really good, but we knew that. The Eagles were solid. I don't think they were good, but they were solid. They were on the road. They were in the rain, but they're good. I wasn't blown away by anybody else. I would make a case to you that the second most impressive win of opening week was you. The only reason the Niners would get the nod is they went to Pittsburgh and sandblasted a team. They put on their scrubs and they did brain surgery. You can't overlook that. That was incredible what the Niners did. You're angry with me. Here we go.
No, I think you're leaving a team off, Mike, because I don't care who. When you shut out an opponent in the NFL.
Yeah, I was ignoring Dallas. They're frauds.
That's impressive.
Dallas is never going to a Super Bowl, though. That's law.
No.
So
Mike, we're talking based off of week 1 results.
Yeah,
that was the most impressive game.
And the result to me is Dallas will never make a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy. I am finding your results to be erroneous.
I'm looking at that. Beating somebody 40-0.
Okay.
Take away the opponent. Not a field goal, nothing.
Are the Lions Super Bowl contender? Because I'm not going to get into an argument with you about Dallas. I don't want to talk about it.
I just
don't want to think about it.
I think you're just leaving that game.
Yes, I am. It didn't count. If one team doesn't show up to play, the result is void.
Well, then Dave is going to say the Niners were void.
I'm not at all. The way I look at it, since you want to do this, the way I look at it is the Giants weren't a playoff team going into the year. I thought the Steelers were, and the 49ers just showed them that maybe you're not. That's why I would say, you know what, they're more dominant than what the Cowboys did.
No, but I would put the Cowboys, I don't believe in the Cowboys as well, but my goodness, in the NFL, you don't just shut a team out unless they got like a rook. Like if it was Zach Wilson and he even won. Like, but I get what you're saying. Are the Lions in that category? I still look at the Niners and Eagles as their own category right now. The Lions are in tier 2. They're right there on the cusp. Playoff team. But if you gave me the Niners and Eagles or the field in the NFC, I would take those two.
People, let's have the conversation. And I don't want you to be afraid. It's just a yes or no deal. Is it an overreaction to say that the Lions are a Super Bowl contender? I think the Lions have a lot of room to grow. I don't think they played a great game, but it was good enough to go to Arrowhead and win. And I don't want to hear about asterisks or any of that nonsense. Nope. It was good enough to win. You went there without your second best receiver. You went there without your best corner. You won the game. There's going to be people hurt every week in this league. No team will be full strength. I don't want to hear it. I think the Lions are a contender. See, I didn't say favorite. I didn't say a mortal lock. But if I put you on a football field with any of these other teams, I don't ever approach it that you can't win that game. Specific to the NFC. Now, if you were in the AFC, I'd say you're not a contender because it's so insanely difficult. There are as many as 5 Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the AFC. The NFC, I would argue there are, in fact, none. So I just wanted to see, again, ESPN, end of week 1, who's a contender and not. I'm willing to say you are. Do you need to get a lot better? Yes. But I think it's proactive because at the end of this week, after you bomb Seattle, you're going to be referred to as that type of team, whether you're comfortable with it or not. So let's have some fun and talk about it. Because again, week 7 or whatever, when J-Mo comes back, there's an addition. What about the idea that if you started hot, let's say you do start 2-0, 3-0. Let's say this team really becomes the story. We're going to be doing shows about making a trade. We're going to be doing shows about doing what Rico's team did last year. They went all in. They went and got Christian McCaffrey. So it's this idea that it's okay to be proactive and not reactive. Yes, I think the Lions are a contender in the NFC. I said it all summer. Now I have a little bit more validation where it's like, hey, they went to Arrowhead and won, albeit not a work of art. And I do think you're going to send Pete Carroll home with his head in a jar. 248-539-9797. Rico, go ahead.
No, I look at this team, Mike. As I said, I think that they are right there in the tier 2 status, but I don't see them knocking off either the Eagles or the Niners unless there's missing pieces. Like if they went toe-to-toe, everybody, you got all your players, they got all their players. I don't see them beating those two teams, which is why I can't put them in that status, because if they were to make the Super Bowl, that means they would have to knock off both of them probably in order to get there in consecutive weeks. I don't see that right now.
I can, because here right now, I think they're the second best team in the NFC based off what I saw out of week 1. They went to Kansas City, did what they did. I'm not impressed with what the Eagles did. They played the Patriots. Wonderful. Great.
But it was Tom Brady day.
I'm not impressed. I'm not. So right now I can say the Lions are the second best team, which would put them technically in the NFC Championship game if you're the top 2.
Okay.
You're a contender.
And David, yeah, if you got them as the top 2, then yes, they are a contender. For me, they're not in the top 2, which is why I say they're close. But I don't have them as that contender. I still think it's going to be a rematch of last year. 248-539-9797. What say you, people?
What say ye? Here's the other thing. Maybe I'm too close to it, and maybe my inherent bias is playing a role. Is I believed all year, hey, it's Philly, it's Frisco, it's you. I feel like of those 3 teams, you have possibly the highest ceiling based on the young pieces you have and the room they have to grow. Example, Nick Bosa is a superstar. We know how good he is. Do we know how good Aiden Hutchinson is? Or are we just scratching the surface of what he could be? Penei Sewell, Jahmyr Gibbs, Frank Ragnow, Decker, Jack Campbell.
Yeah, see, I do think you're a little bit too close, Mike, because just looking at the Niner team, we talk about what the Lions did with their draft class. Every one of their draft picks made the team, all 9. Like, it was historic. They have a young team. Now, you could say the same. You're not a big fan of Brock Purdy, but are you scratching the surface? And maybe you have like young Russell Wilson.
I can't live in that
from back in the day.
Yeah,
where
I can't live in that.
He's just gritty and he gets things done and he plays with his
If
legs.
Brock Purdy turns into Russell Wilson, I can't do the show with this guy because it is a life of privilege that I don't want to be associated with.
And speaking of privilege, did you look at Green Bay?
No, that's because the Bears are the most overrated team in the league. Okay. You know, you and I both were all over that this year. Right. This whole Fields for MVP.
But I'm looking at Love and I'm like, Green Bay may have done it right and just making him sit for a while. He looks like he's ready to play.
Listen, we talked about Green Bay was going to be the challenger to the Lions. I thought Minnesota was a fraud and the Bears are nowhere near ready. I just want to know if it is an overreaction to at least after week 1 go, you know what? If I'm power ranking the NFC, I'm with David. If you're one of the top 3 teams, you're a contender. No, if the Lions had to go to San Francisco in the playoffs, they'd be the better part of a touchdown underdog. I understand that. Right. But we also know Run CMC will be hurt by then, so it'll be.
And it's the same thing. If they have to go to Philly, I think
that
Philly.
One I don't mind. I don't fear them.
Really?
I don't fear the Eagles because of the Super Bowl bounce. 2 new coordinators, and they're starting a ton of kids on defense.
Wow, you know, that nose tackle that Cookies was talking about had a pretty good game.
Why do you take this out on me? It was Costa. It wasn't me. I never had a problem with your Jordan Love.
I know he's listening, that's all.
Jordan Love. Your Jordan Davis
Jordan
routine.
Davis and
I
Jalen
never had a
Carter,
problem with it. Yeah. He blames me.
No, you just happen to be sitting here.
Perfect. 248-539-9797. David, ticket text. What are people saying?
Lions are contenders until they run up against Micah Parsons when him and the boys make Goff look like Daniel Jones. Someone else says, do I think the Lions are Super Bowl contenders? No. I think the NFC title game is their ceiling, but no shot at beating a number 1 seed on the road. That is Carl.
Time out. What if you're the number 1 seed? You guys have to adjust your brains. Tell me right now, if you already went in and won the single game that all of us said, all right, that's probably the one they can't win. If you just opened the season and did that, who's the auto loss on this schedule? Who do you look at the rest of the way and go, they can't beat? You need to get your mind right that you can be the 1 seed, that you can do this. Now, again, no one is saying you're going undefeated.
No, there's no auto loss on the schedule.
That was the auto loss.
That was the auto loss, yeah.
In Arrowhead. You know what they did?
They won.
Grit, guts, toughness, and they stole it. They got it done. What?
No. You said it. I think they stole it. They got it done. But
you need a few of those, though.
I know.
What's wrong?
No, because it's going to come across like, oh, well,
there's a lot of pain in those eyes.
It's not a lot of pain. It's just, do I want to go down this road? And you know what? I don't. David, ticket text.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I can't wait for Kenny to talk. Right from
Kenny,
Ryan.
No, I want to hear Kenny.
I do. Yes, you do.
I want to hear Kenny right now.
I was just wondering, because Rico, before we started this season, you said you would allow the Super Bowl talk if
Friday.
they beat the Chiefs.
On Friday.
Now they beat the Chiefs. So why are you poo-pooing the Super Bowl contendership?
No. I said on Friday. What's today?
What is today?
Today is Tuesday.
No way.
All right.
I said
this
you
is
could
the
call
game we're playing now.
No. Kenny, read the script. Read the
terms
contract.
and conditions, I guess, the fine print.
Right, it's right there. I said
legal
Friday,
jargon.
Friday, you can call all you want, and I said, I think that they are right there, right below those 2 teams. If you're getting angry over that, I can't help you.
Yeah,
because I think that if you got to go into back-to-back games in the playoffs, you're not going to beat both of those teams.
See, Ryan here on Ticket Text is agreeing with you. He says, I think the Super Bowl is a bit of an overreaction. I think their ceiling is NFC contender, but they would lose in the championship game. This is Phil from Southfield. Yes, the Lions are competitive. They have a chance to go to the Super Bowl. It looks like the Lions are still 1 or 2 pieces away from being a Super Bowl contender, and that piece could be J-Mo when he returns. I put the Lions at number 2 behind the 49ers. That makes them a contender in my mind.
The question you have to ask yourself is, if you beat Kansas City in Kansas City, does that make you a contender? And if the answer is no, I'd love to know why. I don't think it's an overreaction. Just like I don't think it's an overreaction that Seattle shouldn't show up this week, because I think you guys are going to rip them limb from limb. And I think you, the fans, are going to play a major role in it.
That's true.
3, 4, 5 false starts, carnage, Pete Carroll's head in a jar. It's going to be amazing.
What is it with you and that head in the jar?
I hate him. I can't stand him. That gum-chewing idiot. I can't stand him. He's the ultimate rah-rah goofball coach. I can't stand him.
Yeah. He's a little guy, too.
That's why Dan Campbell could go out there. Remember when Bo Jackson broke the bat over his knee?
Yeah.
What if Campbell just went out and broke Pete Carroll over his knee?
That would be murder.
Right in the spine.
You would have to get another coach.
Nah.
We would have all of our major teams on interim coaches.
Couldn't you just see Dan Campbell eating his leg like a turkey drumstick? Like ripping Pete Carroll's arm off and snacking on it? I mean, come on. You know what it's going to be like when they win Sunday?
What's that?
Are you ready? Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. 2-0. 2 playoff teams last year. 1 on the road, 1 at home. 1 AFC, 1 NFC. Come on. Will you allow Kenny to – will you lift the embargo on Super Bowl talk if they beat Seattle?
Kenny, I didn't know that I had to keep it in perpetuity.
I didn't realize there was an expiration date for the embargo.
Limited time only.
Right. I was just like, you know what? On Friday, the day after the game, you guys, sure, go ahead and talk Super Bowl. Kenny, if you keep winning, then yes, you can talk Super Bowl. If you keep, I mean, that was the one game that I thought you really didn't have a chance.
I guess I look at this a lot like your power ranking for the Big Ten. It's right here, right now. You can talk about Ohio State, you can talk about Michigan, but right here, right now, the Lions are in that conversation of top-tier NFC teams.
See, but here's the thing. If that's the case, I got to throw Dallas in there because Dallas had the most impressive win.
Sure, you can. I have no issue with that, but they're in that conversation, which is all that I'm saying.
No, they're in the conversation. That's it. They're in the conversation.
Kenny, take your win. Take your win. For him to say that, that's major personal
Does
growth.
that have an expiration date or no?
See, he couldn't just take the win.
Of what, you having this win? Or like the power ranking?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
you know what?
Guys, they went out there, they beat Kansas City at their ring ceremony. Absolutely.
See what you did, Kenny. Just take the win.
Take the win, Kenny. I don't see what's happening. He had personal growth. He delivered. You got to leave the man alone. Rico, why don't you tell everybody about timeshares?
Football season is here, and you need the fastest internet on the planet to keep up with the action. That's me. I like Xfinity. It connects me to more of the great games that I love. And with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. No more frozen screens, pixelated videos, just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that will just make your head spin. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet, especially if you got Peacock. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruption. That means I can get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, fantasy stats, choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world. Yeah.
It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you. If you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto or motorcycle, slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. And David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve. He doesn't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or you know someone who is, tell him to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the people. We've asked the question, is it an overreaction to say that the Lions after week one are a contender in the NFC, that they are a Super Bowl contender, that they can win the NFC? I think if you go into Kansas City and win, knowing what at least I think of this team, my answer is yes. Rico says they're a cut below Philly and Frisco. It's not a crime. Now, I think it's going to be different when Rico is going to be holding his commemorative "Were you at the Seattle game" pin next Monday, and the team is 2-0.
You know what? I'm not even going to say anything, Mike, because you hotter than fish grease right now.
That's right. Let's get after it.
I'm just going to let it happen.
Let's get after it. We'll go to Sean, see what he has to say. What's up, Sean?
Michael, I called in to answer your question, but listening to this, I mean, this sounds personal from your partner here. I feel the need to try to talk to him for a second, if that's all right.
Please.
I'd rather you not, Sean, but go ahead.
I mean, Rico, you're a Michigan kid, buddy. You're not from San Francisco. Like, I know this team has broken your heart into a million pieces. It's broken mine too. But it's time, buddy. You need to come home now. This is going to be a hell of a ride, and you're going to miss out because you're holding on to this anger and resentment from your past.
I have no resentment. What does it matter? You go out and you enjoy it. You don't need me.
Because
that's one less seat at the table. Eat up, my friend.
Because I suffered through it just like you did, buddy. And I
just let it
feel
go.
Your pain.
No, I have no pain. You guys believe Mike.
Yes,
I have no pain. I just let it go.
I'm listening to the arguments you're making as to why this team can't be legitimate still, and it sounds personal. That's what it sounds like.
Because I said they're a step below the Niners and the Eagles?
Sean, as I have said, there's a lot of pain behind those eyes.
I'll keep listening to Mike if y'all won't. Whatever, Sean.
Come home, buddy. Come home.
Yeah, you know what?
Mama's calling.
You know
Come
what?
home.
Hey, both of y'all, I'm good. Let's move on.
I think they're a contender because they're going to get a free piece back in Jameson Williams under the cap, right? And they've got more cap space than any of these other teams we're talking about, which means if they stay on top of the division, it's logical they're going to add another big piece, right?
You know what's interesting, Sean, is now that we're into the season, it becomes more realistic for this name I've heard from callers to be more in the mix. And it would be
Mike Evans.
There it is. His contract
or
deadline
Aaron
dropped.
Donald.
Oh, okay, hold on. Now that's a whole different
now
ball of
that
wax.
changes the game.
Now that's okay. You would have to
now,
show
Sean,
me.
you get Aaron Donald.
Oh,
and,
my goodness.
Yeah, now you're a contender. That changed the game.
I wasn't even ready to go there.
Think bigger.
I can't.
Don't think Mike Evans.
I feel like if he woke up and found out he played in Detroit, he'd retire. Like, I just don't think.
You know what? You just need him to retire at the end of the season.
I was just saying, like, Evans now isn't going to get extended by the Bucs. Obviously, I don't think they're a good team, even though they beat Minnesota.
Now, you need the Rams to tank, and for that.
No,
did
you see Stafford? He looked reinvigorated.
That's what I heard.
Come on. We're talking Kyron Williams, 248. Let's go over to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy? Doug? And Doug. And goodbye. We go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good, Chris. What's up?
So, Mike, you're freaking me out because I've been listening since last Thursday, and you've been so optimistic, and I've heard you say so many times you're such a cynic, and I would agree, but you are freaking me out.
Why?
But I got to tell you, because I'm not used to it, and I've been listening to you for 20 years now, and I'm just not used to it.
Okay.
But I'm with you. I agree. They're contenders. And before the game in Kansas City, I would not have agreed with you. I was optimistic that they would have a home playoff game. They might even win that. But here's when it changed. For me, there were two moments. When that fumble came out late in the third quarter, I thought, I'm watching the same movie with new actors. I have seen this before. This is where it falls apart. But when they held them to that second field goal, when the defense stopped being a liability and started to be a strength, that's when I said, oh, my God, the Lions might actually have put something together. And you take that with the fact that the offense so underperformed during that game. When that comes together, they're contenders. They're contenders right now.
I think they're only scratching the surface defensively. Look, the last 10 weeks of last year, they were a top 10 defense. Now, I understand, new faces, new places. But we viewed the secondary that they made several really nice upgrades. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a clear playmaker and upgrade. Well, he's laughing at me. Hold on, Chris.
No. No, the defense is. It goes back to what we talked about last hour when Brian Branch went down with the cramps.
Yes.
I thought, oh, dear God, he's gone for the year. But then it was like, okay, it's just cramps. He's all right.
Right, it's going to be
back in
okay.
the game.
But I look at it that they have a depth of playmaker on the back end they haven't had. And when we get Mosley back, I no longer have to look at Jerry Jacobs.
I like the defense.
And I'm telling you, Jack Campbell made a couple really nice plays, including 15 yards down the field on that
knocking
pass
the ball
breakup.
down.
Yeah.
I like. I do like the defense.
You know it. You know Aiden is, whether he gets home or not, the hustle will never stop.
You know what it is?
Same deal.
I don't know if I officially still trust Goff.
Oh no.
The pieces are there. I don't know if I feel comfortable enough of thinking that in a big moment he'll get it done.
248-539-9797. Is it an overreaction to say the Lions are absolutely contenders? I think they are. But again, I much like Texas is back, I gave you my undying conviction to the opinion all summer. And I said you'd go into Kansas City and win. And I said Texas would go to Tuscaloosa and win. When I believe in something, I just jump. And,
something about believing in something, man.
If I land on, you know what, David? It's blind faith. It's a lot like God, but different. There's a point spread on this. There's no point spread on religion.
That's a pretty big point spread. I mean, it's a big.
I would say so.
It's a pretty big point spread.
Dicka versus God, minus 36.5.
If you lose that one, well.
Dicka. 248-539-9797. We will get to the people next. John Jansen, weight loss with idealu.us. If you're looking to lose 10 pounds or 100 or anywhere in between, go to idealu.us right now. Don't wait. Book that free consultation. You sign up, you get a $200 Visa gift card. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. Worked for John. He lost 10 the first 10 days, 63 pounds overall with Ideal U, and he's kept it off. You could see a difference in 30 days. Lose weight, get $200 Visa gift card with it. 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. John did it, so can you. Way less with idealu.us.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow, damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Davante Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Davante on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150. Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions. Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long.
We're going to get to
Monday
the people.
Friday,
We got a weekend report to get to, talking Lions. Look, obviously yesterday was all about Mel Tucker and that clown of an individual. I mean, Mel, honestly, has to be one of the dumbest human beings on the planet. And I think we gave you 4 hours. I really don't think there's more to do. Now, if Rico, you told me there's a statement from Brenda Tracy's attorney. We could go down that route later. I don't know what more there is. I leave it to you guys. I feel like until we get to this hearing.
Right, until we get to the hearing,
it's going to get settled. He won't be the coach.
It's basically turned into bickering between Mel and Brenda. And it's like, honestly, I don't know who to believe anymore. And it's each time somebody says something, somebody has to one-up that person. I'd rather just wait to the hearing. I think we've all heard enough.
Well, again, if you guys want, I have not seen the statement. I don't really have a great interest. I didn't have a great interest in his. I'm done with it. He's no longer going to be the coach at Michigan State, and he made that decision on his own.
Right. I mean, right now it's just these two are jockeying to see who's the bigger victim. That's how it seems to me.
Well, I think it's legal positioning for
and that too.
Leverage because let's face it, there's going to be lawsuits and there's going to be financial payout and et cetera. It'll get settled. You have to settle this. It can't go for years. As look, I heard John Jansen say it this morning. John said, the way this is playing out publicly, this is before Brenda Tracy's attorney, this is turning into Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
And that's exactly what I just said. I didn't know he said that. Yeah, but that's what it feels like. It's like, yep, don't need to read this. I'm good.
All right, David, I'll get your take on it, I guess, in a little bit. Let me go to the people. Michael is up next, 97.1. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Wanted to address the Lions question from earlier. Rico, no offense. I think anybody that's not drinking the Kool-Aid right now is a little bit out of touch with what they're seeing. I think this team looks complete. I'm only 23. You guys are a lot older than me. But
Mike, you do realize the irony of your statement of drinking the Kool-Aid. What happened to the people who drank the Kool-Aid, right?
No, but what if the Kool-Aid isn't the Kool-Aid this year, which I guess is the premise of my argument. So listen, I'm only 23. You guys have a lot more years of experience with the Lions. But in my 23 years on this planet, I've never seen a Lions team that doesn't have a glaring weakness. I think that there's nothing wrong with letting us enjoy the fact that we do have a legitimate team that, for all intents and purposes, can make a run. And in fact, if I think you put the same team in any other city that doesn't have the history that the Lions do with letting down their fans, I don't think this is a discussion. I think this is, let's get ready to go win our division and make a run at the Super Bowl. So I think, to Mike's point, you got to kind of transition us from years of misery into that discussion. This is how you do it. But you guys are looking at a real ball team. And I think it starts with the offensive line. I mean, not to overgeneralize, but I think the quality of your offensive line in most cases, this goes for college and NFL, is going to determine the quality of your football team.
Yeah.
I think we got the best O-line in the league, if not, one of them. I think Ben Johnson's a genius. And, we do get J-Mo back later in the year. Jameer's going to get more incorporated in the office. I mean, Rico, just tell me what I'm missing when I look at this team.
Well, when I look at the team, here's the thing. When I look at the team, as I stated before, I think you're right below San Francisco and Philadelphia. I don't trust Jared Goff the same way I don't trust Dak Prescott when it comes to the playoffs. I would need to see something for me to say, okay. But right now,
not to bring this up, Rico, but what about Goff's previous run, back with McVay and the Rams?
Yeah, you know what? He wasn't that great. The Rams made it to the Super Bowl, and he didn't light up. Go look at his stats.
So what about Flacco and Foles having Super Bowl rings on their hands as we speak? You think those are great quarterbacks? I think Goff's better than both of them. Do you agree?
You asked me a question. I told you.
Okay.
I look at those two teams. I look at the Lions right underneath those two teams. That's saying you're right there. You're one game away from making it. But I trust those two quarterbacks before I trust Jared Goff.
All right, just to address Mike's question verbatim, he asked if we're in the conversation. You putting us right below those two teams, you would answer yes, no?
I don't think that you can go and play them in back-to-back weeks and beat both of them. No, I don't.
Okay.
All right. Well,
let me.
Hold
on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to just step in because now it's turning into court TV. And I mean, we're taking this a little too far.
No,
I wanted to let you and Michael go at it.
It's Detroit versus me because I'm not sitting up here championing the parade. I simply said, I think you're third. And now I'm the bad guy. So you know what? Screw it. I'll be the bad guy today. I'm not putting up with crap. I'm just letting people know right now.
My goodness.
No. You started this. You wanted this. Here, we're here now. We here now. No. We here now.
I'm speechless.
We here now.
What? Okay.
Why are
David,
you upset?
Because I'm not going to sit here and have everybody. Well, you're not saying. I said you're the third best team. Okay? You asked me a question. I gave you the answer. You need to drink the Kool-Aid. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't trust Jared Goff. Well, why not? They've done this. You asked me a question. I answered the question. If you don't like the answer, then don't ask the question.
People, I listen, I think you should view the feedback as a gift.
I don't.
I think it's tremendous.
I don't.
It means they care.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
They want to battle you.
I think they do.
They don't. I'm not in the mood for it today, so I'm just letting you know, if this is the foolishness you want to come with, you play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes today.
I view it like SummerSlam.
I don't.
Okay, then. Let's just move along. All right. We'll go to Don. 97.1. Donnie.
I don't. I think it's tremendous.
Okay, hold on, Don, you got to turn that radio down, brother. We're going to go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Michael. Look, man. Remember I called you last Thursday and took your side?
Yeah, vaguely. Yes. Is this Ed in Ann Arbor?
This is Ed in Ann Arbor.
Yes, I do remember, Edward. Go ahead.
Do you remember that Cookies and your man next to you torched me like a candle?
I don't.
Do you remember that?
No, we disagree, but go ahead. Ed.
Tell Rico.
I'm right here. I can actually hear you. I can actually hear you, Ed. I got headphones on. Go ahead.
Okay.
Try this again.
Listen, when I give you a valid argument and tell you how these guys can win, look, and then you're going to give me something like, I trust Purdy over Goff, and Goff's already been to a Super Bowl. That is so disingenuous and like out of the box. It ain't even funny, man.
It actually is, Ed. They won the Super Bowl.
All the problems that you're going to have with Matthew Stafford out there on the West Coast. You might not even get to the championship
You're
game.
right, Ed. You're right.
Fact, Michael,
hey, Ed, go ahead and buy your Super Bowl tickets
this
now.
is for you.
Yes, sir.
13-4. All right?
No, Ed. Ed. 13-4. Why not 17-0, Ed? Ed. Why not 17-0? How dare you say the Lions going to lose a game? You don't have faith, Ed. They're going 17-0. They're going to end up being 21-0. They're running the table, Ed. They're running the table, Ed. How dare you say they go 13-4? Nobody can beat this team.
13-4 might be the one seed in the NFC.
No, but that means they lose 4 times. They're not losing.
Okay. All right. Let Ed
Michael,
finish.
Let him go on. Let him go on.
I can do this till 6 o'clock. As a matter of fact, I am, Ed.
The reason I'm not saying the Super Bowl is this: we do not have the over-the-top element.
He'll be here in 7 weeks.
They could get lucky and win a Super Bowl. They could get lucky by being in the spot when they're supposed to. But as far as turning around and betting money on those dudes, they don't have all the ingredients.
No, I think, look, this
So
thing.
basically, he's saying that they're not going to win the Super Bowl, but he's getting on me because I said the same thing. Okay.
No.
He said he's a contender, though.
Now I'm understanding it made no sense. I told you, play some stupid games today. Go ahead, people.
Read something.
Well, no, I was just going to address Ed's point. No, I was just going to address Ed's point. Part of this is there's a development that's going to take place with all these teams. Teams are going to get better. They're going to get worse. Injuries are going to happen. We're sitting here right now. No, I don't think the Lions have reached their zenith. And no, I don't think they're a perfect team, but I don't think there's a perfect team in football. I don't. The Chiefs aren't perfect. The Niners aren't perfect. The Eagles aren't perfect. Lions aren't perfect. But do I see a pathway where the Lions have an immense upside that they can close the gap on Philly and Frisco? Yes. Part of that is blind faith. Part of that I could lay out the case. I'm not going to do that again. I did it all summer. I'm just saying, if they go out and handle their business and teams have to come through here, why not? I don't think it's crazy. Just like I don't think it's crazy if Rico says, look, I think they're just a little bit below the top two. I don't think that's haterade. But I think we're getting lost in semantics. If you're one of the three best teams in a conference, you are a contender. Now, I'm not sitting here telling you if my life depended on it and they had to go out to San Francisco that I'd pick them. No, I probably wouldn't. But I'm leaving the possibility open that with, 20 weeks to go before that case, what if J-Mo's the difference maker? What if Brad Holmes, who has shown I will make a bold move, what if all of a sudden Mike Evans dropped down from the clouds in week 6?
Or the Aaron Donald situation.
No, that's okay. Now you get me excited.
That's game changer.
So I just, man, this is spicy. 248-539-9797. We will get more of your phone calls. We got a lot left to do. NFL season with great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers, bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, you bet $5, you get $100 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. It's the best time to join FanDuel. App's easy. Bet on everything. Live odds, better than anybody else. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds, terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime. Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you. All right, David, we do this every week at this time, and we will get back to the callers shortly. But this is an important point of business. I watch football like a maniac all weekend and then present to you what I deem to be the weekend report. David. When did you meet Will Smith? All right, let's do this. First of all, I'd like to say as a PSA to America that Texas Tech University can burn to the ground in eternity for the worst bad beat in history and ruining the big game bet. Up 31-30 with just 38 seconds to go. The only way you lose betting plus 6.5 is if Texas Tech decides we're throwing a pick six and Oregon decides we hate life, we're not kneeing. Texas Tech, bleep yourself. Number 2 on this list. And
you know what the funny thing is? You called that, you and Cookies, and I'm like, Mike, what are the odds? That's not going to happen. They're just going to go down there. They're not going to throw a pick six. They just threw an interception. He's running towards the end zone. They just threw a pick six. I have nothing to say.
Heed my words. Never say what will beat you moments before it does. Number 2 on the weekend report. Rico, did you ever hear the one about the coach who lost $80 million pounding his beanbag? Guess not.
I guess, yeah, you know what? I've heard something about that.
Number 3. I just wanted to make you smile. Smile, as John L. Smith would say. Smile. All right, number 3. Texas is so back, people. It's more than just hook 'em. They're the best team in America. Change my mind, Rico Beard. We want Georgia.
You know what?
We want Georgia.
I can't because they did something that most people can't do. You go into Tuscaloosa and you won. Now, that's not the same Alabama team.
Yeah.
That's the same crowd, same stadium. It's just intimidating. You're automatically down 10 points.
We want Georgia.
You didn't just win. You dominated the game.
With that in mind, Bama's dead. I mean, Clemson dead. Saban has lost his fastball. They don't have the NFL skill talent. They don't have a Bama defensive line. Rico, massive changes needed at Bama. Change my mind.
That's a little too far.
Damn
that's
it.
Still,
Okay.
now, you know what?
It just felt good to say.
I know. That's still Nick Saban. He's still going to get top-tier talent. They're like Ohio State did not have the heir apparent at quarterback, and you're seeing it.
Truth.
They can't keep it rolling.
Rico Beard, Mel Tucker is dumber than bricks. Your thoughts?
Mistakes were made.
Note to Kansas, we don't need 12 cops to protect the goalposts when no one's at the game. Did you see the pictures?
No.
It's an empty stadium. There are cops forming circles around the goalposts.
Because you beat Illinois?
For a crowd that wasn't able to storm because they weren't there.
Because you beat Illinois. Not Kansas State, not Texas. You beat Illinois. Okay.
More cops than people. I'd like to bring up an issue of malpractice from the weekend, everybody. When did you meet Will Smith? How did Matt Rule not bench Jeff Sims? His quarterback was offensive. I mean, it was more than just you didn't know where the ball was going. 4 turnovers in the half, fumbling multiple snaps, fumbling running the ball, a horrific interception on a telegraph throw. The broadcast, even moron Gus Johnson is like, this young man is ruining this game for the other kids. And everyone said, there's no way they could start Jeff Sims in the second half. Cutscene, Matt Rule, Jeff Sims in the second half.
Tells me that's all you got. Because if your fall off between quarterback number 1 and number 2 is so great, because it makes no sense. He has 6 turnovers in a game and a half. So it just tells me Nebraska has nothing at QB. Either that or they run the Wildcat.
I'd like to give you the Brian Ferentz update. If that name sounds familiar, it's Kirk Ferentz's son. He is the offensive coordinator at Iowa, and in order to keep his job / hit his incentives, he has to average 24 points a game. Well, despite being 2-0, Brian Ferentz is 0-2 at accomplishing his goal because they've scored 20 and 23. Rico, what on earth? If you can't score 24 points in 2023's version of football, should you be allowed to keep your job regardless of record?
No. Well, see, that's going to be the ultimate paradox. What if they end up going 12-0, but they can't crack 25 points? You upgraded the quarterback situation by bringing Cade in there, and you still...
They're horrific.
He may not be good at his job.
And we've now arrived at what I like to call the truth. All right. Is Gus Johnson brain dead? A serious discussion.
Okay.
Moments after Joel Klatt went on a soliloquy about how the quarterback must stay in bounds to keep the clock running so they can bleed it down and kick a field goal in this Colorado game. Gus Johnson, doing his normal yelling and screaming idiocy, says, and he smartly goes out of bounds. Total silence until Gus jumps back in. Joel jumps back in and goes, Gus, actually, that was the complete wrong thing to do. Can someone check on Gus Johnson?
I think Gus just likes to hear Gus. Gus just needs to fill the space with words and things and stuff like that.
Gus Johnson or Satan?
Well, I'm still going to go with Gus.
Okay.
But I see where you're going with this.
Dante Moore is him, as the kids say, the Detroit MLK product who is starting for UCLA. I've now watched 2 weeks in a row as he's rotated in and out. Guys, I understand staying up late to watch football is tough. Dante Moore is that dude. Wow, does he look good as a true freshman.
I got to be honest with you. I owe Dante an apology. I thought he was going to be good, but I didn't think he would be good in year one. I thought it was going to be best for Chip Kelly to sit him. I didn't want him to get Spencer Rattler, and which means that he goes out there too soon and throws interceptions, loses his confidence, and has to transfer out. But watching him and what he is doing, Chip Kelly, bravo. You jumped in at the last second to get this kid, and I think the Big Ten is going to be excited when they see him playing for UCLA next year.
His ability, the quick release, and he's got a nuclear arm.
He does.
It's unbelievable.
I thought he needed some time. I thought that going from playing in the PSL to the Pac-12 was just, you know what? That's just a little too much too soon.
You know
I
what?
owe him an apology. He's ready.
Here's what I'm going to say. Overreaction, I don't care. It feels good. UCLA's a dark horse in the Pac-12.
Really?
If this is that dude, if he only going to get better from here. And they're a freight train on offense. Great offensive line. Very few teams in the Pac-12 have a front seven capable of handling that. Dark horse, not a favorite. Rico, he's
over
good.
Oregon State?
I did not say that. Benny the Beaver, FTW.
Gotcha.
And our last note is a PSA for a coworker. if you see Jim Costa on the streets, be nice to him because his alma mater, CMU, a.k.a. Safety Schools State, should be contracted. Their program should fold. They needed a Houdini escape against New Hampshire, winning 45-42, wellness check on cookies, and Jim McElwain, they don't throw a forward pass. Not because they don't want to, people, because they can't. CMU may have the worst quarterback in America, ended already before my pod partner goes Michael Douglas and falling down with a baseball bat. Rico, how have we arrived here for CMU?
It's a lot like Sims for Nebraska. You really have nothing else behind him.
Oh, my.
I mean, you would think that you would have a freshman, a walk-on, something. Like, not saying you got to be Dante Moore, but let's just go ahead and play the freshman and see what he can do. But they're sticking with Bert Emanuel Jr.
Jim showed me highlights from his phone since the game was on Soaring Eagle Network or whatever it was.
Is that real?
No. And he showed me one of the most egregious interceptions you'll ever see. If this is the quality you're putting out there for the wellness of your fans, shut the program down.
He should be the backup. He should be the trick play quarterback. He is not the main quarterback. He is the goal line, the 4th and 5, where he can scramble and do something. But this, wow.
We return to your phone calls in a moment. That is the Weekend Report.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep.
All right, so let me give you where we're at, and it's simple. We got upended. We only got to enjoy one day after that Lions win. And then after week one and watching, and so many teams, including my own, weren't ready to play, didn't look good, didn't look put together. The Lions' victory looked even more impressive to me. I only asked the question, is it an overreaction by me to say that the Lions are absolutely Super Bowl contenders in the NFC? Meaning, I do not make them the favorite. I'm not sitting here telling you it's happening. Like, I'm telling you you're beating Seattle Sunday. That I'm telling you. I'm saying I think you are one of the three best teams in the NFC, and I think you have a tremendous upside. I believe that. I've believed it all summer. They validated my belief in them by going to Kansas City and doing it. Is that an overreaction? You are not a villain if you say it is. I don't think it makes you a bad person. You guys are going crazy with Rico. Here's the deal. This isn't North Korea. You're not thrown in a labor camp if you don't believe the team's not one of the three best. But what I need are credible reasons why. So very simple. We're having a good time with it. I mean, my team lost 40-0. The Lions are my only. Think about these words leaving my mouth. The Lions are my only joy in football right now.
I thought you could say they're your only hope.
No, the Lions are my only hope for football glory this fall on Saturday or Sunday. Think about those
you don't
words.
think the Giants can bounce back?
No. I told you they were going to regress this year.
Yeah.
Hey, up
David,
next.
you know what? I was going to try to say.
Don't. Up next, here's little Mikey excited to kick a field goal on the opening drive of the season. Cutscene. Oh my God, it's going the other way for 7.
Deep down, did you want the Jets to be just as bad as you?
Yes. Just not last night because I had them plus 2.5.
Oh, okay. I mean, like last night, I thought maybe, you know what?
If I didn't bet the game,
score.
I would have just said, you know what? Hammurabi's code. 40-0 equals blown Achilles. Wow. Eye for eye. Okay. Tooth for tooth.
Okay.
Achilles for Achilles. But not last night. Plus 2.5. Jets, Jets. Let's go to the people because a lot of people want to talk. Let's get to it. D is up next. 97.1. What's up, D?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, D. What's up?
Hey, I just want to say I do agree with Rico. I think we're at number 3 right now at the NFC. I mean, the 49ers are the 49ers. They're scary. They're scary. But Cowboys, we can't deny 40-0 until our offense comes back to last season's offense, which we all hope is at Seattle, like with Seattle on Sunday. But we can't deny. I think we're at 3 right now. Another thing I would like to say is with our ticket prices going up, we've all seen after we beat the Chiefs, I think we're going to be able to defend the Den at home better with away teams not traveling as well, other than their diehards.
D, I'm going to tell you something. This might be an overreaction on my part. Maybe I'll look stupid. No big deal. I think you have a shot to have the greatest home field advantage in the entire league this year because of what you just said. There is no fan base in football that wants it more. There is no fan base that has died to have these games more. And the fact that you won't have opposing fan bases invading in an indoor stadium, I'm telling you, D, I think there's a lot of teams that are going to come here and they're going to walk out of here without hair on their head.
And to add to that, D, according to Lions defensive back C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he wants to see blue ski mask everywhere for the home opener. We're the villains, right? It's part of us. It's the culture. I'm changing that. That's according to him.
Yeah. No, D, I'm with you. Like, I think if a team comes here and wins, it's going to be a tall task because you guys are going to make it impossible for teams to come here.
Yeah, the culture's changing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Now handle your business now. Don't go out there on Barry Sanders Statue Day and show your ass. Let's get this done. Don't be goofy about this
We're doing the blue ski mask now. I wonder how many. You know what? It's going to be a lot of them there.
Wonder if Kirk Cousins will be there.
No, that's no shirt, gold chains.
No, I was talking about Rather. Remember that? Yeah, Kirk Cousins had a ski mask on.
I've never begged and pleaded for somebody to change their story so much over the phone. Like, I promise you.
If anyone wasn't there, it would be Apostle Paul, a.k.a. Kirk Cousins.
He was leading a Bible study. I'm telling you, please retract that article.
And on the fourth day, I washed Jesus' feet. All right, let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how are you?
Good, guys. How's it going?
Excellent.
Good. So I think right now we're a top 5 team in the NFC. I think San Fran, top 5, because I think San Fran, Philly are the clear-cut 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that you can't ignore Dallas. Sorry, Mike, you can't.
Oh, I'm not. We know what happens.
I know you want to, but yeah,
I hate their
guts. It doesn't
guts.
matter how bad the G-men might be this year.
I know.
And then I think you're in the mix, and I'm still burnt from last year because of the Seattle game. I think they're fraudulent this year, though, but I think they have the potential to move up to 2 because I think Philly's going to come back down to earth a little bit this year.
Me too.
Well, here's the thing about that, Mike. Normally, when you lose a Super Bowl, it's like I don't know if it's a jinx or something, but you're never the same. And that could be Philly, but I just look at Jalen Hurts, and I just like watching him play, and I like the Philly defense.
Yeah, but I think Philly's defense lost the heart in CJ. CJ had that swag that team kind of carried, and I don't know that their defense can carry that over to this year.
Yeah, but they still got Slay there, and he could talk enough trash for everybody.
If you're going to knock Philly, here's the way to do it. 2 new coordinators. I think you take a downgrade at DC, and they have a lot of youth on D. Now, can it work? Yes. But I just have a hard time that you're going to replace 5-6 starters. It's all kids. Yeah, Mike, I think they're gettable. I think San Francisco's got the best infrastructure, but this is where Rico and I are going to battle till the end. I think Brock Purdy's a joke.
Yeah, the one thing that I think too that the Lions most likely are going to add at the deadline. I hope it is Aaron Donald. I think that's the pipe dream. But what about DeForest Buckner from Indy?
Here's what I want to do, Mike. Until we get within a week of the trade deadline, I don't even want to talk really names. Let's just talk about, hey, if we do our job over the next month, we're in a position to add ... I don't know who's available.
Because if they get that certain defensive player from L.A.
No, okay.
I didn't say a name.
That get Myles Garrett.
Can we stop? Now you're being mean. You're being mean. You're being mean.
That would be a game changer.
I'll take back the Kirk Cousins Bible study thing. You take back that remark.
But yeah, that is They if they go and address the defensive line and add a high caliber player in a trade, then that's it. Because I like every level of the defense so far. You get that player or a player similar to that.
By the
way,
what?
We're bringing it back.
Has anyone noticed 2 callers in a row have agreed with Rico Beard? Are you feeling like your people are now supporting you? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm feeling like, you know what? I'm down off of the piñata string.
You're back like Texas. Juan, 97.1. What's up, Juan? Uh-oh.
He's picking up the phone. He's picking up the phone.
Juan, I heard you running to the phone.
Right,
we got you.
Yeah, we were on speaker.
What's up, buddy? All right, Juan, you killed me. Now you're gone. Juan, I believed in you. I was rooting for you. Go to DJ, 97.1. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, my dog?
How are you, DJ? Excellent.
Man, I'm good. Man, I'm great, man. I've been calling ever since I got back from the actual game. Dude, I've never heard nothing that loud in my life, which is the first time in my life I think the Lions really are a contender. The national media has been killing me like we wasn't dropping balls, like we wasn't fumbling right at the 15-yard line. and to still not play our best game, guys, because I don't know how many of you guys have been to Arrowhead. I've never seen nothing like it in my life. Like, you couldn't even hear yourself talk to the person right next to you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why our offensive line was looking so bad, and because they couldn't communicate because it was that much of an insane environment. That's number one. So I'm with you, Mike. They are, without a doubt, a contender. I'm right there with you. But, Rico, I want to throw you a bone. I'm with you, too, as far as I think Jared Goff, as long as the line protects him, he can be okay. It's when we get into them situations that we need him to be better than okay or make that extra play that worries me, because of that game, guys, we had a touchdown. I don't know if y'all seen it. Amon-Ra Brown was wide open up the seam on that 4th and 2, but Goff was so erratic.
DJ, how about this? And David, I know exactly where he's going. Or you just run, you pick up the 2 yards, and you live to go. Now the game's pretty much over. But even if the pass that he threw, DJ, was going to be behind the receiver. So that's what I mean. In those Goff regular season, he's improving. He's got a lot of pieces around him, but it's just that pressure moment. Can he deliver and get them to that next level?
You know what's bad about this, though, guys? It's bad because the thing that he is he's consistent, he's accurate, is what Stafford wasn't for the most part. But then Stafford was the dude at the end when it was money time. He was going to make the big throw. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of a conundrum. Like we kind of stuck with that. And lastly, I've been meaning to mention this to y'all, and I'm going to let y'all go. Mike, I always enjoy talking to you, my dog. Kansas City fans did something that I thought was awesome.
What?
I mentioned it on Fridays, the day before the game, the entire city reds out. Or, like the Wednesday when I got there, the whole city, every office building wore red. I think our Lions should do that. Every Friday, we should Honolulu blue it out from here on out. Because I really, that's how confident I am in our. We just Honolulu blue Friday.
I mean,
whether it's a sweatshirt, T-shirt, whatever.
I mean, what don't they turn the Renaissance blue? They do, don't they?
See, I'm in a good mood. I was going to make a joke. Not even going to do it.
What, Renaissance blue?
No. Oh, 248-539.
Yep.
97-97. It's sunny out. This team's 2-0. Here's Rico for Timeshare Properties.
That's the next read. How about right now we talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, all September long. Hamilton is participating in Step Up for Kids. What is that? It's a shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local community. So stop in, drop off new shoes for kids ages 4 through 18. And while you're there, you can check out Hamilton's inventory and pick out your next Chevy. New cars are being delivered daily at Hamilton Chevrolet. Stop in, get your name on the one that you want. But most importantly, stop in and donate shoes for kids 4 through 18. Brand new shoes for the Step Up for Kids campaign at Hamilton Chevrolet all through the month of September. Remember, Hamilton Chevrolet, the best deals are found at 14 and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit their website, HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Headed to Vegas? Go to the D Las Vegas. The D located in downtown, all the action. And again, at the other side of the strip, they got you covered with Circa. You pick which resort works for you. Circa sold out during last week's Lions game. Stadium swim, absolute chaos. A football weekend in Vegas is always a good time. If that works for you, check it out. You get 2 free stadium swim passes as well if you choose the D Las Vegas. So whatever it is, make a stop. TheD.com to book your stay today. It's TheD.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for sports in Vegas. David, it's been a minute. Couple ticket texts, and then we're back to the callers. We're asking, is it an overreaction after week 1 to say you are a Super Bowl contender in the NFC? If you missed the start of the show, Odyssey.com rewind, Aaron Rodgers, 4 plays, blown Achilles, Jet season over. And if that happened to you here, would that have sent you to the fan exits of, I can't do this anymore? What do you got on ticket text?
Kenny from Flint says, are they a contender? Absolutely. Do I hope they win? Yes. But do I think they will win the NFC? Not yet, but close. So he says contender, though. Not sure why everyone is so hesitant about this. The Lions are contenders 100%. Not afraid of anyone on this schedule, Joe in Westland. Not an overreaction. Does it mean the Chiefs are not a contender just because they lost to the Lions?
No, not at all.
No, but you see, they basically said, let's go ahead and lock up Chris Jones.
Yeah, the Lions got lucky there. Yeah. They missed him.
I just feel like these teams are idiots sometimes. You knew what his value was. They had the same data we had, the difference Chris Jones makes for them with and without. Why? Like, these teams crack me up.
You know why, Mike? It was arrogance.
Sure, but I mean, even your Niners. Why didn't you just pay Nick Bosa? If you had the money all along.
See, now that I think they kind of knew. Nick just didn't want to do training camp.
Well, there's an adult way to handle that and not wait until 48 hours
do
for
what
the
Joe
game.
Burrow did. I know Joe Burrow got hurt
he
early.
looked great Sunday.
Right, but I honestly, I think that was one of those, I'm going to be there. I just don't want to do training camp because it was never really in doubt of whether he was going to play. It was just when will he sign? Because it was on his desk for the longest. Go ahead.
Someone's asking, would you consider trading Teddy Bridgewater if the Jets called asking for him?
Nope.
What would you get in return?
The Jets can burn in hell. You'd probably get a 5th-round pick. No, thank you.
I don't know. They're desperate.
I am not trading Teddy Touchdown.
Well, they don't have a 2nd-round pick, though, so you can't get that.
They wouldn't trade the 1st round.
I agree.
We are not in the business.
If they trade you know what, David?
Teddy.
If they said they went all in and they'll give you the 1st-round pick in a heartbeat.
Who's going to babysit J-Mo?
I
forgot about that part.
You know what?
Teddy said he was going to personally make sure J-Mo was a star.
If the Jets offered that 1st-round pick, I would pack up Teddy and his number 50 jersey and drive him to the airport.
Well, we know that's not happening.
I know it's not, but
yeah, it's not.
It's awfully fun to think about. David, go ahead.
I'll defend Rico. I saw the Lions game too, and then I watched San Fran and Dallas, and my thought was, we aren't there yet. And I know the Eagles are better.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Neutral field, you beat Dallas. You can think whatever you want. Take it from a Giants fan. The Giants were not ready to play that football game. They were a disorganized, discombobulated grease fire. You will beat Dallas. Now, I ain't saying that about Frisco yet. But I think the Eagles are going to regress
week
a little.
16?
Oh, you will. If you need, well, I don't think
in Dallas.
We won't need the game. So we'll be resting starters by that point.
Okay. Clinching on Thanksgiving.
Why not Halloween while we're at it?
Whoa.
All right, let's go to the people. Whoa. Let's go to Quentin 97.1. What's up, Q? How are you?
Good. How are you doing? So I'm not a fan. I'm a Browns fan, but I listen to you guys so much that like I've been intent, watching and kind of anticipating this season myself. And I'm with you, Mike. I think that it's not an overreaction. I think that you have your O-line just, even with playing in one of the loudest stadiums, your O-line did an admirable job. You held up your ranking as one of the best in the league. Your defensive line, though, I love how they were just getting at. They did not make Pat Mahomes comfortable. And honestly, I would say you probably are the third. I don't think there's really anybody outside of the top two, which I think we can all agree is a flip-flop between San Fran and Philly are probably the top two. But I think that Detroit's top three. I think talent-wise, you guys can hang with.
And here's the reality.
Anybody.
All we're talking about is the line. If you win your division and you win a playoff game, I mean, hell, you might be in the NFC title game at that point, right?
Right.
So like it's just about, am I in that conversation? Am I of that caliber? Quentin, I can't make any predictions. I just feel like we are. And by the way, I'd like you to know, I think you've listened enough. I am the lone wolf on your Browns. I think you're going to have a big year. I'm very excited for you.
I appreciate it. I know David may not agree, but we'll handle him next week.
I agree.
I was pleasantly surprised. I knew you were Joe Burrow's kryptonite, but I didn't think it was going to be that easy.
Jim Schwartz as DC is such an upgrade for them. I'm telling now, if Deshaun Watson can be 75% of what he was in Houston, he did not look good opening week. Quentin, I don't need to tell you.
Yeah, it's the NFL, and you don't like to turn away from games, but
there was nothing to watch there.
I was just like, you know what, this one's over.
Deshaun Watson threw an interception that defied. It was like, wait, what? It was Zach Wilson-esque. I'm not going to tell you I'm not worried about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you who I'm not worried about. Rudy Poo Steelers. 2485.
I agree.
You know what? After what I saw with Seattle,
they are begging you to take the Steelers in week 2.
They are.
Well, I'm just looking at what I saw with Seattle and the Rams. I'm like, man, you on fire. Like, I was like, because I thought that was going to be the most important game for the Lions.
I know.
Because even if you win, can you refocus?
Did you see today?
Go out there and get it done.
You see today what happened to Seattle?
Yeah. Had to sign some old linemen.
They signed Jason Peters, who was born 6 months after you, because they lost both starting tackles.
Why not call Jansen?
You may as well. Jason Peters is like 45 years old.
By the way, let me give you this quote by C.J. Gardner-Johnson just now. From what I've seen, we got the most ruthless fans in the game. You're going to see Sunday blue ski mask everywhere.
Let's go.
This place is going to be wild.
Honestly. David, can we do a ticket price check? Because I know Friday I told people, if you plan on going to this game, get the tickets now, because by the time the hangover wears off for most people, these prices will skyrocket. I think Friday, the average, not the cheapest seat in the house and not the most expensive, the average was like $350 to get into this game. My guess would be by Friday that number goes up. And that's if people are selling.
I don't think anybody's. Well,
what?
No, I'm saying I don't know if anybody would sell, but you know what? Maybe.
I'm seeing standing room only tickets for $149.
Oh dear.
That's just standing room.
We're back to the 04 finals at the Palace, $99 a pop standing room.
Behind the end zone, I'm seeing $282.
Give me
$330.
Middle level between the 30s. Mezzanine level
between the 30s.
$400.
So it is up. My guess is by the end of the week, that's a $500 bill. For the median ticket at this game, be $500. Cheap seats will be north of $3. People, it's a playoff game this weekend.
And visitor side, $437. Oh my Lord.
Yeah. What would it take? Wow. What would it take?
What's that? To go to the game?
Yeah.
I told you, if you go, I'll go.
I'm not wearing Lions garb because I don't like the team colors. They're terrible. But
come on, you're the captain of this hype train.
I know.
Give me a hat or
No,
something.
I forgot. You know what you already said what it was going to take.
What was that?
I guess you're not going. That State would have to beat Washington the day before.
Oh yeah, well,
and you would be so happy
that was
you were going
before certain things,
and you would be going down to the ballpark. So yeah.
Kenny, much like the general is not on the front lines, it's the same thing here. I'm just giving you counsel.
Come on, just get a Lions hat on. That's all you need.
Then get a better team color. Get a better logo.
You could have like the black hat with the regular blue logo. That's not so bad.
We'll talk. Listen, let's talk about it. I want to like. I just don't like anything about their brand.
Get an engine block. Let's go.
Oh God,
I'm not into the blue. I like when they go the grays. I like the all grays.
Let me peruse. We'll see. Because I need a football team. I don't have one in the NFL now. The Giants are dead as a doorknob.
They'll be back.
Hungry Howie celebrating 50 years of flavor. That's 50 years creating delicious pizza using real mozzarella, not Wisconsin space cheese. Real toppings that don't come from a can. And yes, fresh made dough in-house daily. New menu items. Perfect for Sunday if you want. Kenny's a big spice guy, the Bee Sting Pizza. 2 toppings plus a hot honey drizzle, $12.99. And whether it's a weeknight, game night, anything in between, mix and match deal. Any menu items, $6.99. Pair them up, get dinner on the table in 20 minutes. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time only on that special stuff. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The 2 most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number 1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number 1 team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over. All right. And I'm just telling you, I take this serious. I mean, we are going to get to the phones. Kenny, this is what I mean. I have never owned, in my 20 years in this town and 25 in the state, I have never owned a piece of Lions apparel. And there's a reason. Man, this stuff is ugly. Like, I want to buy something to I am captaining the we are winning this division, we're winning a home playoff game ship.
What about anything with
Look at this.
Black in it? No?
I'm trying, but the one black thing they got here, it was like a crew neck. Man, I swear to God, they just need to superimpose Jim Caldwell's body in it. I swear it's the Caldwell shirt. Now, I can't wear that.
They don't have like what Brian Sala was wearing for the Jets, like just a little T-shirt with the hoodie.
Robert Sala?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Robert Sala. Yeah. Who did I say?
Frank Sala.
Robert.
Sammy Sala. I'm looking. I'm trying.
Where it's just a Lions logo. Nike.
Well, there's first things first. I mean, how many T-shirt jerseys can they hawk on this website? What are we doing here? Give me some time. I'll look. Guys, they don't use the Prowling Lion enough.
Get the grit hat.
I do not want the grit
hat.
Have
they come out with a new slogan yet?
I have not seen that.
I haven't either.
It's called Detroit Muscle.
No, we're built for this, but it's not this. There's another word after. It's what they yelled in the locker room.
Oh, built for this.
Yeah.
Is that on a shirt?
That's what I said. I'm asking, is that shirt out yet? How about a blue ski mask?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Do you really think it's a good idea for every member of this show to show up to the game Sunday in ski masks? What are we doing here?
I do.
He's asking for everybody. He wants to see blue ski masks all throughout the building. I got to admit, that would be a little intimidating.
I see a polo shirt that's not terrible, but I don't like. I hate the logo.
Hey, not terrible. We've reached not
terrible.
So you don't like the new Lion?
No,
with the eyes open.
It's horrific. What have I always? You know what? We'll leave it for another day. Let's get to the people. I will continue the quest.
What would Bobby Sala say?
After this team's 2-0, and we're talking about them as Super Bowl contenders. Now, I've never even owned so much as a Lions hat in my life.
No.
Dude, this is the worst. I don't like the colors. That blue is really, it's awful. I mean, who are we?
The Honolulu.
It's not good.
I've often wanted them to do like a Buccaneers rebranding with the colors.
Done and done. Steve, 97.1. What's up, Stevie?
Oh, what's up, guys? How you feeling?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Well, I got to say, we're contenders. I definitely have to agree that we're top 3 in the NFC, but you know what that means, Mike.
What?
It's car flag season, baby.
Oh, boy.
Get your car flags.
Oh, no. I have never understood why people do that.
Flags?
They do, but Mike, I told you, I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you guys because a year ago I wanted to ship JG out, and I remember I called you guys when we were having the playoff hype train. I found your engine block on eBay, Mike.
No.
An original 97 from the Barry game, the 2053 against the Jets.
No.
$27,500, baby.
No. For how much?
$27,500. Just Google it on eBay.
I'm all set.
I did buy a nice shirt off Homage.com, and I did order my blue ski mask. So thank you, CJ.
You are not wearing a blue ski mask to this game, are you really?
I am.
Are they going to allow this to happen?
Hold on. Here's my question. Yeah, like Steve shows up, and Steve's a nice guy. Now, Steve's going to throw on a blue ski mask. I think you're asking for trouble.
No, but when your player is telling fans to do this, I think the Lions have to allow it. Now, Steve, take the mask off as soon as the game's over.
Absolutely.
Please don't go to your car with that mask on.
We went from being anime heroes with Jamal to villains with CJ. I love it. But, guys, I have one question for you to specifically address Rico's skepticism, and then I want to address the caller that mentioned the missed Amon-Ra throw and the comparing JG to Stafford. So first off, I was watching Monday Night Football last night, and one thing came to my mind. The question for you, Rico, and Mike too. How many more mistake-free games does Goff have to play before we start using the E word with him? Elite. Like, I know he has physical limitations, and Mahomes is in his own tier. But
Steve, I would say this.
That conversation?
Steve, I would say this. You become elite in the playoffs.
I think you only become elite when you're considered an MVP.
Yeah. Because Tony Romo does elite things in the regular season, but he's not elite. in my world.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be elite. I think we say, when are we willing to accept Jared Goff's really good?
Yeah, because I don't care what the national media thinks. That's loser talk, as you said, like a lot, Mike. I really don't care. But if he can prove this kind of thing in the playoffs, which, let's get there first, then yeah, it's totally fair to have that conversation. But right now, I mean, I understand he's got the physical limitations. Yeah. I'd rather take his decision making over, somebody like Josh Allen right now. And Josh Allen is fantastic to watch.
Well, yeah, and when I look at elite, Steve, it's like playground guy. If I had to choose and I got the first pick and I got to choose between this quarterback and this quarterback, you may say it's not fair, but okay, there's Mahomes, there's Jared Goff. You taking Mahomes, and you start going down the list until you finally get to Goff. If you're not taking one of those first couple of QBs, he's not elite yet.
And I want to address that second caller too. While I have time. But for me personally, I mean, I just see Mahomes in his own tier. Burrow hurts definitively, and then really, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up after that. But then it leads me to talk about JG, who's really he's not a creative passer, but this offense isn't really designed for that. I mean, this team relies heavily on its offensive line running the ball and really controlling the tempo of the game that way. Benjamin Solak had a great tweet about that missed Amon-Ra streak that the caller pointed out, and it was all because of the read. And actually, I think, 2 years ago when the Rams had that run to the Super Bowl, Stafford had a similar play with a similar read in the playoffs that equaled that bomb to Cup. And, I mean, the caller, I think his name is Brian, he's right about the difference between JG and Stafford. But when did Stafford ever have a run game or offensive line like JG has had in Detroit? Boy. And similarly, did the Rams ever really have the run game that the Lions could and should have right now? So do we really need Goff to be that elite creative thrower that's just tossing bombs and playing out?
No, it's not. It's not about being throwing bombs. It's not about, being a gunslinger. It's about you're going to have the ability as Jared Goff to have 33, 34, 35% of your dropbacks be play action passes. You should have a QBR north of 100. Now, the way he played in Kansas City, I'm going to be honest, he was shaky. But in the big moments, he made a couple of big throws. Okay, that's a good step. Right. What Jared Goff needs to be is go back to the year that Atlanta went to the Super Bowl and look at Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan was never elite in my world, but he was good.
Yeah.
That's Jared. You give me that.
Right.
This team can go to a Super Bowl. And I thought I had found something, and then I realized it had graffiti writing that said Lions on the sleeve. I mean, can they just make some decent products here? Christ, get it together.
We'll find you something. There's always the engine block.
I'm on the 7th page.
Engine block.
I don't.
It goes with everything. No, it's like black.
No.
You just wear with everything.
Or just walk in with that helmet on behind you.
Wearing an engine block at a game, you are telling the world my life is not headed in a good place. You're saying I have limited job prospects. You are telling the world you are borderline unemployable.
Here's the deal. We do the Lions playoff game. I go if we're wearing engine blocks.
And it's a home playoff game?
Yeah.
You got to make that trade, man. This is the closest we get. Rico's personal growth. You said it yourself earlier.
I will take it under advisement. Let's beat Seattle first. Okay, that's outrageous. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for the first hot day where that AC's on the fritz. Team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get your air conditioner in tip-top shape. Save on the energy bill. Mastercraft generators in stock, too. Schedule that tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. did you meet Will Smith? All right, let's do this. First of all, I'd like to say as a PSA to America that Texas Tech University can burn to the ground in eternity for the worst bad beat in history and ruining the big game bet. Up 31-30 with just 38 seconds to go. The only way you lose betting plus 6.5 is if Texas Tech decides we're throwing a pick six and Oregon decides we hate life, we're not kneeing. Texas Tech, bleep yourself. Number 2 on this list.
And you know what the funny thing is? You called that, you and Cookies, and I'm like, Mike, what are the odds? That's not going to happen. They're just going to go down there. They're not going to throw a pick six. They just threw an interception. He's running towards the end zone. They just threw a pick six. I have nothing to say.
Heed my words. Never say what will beat you moments before it does. Number 2 on the Weekend Report. Rico, did you ever hear the one about the coach who lost $80 million pounding his beanbag? Guess not.
I guess, yeah, you know what? I've heard something about that.
Number 3. I just wanted to make you smile. Smile, as John L. Smith would say. Smile. All right, number 3. Texas is so back, people. It's more than just hook 'em. They're the best team in America. Change my mind, Rico Beard. We want Georgia.
You know what?
We want Georgia.
I can't because they did something that most people can't do. You go into Tuscaloosa and you won. Now, that's not the same Alabama team.
Yeah.
That's the same crowd, same stadium. It's just intimidating. You're automatically down 10 points.
We want Georgia.
You didn't just win. You dominated the game.
With that in mind, Bama's dead. I mean, Clemson dead. Saban has lost his fastball. They don't have the NFL skill talent. They don't have a Bama defensive line. Rico, massive changes needed at Bama. Change my mind.
That's a little too far.
Damn
that's
it.
Still,
Okay.
you know what?
It just felt good to say.
I know. That's still Nick Saban. He's still going to get top-tier talent. They're like Ohio State did not have the heir apparent at quarterback, and you're seeing it.
Truth.
They can't keep it rolling.
Rico Beard, Mel Tucker is dumber than bricks. Your thoughts?
Mistakes were made.
Note to Kansas, we don't need 12 cops to protect the goalposts when no one's at the game. Did you see the pictures?
No,
it's an empty stadium. There are cops forming circles around the goalposts.
Because you beat Illinois?
For a crowd that wasn't able to storm because they weren't there.
Because you beat Illinois. Not Kansas State, not Texas. You beat Illinois. Okay.
More cops than people. I'd like to bring up an issue of malpractice from the weekend, everybody. When did you meet Will Smith? How did Matt Rule not bench Jeff Sims? His quarterback was offensive. I mean, it was more than just you didn't know where the ball was going. 4 turnovers in the half. Fumbling multiple snaps, fumbling running the ball, a horrific interception on a telegraph throw. The broadcast, even moron Gus Johnson is like, this young man is ruining this game for the other kids. And everyone said, there's no way they could start Jeff Sims in the second half. Cutscene, Matt Rule, Jeff Sims in the second half.
Tells me that's all you got. Because if your fall off between quarterback number 1 and number 2 is so great. Because it makes no sense. He has 6 turnovers in a game and a half. So it just tells me Nebraska has nothing at QB. Either that or they run the Wildcat.
I'd like to give you the Brian Ferentz update. If that name sounds familiar, it's Kirk Ferentz's son. He is the offensive coordinator at Iowa. And in order to keep his job / hit his incentives, he has to average 24 points a game. Well, despite being 2-0, Brian Ferentz is 0-2 at accomplishing his goal because they've scored 20 and 23. Rico, what on earth? If you can't score 24 points in 2023's version of football, should you be allowed to keep your job regardless of record?
No. Well, see, that's going to be the ultimate paradox. What if they end up going 12-0, but they can't crack 25 points You upgraded the quarterback situation by bringing Cade in there, and you still
they're horrific.
He may not be good at his job.
And we've now arrived at what I like to call the truth. All right. Is Gus Johnson brain dead? A serious discussion.
Okay.
Moments after Joel Klatt went on a soliloquy about how the quarterback must stay in bounds to keep the clock running so they can bleed it down and kick a field goal in this Colorado game. Gus Johnson, doing his normal yelling and screaming idiocy, says, and he smartly goes out of bounds. Total silence until Gus jumps back in. Joel jumps back in and goes, Gus, actually, that was the complete wrong thing to do. Can someone check on Gus Johnson?
I think Gus just likes to hear Gus. Gus just needs to fill the space with words and things and stuff like that.
Gus Johnson or Satan?
Well, I'm still going to go with Gus.
Okay.
I see where you're going with this.
Dante Moore is him, as the kids say, the Detroit MLK product who is starting for UCLA. I've now watched 2 weeks in a row as he's rotated in and out. Guys, I understand staying up late to watch football is tough. Dante Moore is that dude. Wow, does he look good as a true freshman.
I got to be honest with you. I owe Dante an apology. I thought he was going to be good, but I didn't think he would be good in year one. I thought it was going to be best for Chip Kelly to sit him. I didn't want him to get Spencer Rattler, and which means that he goes out there too soon and throws interceptions, loses his confidence, and has to transfer out. But watching him and what he is doing, Chip Kelly, bravo. You jumped in at the last second to get this kid, and I think the Big Ten is going to be excited when they see him playing for UCLA next year.
His ability, the quick release, and he's got a nuclear arm.
He does.
It's unbelievable.
I thought he needed some time. I thought that going from playing in the PSL to the Pac-12 was just, you know what? That's just a little too much too soon.
You know
I
what?
owe him an apology. He's ready.
Here's what I'm going to say. Overreaction, I don't care. It feels good. UCLA's a dark horse in the Pac-12.
Really?
If this is that dude, if he only going to get better from here. And they're a freight train on offense. Great offensive line. Very few teams in the Pac-12 have a front seven capable of handling that. Dark horse, not a favorite. Rico, he's
over
good.
Oregon State?
I did not say that. Benny the Beaver, FTW.
Gotcha.
And our last note is a PSA for a coworker. If you see Jim Costa on the streets, be nice to him. Because his alma mater, CMU, a.k.a. Safety Schools State, should be contracted. Their program should fold. They needed a Houdini escape against New Hampshire, winning 45-42, wellness check on cookies, and Jim McElwain, they don't throw a forward pass. Not because they don't want to, people, because they can't. CMU may have the worst quarterback in America, ended already before my pod partner goes Michael Douglas and falling down with a baseball bat. Rico, how have we arrived here for CMU?
It's a lot like Sims for Nebraska. You really have nothing else behind him.
Oh, my.
I mean, you would think that you would have a freshman, a walk-on, something. Not saying you got to be Dante Moore, but let's just go ahead and play the freshman and see what he can do. But they're sticking with Bert Emanuel Jr.
Jim showed me highlights from his phone since the game was on Soaring Eagle Network or whatever it was.
Is that real?
No. And he showed me one of the most egregious interceptions you'll ever see. If this is the quality you're putting out there for the wellness of your fans, shut the program down.
He should be the backup. He should be the trick play quarterback. He is not the main quarterback. He is the goal line, the 4th and 5, where he can scramble and do something. But this, wow.
We return to your phone calls in a moment. That is the Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach, Harlan Barton makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. You know, I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us and great to be back to some normal business. Obviously, we did 4 hours of the ridiculous, embarrassing, absurd Mel Tucker situation. Today has been more Lions focused. We opened Odyssey.com. Rewind if you want. My God, Aaron Rodgers, 4 plays and dead. And if that had happened here, would that have just broken you as a fan? Like literally in the most hyped year for the Jets, hyped year for the Lions. I can't imagine what Jet fans are going through.
I can only imagine because I know how I was feeling when Brian Branch went down with cramps.
You were worried he was gone for the year.
I was.
And I'm like,
because Mike, much like Aaron Rodgers, when a player goes down non-contact, that's never good.
Brian Branch does not get hurt. Brian Branch simply takes rest.
He simply just got the water from the grass and said, okay, I'm better now.
Made
Cramps
of steel.
Gone.
It's like reverse osmosis.
But I didn't know that then. Hey, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson said, telling Lions fans to wear the blue ski mask to the game.
Yeah.
So I got to thinking, is this really a good idea? Because I don't think it is. I understand where he's coming from. He had it on in the post game. He's saying we're going to be the villains and embrace this. But it really feels like you're about to set the city of Detroit back a lot of years.
How?
Because Detroit already has a bad reputation. So when the cameras pan the stadium and see 20, 30,000 people in ski masks, well, probably not a good look.
I don't think 20, 30,000 people will be in ski mask.
I'm just saying. But
you might get 100.
See, I don't think Mike, the way people are loving on this team, he's a leader of this team. And if he comes out and says, hey, wear this, bring it to the game, I think you're going to see a lot more than just 100 people.
My answer to you is as long as the fans aren't violent, I don't really care.
And that's,
As long as you're not violent.
You can't get into a fight if you do this.
I can't stand when people decide to put hands on other people. Just don't do it.
Right. I mean,
but again, people are nuts. I've seen, listen, hey, Lions fans, now I've been very nice to you now, but you're no different than a lot of the other huckleberries around the league. I have taken people to games in years past. I have a dear friend of mine who's a Cowboy fan, and things happen, and I don't have to like all those things. And I don't get why some of y'all act that way. Well, I do. You get on the bravery juice. I get it. The point I'm making is C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to be that locker room leader. He's going to be, I think, the voice of the fans. You have a right to say, I'm not comfortable with the idea of people being in ski masks. I would just tell you, as long as they don't do anything stupid, I don't care what you wear. As long as you're wearing clothing, we'll call it even.
Just the reputation of Detroit, you're a bunch of thug city, you're
you know
this,
what?
you're that, you're a bunch of criminals.
Wrap your arms around it. Hey,
okay,
man.
but if you do this, don't get mad when people say, hey, where you from, Detroit? Oh, you're the people that rob folks. And hey.
Didn't C.J. Gardner-Johnson get his car stolen from the Link after a playoff game in Philadelphia?
Right.
Doesn't the Link have a jail in it?
It does. And people say, hey, Philly fans, they're crazy fans.
They are.
Detroit as a whole has a bad reputation nationwide.
I'm just, you know what?
No,
I don't want
I understand what he's doing. I would say no. Maybe let's find something else. I don't want the city to live up to a stereotype.
I just view it like Florida, right? The University of Florida. When Urban had all those teams and half the team was arrested, it didn't matter. They won games, right? Mm-hmm. You're never going to be viewed favorably being from Detroit. You're not.
Right.
So give it up. Not you, people. Stop worrying about it. Go win your games. Don't hit anybody. Don't do stupid stuff. You want to wear a blue ski mask? I don't know. Wear it. To me, it just sounds hot and not comfortable. And I don't think that's optimal. Do whatever you like. It's just, I mean, hell, man, we got people who dress up like Star Wars characters in Oakland. You got grown men wearing dog masks in Cleveland. What the hell's the difference? NFL fans are psychopaths.
Okay.
We're going to go 2-0. Let the people wear what they want.
It's you wear what you want, but the ski mask and the stereotype that Detroit already has, I just don't think that.
I don't, because honestly, I've given up. Every city's got a stereotype. Like, who likes any of these cities? Think about it. What city's got a good reputation at this point besides like Mayberry?
San Diego, but they don't have a team.
They don't have teams, and we all view West Coast fans as losers. What other towns? San Francisco's a dump. LA's in disrepair. New York is in crisis right now. They got rats the size of Kenny.
I like Indy.
Indianapolis isn't a real city. It's a tractor trailer with an indoor mall.
Atlanta, the ATL.
Transient city, fake city, doesn't count. No one's from Atlanta. Next, traffic's terrible and the humidity's awful. Plus, they call everything Coke. Orange Coke.
That is true.
Lime Coke.
What about, oh, what? Whew, wow.
What?
I just censored myself. What about Dallas? I was about to call Dallas its nickname.
What's its name? Oh, okay. Oh, man. That would have been great. I'm proud of you, though. The point I'm making is no city's got a great rep. You want to talk about Chicago? I'm moving on. People can wear what they want. Okay. Now, second of all, we've been talking about whether it's an overreaction that after week 1, I think it's okay to say the Lions are a Super Bowl contender. They went on the road to Kansas City. They got the best road win in all of football. I mean, sure, Dallas was impressive, but are the Giants the Chiefs? No. I mean, San Francisco, the lap of luxury, Robin Leach as head coach. I mean, are the Steelers the Chiefs? I think not. You got the best road win in the league. I think you're a top 3 team in the NFC. I've been saying it all summer. I want to know if that's an overreaction. I'm not saying you're better than San Francisco right now.
No. Now, and I don't want to take away from the Lions' victory, but do you take anything away from the fact that Kelsey wasn't there? I'm not saying it's an asterisk game. But,
okay. Because I view it, there's going to come a game at some point where the Lions won't have what they need. Okay. They played without J-Mo. They played without Mosley. They played without 2
and
D tackles.
And that's fair. But the thing is, if anything happens in that game, I don't want to hear, well, we didn't have player X.
Oh, yeah, no. You don't
and
get
that's
to do
why.
that. Overcome. Okay. Just like this weekend, I don't want to hear about Jacoby Windman not playing for State. Overcome. Who am I kidding? We're going to be down 50.
Seriously,
I was just trying to make sure you're plugged in. That's all. 248-539-9797.
The horse is dead, Mike.
Dude, you know what? I'm saying here at 5:10, this is what I'm saying as you guys are driving home from work. If you've listened to this show for any amount of time, you ready for what I'm about to say? Mm-hmm. The Lions are my only hope for football this fall. Okay? You are all I have. You are thy salvation. Well, the Giants ain't going to get me home, and Michigan State, I think we've covered it. We got a few problems.
Well, you know what? Like I said, I gave the Lions to game 8. I said 5-3. That's what I'm looking for. And I said for MSU, it was the Washington game. That's what I'm judging you on.
How many points would I need to give you?
To what?
Bet State. And lose something that's near and dear to you.
Like 16 right now?
Mm-hmm.
And to lose something that's near and dear.
Yeah. Like every comic book you've ever bought. I want it to hurt.
Then you're going to have to give me like 30.
Rico goes 98.5.
Right. You're going to have to give me about 35.
He's going to look up the Washington Media Guide. What's the record for points Washington's ever scored? Right. He'll take half a point less than that.
Right.
248-539-9797. David, are the Lions Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, I believe they're Super Bowl contenders. When I look at the 2 best teams, I believe the 49ers are the best team, and then the Lions are the second best team because they beat the defending champs.
Wait, who are the Niners playing week 1? Oh, I know. Your team.
Yeah, but it didn't matter who they played. They're dominant. They dominated on the defensive line. They dominated everywhere, okay? Brock Purdy didn't have to breathe. He just threw. He just whatever.
Well, he reminds me a lot of Jared Goff, where he just finds the open receiver. And you just like, well, how did this guy get open? Because you have so many pieces out there.
Patrick Peterson made Brandon Ayuk look like Jerry Rice.
Well, I tried to tell people Brandon Ayuk was good. But this is where when I watch the Lions play against Kansas City, I really hope that Jameson Williams can shut a lot of people up. That's the final piece. If he comes back and does what he's supposed to do, you've now stretched the field, and Jared Goff, all those open receivers are going to be even more wide open because you have the deep threat. When I'm watching that game, because that was the only thing missing against Kansas City, is the Chiefs knew you're not throwing it deep down the field because you don't have that person yet.
I think I know what they could do. I don't want to do it because the trade deadline is so far away. But the return of J-Mo along with one acquisition, I just feel like the offense, in a word, would be unstoppable. But I
would want to do it just for the insurance policy. If J-Mo comes back and he's ready, now your offense takes a gigantic step forward that maybe you can knock off one of these teams. But right now, I got to see Goff do it in the big games consistently.
Let's go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian? How are you?
Mike, I think I solved your T-shirt thing. What if we could have one of the VIPs there, like Kenny or something, put in a call to Lions and get you one of them Brad Holmes wearing the Dan Campbell, wearing the Brad Holmes wearing the Dan Campbell thing on the shirt? You could be the only guy in Detroit with one of those outside of the team.
Maybe. Brian, here's my thing with your football team. You don't use the best logo you have. And that Honolulu blue is atrocious. If you can find something that's got that prowling lion and it's in black or gray, you got my attention. Brian, it's just difficult. That hat's hideous, Rico. Put that away.
And I've got the prowling lion on the blue, so I make it work. But Mike, here's my thing. Why I say we got to kind of tap the brakes a little bit. Why I do think they have the potential to be a contender.
Yeah.
Two things, man. So many of these teams in week one looked awful.
Correct.
And they all can't be that bad. There's so much rust. I think that because obviously no one's playing anybody in the preseason anymore. I think you got to really wait till after week 2 shakes out to really see what you're looking at as far as how these teams are potentially going to look. I mean, Mike, even your Giants, they're not that bad.
No,
I mean, they're bad.
Listen, no one is 40-0 bad. But understand, I think the Giants are a 7-win football team. They got incredibly lucky last year. So my point is this, Brian, you didn't play your best football by any stretch of the imagination. And I look at the Kansas City game, it was your toughest game. So for me, you have every right to go, okay, there's Philly, there's San Francisco, there's us. I don't think there's anyone else in the NFC that I remotely care about. I mean that, and I've said it all summer. I don't feel a need to change that now.
And there's two other things that I need to see. One of them is what you guys have been talking about. This offense, the way that it's constructed, is based on having J-Mo being that deep threat where you can take the top off and at least keep the defense and the safeties honest. We need to see that when he comes back, that there's a legitimate deep threat there that they at least have to respect. And then the second part of it is, like, I need to see them take care of business on Sunday against Seattle. Need to see them do it.
Oh, that's
show me that. Then I'm buying in a little more. And let me be clear, I'm bought in.
I want you to relax.
Need to see them.
I want you to settle in Sunday. Watch the game knowing you're going to win. It's simply by how much. Brian, it's all okay.
And relax. I expect them to win. I expect them to win. And
they got Rico at right tackle. That's where Seattle's at right now. Rico and his little man bag. They are dead on arrival, Brian. All they ought to do is lay out a bunch of pine boxes in the Seattle locker room when they show up. And the little box lunches the players get before they get on the bus. Rico, they signed Jason Peters. He's 100. They lost Walter Cross. They lost their tackles.
Oh, no. Everything is lining up for this team to go out there and get it done.
It's going to be okay.
No, I'm talking about for the Lions.
Yeah, I know. They're going to beat Seattle. They're going to be 2-0. We're going to be feeling good.
So after I finish doing the pregame show, I'll swing by, grab you, and we're heading down to the Lions game, right?
Buddy, can I see the I need to know
Spartan victory the day before.
If MSU wins, all bets are off. Because I'm telling you, like Lions fans needed Thursday night. That's what Spartan fans need. MSU fans have not been allowed to feel good about themselves outside of one real afternoon in October of 21.
What about when they beat Kenny Pickett?
Pickett didn't even play. Remember, they showed him up in the boot 17
that's
times.
right. That's right.
Well, tell him about it.
You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. If you're looking for a career in radio, TV, graphics design, artists, not happy with your current situation, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications programs and degrees through Specs at LTU, located right here in the heart of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Perfect sleep temp, 68 degrees. Hell, you make it lower than that. Debate for another time. But what's not up for debate, the eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Serta Perfect Sleeper, pressure relieving comfort, and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. What you need to do, just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Up next, Rico's going to tell you why Shedeur Sanders makes more money than Jahmyr Gibbs. I'll throw up on myself and then walk out. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I'll just tell you that's what Rico said to me during the break, and I honestly wanted to choose violence. David, the ticket text will go to the people.
I think the Lions have the potential to be contenders, but it's only week 1, and they need to improve the middle of their defensive line.
Really? I must have missed where the Chiefs ran the ball.
In addition to Philly and San Francisco, the Cowboys look like a legit team as well because of their defense.
Erroneous.
Put the Lions behind the 3 of them.
Well, that is the best defense in the world.
No, it's not. They feasted on a god-awful Giants O-line. What's the strength of the Lions? The O-line. What's the strength of San Francisco? The O-line. What's the strength of the Eagles? The O-line. Who can't Dallas beat? Any of those 3 teams. Next.
Yeah, I couldn't include Dallas. That's why I said Lions were 3, because I have seen Dallas fall on their face.
That's right.
Every year.
Mike McCarthy's calling your plays.
I mean,
kindly leave.
Think about it. The year before, they ended with Dak sliding as the clock expired instead of going out of bounds. And then last year, they said, hey, whoa. Zeke, how about you snap the ball and we'll have no help around you? That's how their season ended. Yeah.
Yes, they played a C-plus game and still beat the defending Super Bowl champs. Anyone who thinks otherwise is still stricken with the SOL-itis. Jimmy and Holly. 49ers best team in the NFC. Lions second best team in the NFC. Philly is third. Green Bay's fourth. DJ at work.
I'm not ready to downgrade the Eagles that way. I will tell you, I have doubts that both coordinators leaving doesn't hurt them, and I have doubts that starting like 17 rookies on defense doesn't hurt them. San Francisco, I just think ultimately Brock Purdy turns into a pumpkin.
Or it could be the beginning. I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer, Mike, but it's a lot like the early Russell Wilson with the Seahawks.
I refuse to accept this.
Okay.
You don't deserve it.
Why not?
It's too much privilege.
Christian McCaffrey was running Wildcat.
With the Steelers, it's not important.
Be a shame if he fell down the stairs. Rodney, 97.1. What's up, Rodney?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good, Rod.
Hey, I got some history on my side, brother, that I would like to lay out for y'all. Mike, you seem like you can appreciate a guy to do a little research.
Okay,
I think I have the most interesting take on why I think not only are the Lions our Super Bowl contenders, I really do think the Lions is about to go there. I'm not going to say they're going to win it, but I'm telling you, fellas, let me lay this out to you. Now, check it out. Mike, you made a point earlier that the Lions, they got the best victory in the NFL right now on the road against the Super Bowl champs. Now, I did some research, and what piqued me was that the last time the Lions ended the regular season beating a potential Super Bowl team was in 1991 when they beat the Buffalo Bills. And not only that, fellas, before that game, they went on the road and beat Green Bay back-to-back, 91. The point is this. They beat Buffalo to end the season. They went to the playoffs, beat Dallas. They lost to the Super Bowl champions that year, the Washington Redskins, to end their season. Fast forward to 2023. They end their 2022 season beating the Green Bay Packers, and we all know the circumstances behind that game. They didn't even have to win it, okay? But they ended the season beating the Green Bay Packers, a potential Super Bowl team away, okay? They ended their season. Now, the subtle twist to it is that they didn't end their season losing to a Super Bowl team, But what happened? They came into the next season and beat the Super Bowl team away in their home. And you know what the kicker is?
Tell me.
In 91, we didn't have a quarterback. In 2023, we got a quarterback, fellas. What you think?
Rico, what do you think? That's research. Come on.
That was a lot of research.
Come on.
I'm still breaking it down, Rodney. I was taking notes over here.
It was a dissertation.
Hey, Rico.
Yes,
hey, Rico,
sir.
you know what I wanted you to do? Because when I did the research, I really wanted to go from 91 to now, but that was just too much. I only went from 91 to 2001. And from that time, the Lions hadn't beat a championship team like that ending the regular season. Buffalo was that team that they beat.
No,
you fast forward to now, they hadn't did it. You fast forward to now, they beat Green Bay last year and then come into the season and beat a Super Bowl team. That's a huge sign to me.
Both
fellas.
on the road.
Lions have never did that.
Well, and I will say this, Rodney. Appreciate the phone call. You did a heck of a job with your research. The one game that I thought you didn't have a chance, the team went out there and won. Your other 16 games, there's no team where you're just like, that's an auto loss. Yeah,
right.
I'm not going to get angry if you lose that game.
And if you want to be a
Everything is
true contender, you need to play the seeding game. See, now Rico and I are going to hold you to an even different standard. It's not good enough to make playoffs. I don't think it's just good enough to win the division. You have to win a playoff game. Well, what's the key to winning a playoff game? Play it at home.
Play it at home.
It's a song as old as time.
It can be done. You can go on the road to do that, but you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
But now you scoreboard watch. You have to take care of your business. If you want to talk about hosting playoff games, the bidding starts at 12 wins. You have to be comfortable holding a team to that standard.
Yeah, and if you make it to 12, 13, you may get every game in Detroit.
Oh, and then your little privileged pumpkin has to come to Detroit. Be a real shame for you to see the Niners lose right in front of your face. Kenny in a ski mask. Woo! Could Kenny get his beard through that thing?
That would be an interesting game.
Oh, absolutely not.
That would be unbelievable.
I'd go clean shaven, though, just for the occasion.
I know David was.
Baby Kenny would be back?
Wow. So Baby Kenny's back. Mike in an engine block.
No.
Yeah. I'll just say this. You sound like David, as arrogant as he was last week.
What's that?
And he kept telling me what was going to happen in that game.
I tried to help him.
Don't be wrong, please. Don't be
Well,
wrong.
here, I'm gonna tell you. If David has any life left in him, it's this weekend. It is Mike Tomlin as a home divisional dog. Browns are favored by 2. If the Steelers lose that game, Mike Tomlin as a home divisional dog is like 16-4-3. If you lose that game, you may as well produce the show with your back to us.
We might lose to the Browns.
We will lose to the Browns.
Wow.
What was the confidence that you had Friday?
Because I was going against you.
Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. In fact, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they sell that much. Because it's all in stock. There's no shipping. There's no nonsense. It's right in their warehouse, about a mile down the road. They move product. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So you want to be able to get that deck built. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro, and you can get the process moving. It's just that simple. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
on that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier.
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
yeah, somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get with the people. We got the weekend report. Then we have the big finish presented by Absolutely No One. Shout out sales. David, what do you got?
That was a very impressive win Thursday night. I'm totally buying in on the Lions. Not only they will beat Seattle. Final score will be 38-13.
All right, take it easy with 38 points. And beating anyone by 25. Do I think they're going to beat Seattle? Yes.
Someone says, Mike, or Chuck from work says, Mike, I found you a nice black polo with a good lion logo on it. It's on sale.
Oh, boy. Like I said, let me. I got to see what my Saturday brings. I listen.
When are they going to drop the old school logo stuff?
They're going to wait till the week of the game, probably.
Yeah, I thought they announced it. I'm going to find out which week. Might be the Tampa week?
Yeah, because they're going to wear the Bruce the Buccaneer throwbacks. The creamsicles, if you will.
Oh, you want to head down to that game?
No, I don't like the city of Tampa.
About to say, I know somebody.
City of Tampa, very trashy. I don't like Tampa Bay.
Ybor City?
Yeah, like I said.
Just don't like any NFL city. Pick a city, Mike will trash it.
No, I like my two cities. I like New York and Detroit. That's it. Everywhere else can bleep off.
You know, it's actually a nice city.
It's not.
They say Cleveland rocks, so you don't like that?
No, Cleveland's not a bad town, and they're losers like we are. So, I mean, you kind of... They're like our sister city.
Seattle's a nice city.
Too far away. And it rains a lot. I don't like the rain.
Okay, that's fair.
I've heard Denver's nice. Now, I wouldn't mind Denver, I guess.
Denver is nice.
What?
I always bring this up, and I always love your take on it. You know I do. I always love that you have to be Mets, Jets, Giants, Yankees.
Yeah,
right?
because one side of New York are born losers and the other are born winners. There is no such thing as a Yankee fan who's a Jet fan. It doesn't exist. It's
Really?
Yankees, it's Mets, Jets, Nets. It's Yankees, Giants, Knicks.
And it's a known thing. Like it's not. It's worldwide known.
Yeah, because it's like the Chinese restaurants. You can't split it up.
No.
You must. If you take off of this side of the menu,
that's right.
You get all of this.
I'll take the G7 combo plate. No substitutions, please.
I just learned. I didn't know you couldn't
Mets,
split
Jets,
it up.
Nets. It doesn't change. But that's why I always tell you, because these people are born losers. You ask for a life of pain being a Met, Jet, and a Net fan. You're a loser.
And then the Net fans thought that they had it when they got KD. The Mets fans thought they had it when they signed everybody.
You hate to see
and then Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, my God. I hate to see it.
Jeez.
Just, it really pains you to see it, doesn't it?
I got an answer for you on the helmet, the alternate helmet. October 30th and the final regular season game against the Vikings. So the Raiders and the Vikings. Yes.
Oh.
I thought it was against the Bucks.
It says, Raiders and Vikings is what it says in this article.
Maybe the Bucks are wearing their throwbacks.
The Bucks are wearing the creamsicle.
Yeah, Bruce the Buccaneer.
You sure you want to go?
No, I don't want to go. At all.
I thought you wanted to do this Super Bowl run. We get a block engine hat. You can sit in the crowd.
There are plenty of cities I want to go to. Tampa, I have no desire to ever go back. I didn't like it there at all. Let's go to the people.
What about Jacksonville?
I've been there.
Oh,
yeehaw.
Hey, let me wear my Marlboro NASCAR jacket and do some meth. Let's go to KJ, 97.1. What's up, KJ?
That was hilarious.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. Well, listen, that retro hat's really a good hat, Mike. I got to tell you that much. I picked one up. It's gray, like a trucker's hat in the back. Got the bars and old school crawling lion, but that's a nice hat.
I'm looking. Trust me, I'm trying.
Well, I think that the Lions are definitely contenders. They're going to have a tough time with Frisco, like you guys are talking about. As far as the Eagles go, that can go either way if they get their stuff working together a little bit. But I'm concerned about. I haven't heard anything on Taylor Decker wearing that boot. Has anything came out in Detroit? I just left there yesterday, and now I'm in Orlando. But I don't know what's going on with Decker. Is he going to be able to play this week?
Yeah, David, you mentioned this.
Practice.
Yeah, and I think what's going to happen is he's not going to practice much. David, you were mentioning Decker earlier, and you looked at Rico and I like, I can't believe you two are concerned. Please.
Yeah, my belief is that they're just treating him with putting a boot on every week so that he can play. He hasn't had surgery. They're protecting it so he can play every week.
Okay. Well, if he don't play, would they move Sewell over? And then who are they going to put in?
Now, here's the deal. We've talked about this for a while. Like, to me, Sewell is trending to be, if he isn't already, the best right tackle in the league. I don't want to create two problems trying to fix one. So, again, let's cross the bridge when we get there. The big thing will be the Friday Participation Award, where we go Friday at 4 and we get the injury report. And generally, KJ, you don't practice Friday, you don't participate, you don't play. So take a deep breath. We'll see what happens on Friday.
Yeah.
And let me say this. That's my theory. I'm not reporting that. That's what the Lions are doing.
David, not a doctor.
Yeah, or nor does he play one on TV. You're right, but a lot of times, especially with veteran guys, you know the plays. I'd rather you just walk in this boot, you keep it safe, and then we'll take it off for the game.
How can some of this gear even be made? I mean, it is some of the most atrocious. Lions, you got to get it together, fellas. You got to talk to your vendors in these companies. I mean, the best thing I've seen on here is a pair of sweatpants with the prowling lion on it. That's how bad the Lions gear is.
Does anybody really have sweet gear?
Steelers always do.
So I ain't even gonna lie.
Steelers do. I mean, it's Lion stuff. Look, some of this one looks like a Jackson Pollock. This one's got Barry Sanders on it.
Like I said,
ridiculous.
I did like the Salah pullover, but you would think I was trolling you if I had a Jets pullover. So I just
wouldn't be very nice to you. That's really how that would work.
That's why I won't wear my Eagles
Honestly,
hat.
Instead of buying Jet gear, I'll buy a white T-shirt, like a little Fruit of the Loom, and I'll just spray paint an L on there, and that's what it is.
You remember that hat, don't you? The Lions hat.
Yeah, it was not. It was not their best moment.
Wayne Fonts leather.
That was mistakes.
Lions leather was a real vibe. That's Kenny for the playoff game.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's why I don't wear the Eagles hat, because I'm like, I don't want you thinking I was trolling you. So
The Eagles hat's nice, and they're good. What am I going to say? My team's terrible. I don't do whatever you want. Harvey, 97.1. What's up, Harvey?
What's up, fellas? Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So my prediction: 12-5. Sunday we win 30-17. Hutchinson 3 sacks. Gardner Johnson interception. And I want to speak on the ski mask thing. I like it. We got to have some attitude. We got to have attitude. The new bad boys. We the new bad boys of Detroit, the Detroit Lions. So, like last year, you got Jamal Williams crying and all that. C.J. Gardner Johnson bringing something in the locker room, like, let's hit him in the mouth.
Okay.
Let's go out here and just
Harvey, I feel you. I'm looking bigger picture. Detroit has enough time nationally of people calling it a joke and saying that it's a city full of thugs and murderers. Do you really want to help them out?
What the hell?
And guess what? And we got the reputation of having the worst football team in the NFL. So let's go out and be bad boys and let them hate on that. And let's win.
I'm just, you know what, Harvey, I'm with you.
You do the ski mask thing, you better win.
We're never turning our rep around in this town. It's not going to happen.
I mean, why even try?
That's the point. Just go Darth Vader mode. Hey, it worked for Raider fans, right? Yeah. What the hell? Kenny, dress up as Darth Vader. Go to the game. You strike me as a Star Wars nerd.
You're right.
Make it happen.
10,000 people in ski masks. What could go wrong?
Nothing. The dog pound, you have grown men eating dog biscuits and wearing dog masks.
I understand.
I'm just saying, like, there is an element of NFL fans you can't fix.
No, there is.
Lean into it.
I just think that I'd rather everybody get the engine block than the ski mask.
Then you look like a bunch of nerds.
Really? We're splitting these hairs?
I would, yeah. The engine blocks are horrible.
The ski mask or the engine block?
Well, the other thing they need to get rid of is the fight song. If you want this team to be nasty and you want this team to be viewed as the bad boys, you got to get rid of that third grade soccer fight song of yours.
Do other teams even have fight songs?
Washington does.
Steelers do.
Chicago does. Steelers do.
Do they play it?
Eagles do. Yeah, sorry, the band. I got bad news for you. The trumpet never came out of the case in Pittsburgh Sunday.
The conductor was like this the whole day, like, okay, never mind. So the Steelers, the Washington.
Steelers, Washington, the Bears, Eagles, and you, I think. NFL teams shouldn't have
that
fight.
The Fly Eagles fly?
Yes.
The Giants don't do theirs, right?
No, they haven't done that since like the 30s. Okay. I just think that if the Lions ditch that, it'd be a win for everybody. It really would.
That's not going to happen.
Why? It's a terrible song.
Right, but it's a cult classic.
It
may be terrible, but
what Lion fan really likes that song? We should do that later this week. I am making a movement
and I'll promise you now, especially because you've heard this song in so many bad years.
That's why I don't want it now.
Now, when you get to hear it, it means they are scoring. They are doing big things.
We're going to do that show later in the week.
Okay.
I think it's time to get rid of it.
You know what? Let's book it.
Done. Get ready for the NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $5. I keep saying get $5. Bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets.
There we go.
Bet. When you bet the $5, you get $100 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV. It's the best time to join because it's the NFL. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can kick off the season with an offer you don't want to miss. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday ticket ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to, yeah, you guessed it, watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime. did you meet Will Smith? All right, let's do this. First of all, I'd like to say as a PSA to America that Texas Tech University can burn to the ground in eternity for the worst bad beat in history and ruining the big game bet. Up 31-30 with just 38 seconds to go. The only way you lose betting plus 6.5 is if Texas Tech decides we're throwing a pick six and Oregon decides we hate life, we're not kneeing. Texas Tech, bleep yourself. Number 2 on this list.
And you know what the funny thing is? You called that, you and Cookies, and I'm like, Mike, what are the odds? That's not going to happen. They're just going to go down there. They're not going to throw a pick six. They just threw an interception. He's running towards the end zone. They just threw a pick six. I have nothing to say.
Heed my words. Never say what will beat you moments before it does. Number 2 on the Weekend Report. Rico, did you ever hear the one about the coach who lost $80 million pounding his beanbag? Guess not.
I guess, yeah, you know what? I've heard something about that.
Number 3. I just wanted to make you smile. Smile, as John L. Smith would say. Smile. All right, number 3. Texas is so back, people. It's more than just hook 'em. They're the best team in America. Change my mind, Rico Beard. We want Georgia.
You know what?
We want Georgia.
I can't because they did something that most people can't do. You go into Tuscaloosa and you won. Now, that's not the same Alabama team.
Yeah.
That's the same crowd, same stadium. It's just intimidating. You're automatically down 10 points.
We want Georgia.
You didn't just win. You dominated the game.
With that in mind, Bama's dead. I mean, Clemson dead. Saban has lost his fastball. They don't have the NFL skill talent. They don't have a Bama defensive line. Rico, massive changes needed at Bama. Change my mind.
That's a little too far.
Damn
that's
it.
Still,
Okay.
now, you know what?
It just felt good to say.
I know. That's still Nick Saban. He's still going to get top-tier talent. They're like Ohio State, did not have the heir apparent at quarterback, and you're seeing it.
Truth.
They can't keep it rolling.
Rico Beard, Mel Tucker is dumber than bricks. Your thoughts?
Mistakes were made.
Note to Kansas, we don't need 12 cops to protect the goalposts when no one's at the game. Did you see the pictures?
No.
It's an empty stadium. There are cops forming circles around the goalposts.
Because you beat Illinois?
For a crowd that wasn't able to storm because they weren't there.
Because you beat Illinois. Not Kansas State, not Texas. You beat Illinois. Okay.
More cops than people. I'd like to bring up an issue of malpractice from the weekend, everybody. When did you meet Will Smith? How did Matt Rule not bench Jeff Sims? His quarterback was offensive. I mean, it was more than just you didn't know where the ball was going. 4 turnovers in the half. Fumbling multiple snaps, fumbling running the ball, a horrific interception on a telegraph throw. The broadcast, even moron Gus Johnson is like, this young man is ruining this game for the other kids. And everyone said, there's no way they could start Jeff Sims in the second half. Cutscene, Matt Rule, Jeff Sims in the second half.
Tells me that's all you got. Because if your fall off between quarterback number 1 and number 2 is so great. Because it makes no sense. He has 6 turnovers in a game and a half. So it just tells me Nebraska has nothing at QB. Either that or they run the Wildcat.
I'd like to give you the Brian Ferentz update. If that name sounds familiar, it's Kirk Ferentz's son. He is the offensive coordinator at Iowa. And in order to keep his job / hit his incentives, he has to average 24 points a game. Well, despite being 2-0, Brian Ferentz is 0-2 at accomplishing his goal because they've scored 20 and 23. Rico, what on earth? If you can't score 24 points in 2023's version of football, should you be allowed to keep your job regardless of record?
No. Well, see, that's going to be the ultimate paradox. What if they end up going 12-0, but they can't crack 25 points You upgraded the quarterback situation by bringing Cade in there, and you still...
They're horrific.
He may not be good at his job.
And we've now arrived at what I like to call the truth. All right. Is Gus Johnson brain dead? A serious discussion.
Okay.
Moments after Joel Klatt went on a soliloquy about how the quarterback must stay in bounds to keep the clock running so they can bleed it down and kick a field goal in this Colorado game. Gus Johnson, doing his normal yelling and screaming idiocy, says, and he smartly goes out of bounds. Total silence until Gus jumps back in. Joel jumps back in and goes, Gus, actually, that was the complete wrong thing to do. Can someone check on Gus Johnson?
I think Gus just likes to hear Gus. Gus just needs to fill the space with words and things and stuff like that.
Gus Johnson or Satan?
Well, I'm still going to go with Gus.
Okay.
I see where you're going with this.
Dante Moore is him, as the kids say, the Detroit MLK product who is starting for UCLA. I've now watched 2 weeks in a row as he's rotated in and out. Guys, I understand staying up late to watch football is tough. Dante Moore is that dude. Wow, does he look good as a true freshman.
I got to be honest with you. I owe Dante an apology. I thought he was going to be good, but I didn't think he would be good in year one. I thought it was going to be best for Chip Kelly to sit him. I didn't want him to get Spencer Rattler, and which means that he goes out there too soon and throws interceptions, loses his confidence, and has to transfer out. But watching him and what he is doing, Chip Kelly, bravo. You jumped in at the last second to get this kid, and I think the Big Ten is going to be excited when they see him playing for UCLA next year.
His ability, the quick release, and he's got a nuclear arm.
He does.
It's unbelievable.
I thought he needed some time. I thought that going from playing in the PSL to the Pac-12 was just, you know what? That's just a little too much too soon.
You know what?
I owe him an apology. He's ready.
Here's what I'm going to say. Overreaction, I don't care. It feels good. UCLA's a dark horse in the Pac-12.
Really?
If this is that dude, if he only going to get better from here. And they're a freight train on offense. Great offensive line. Very few teams in the Pac-12 have a front seven capable of handling that. Dark horse, not a favorite. Rico, he's
over
good.
Oregon State?
I did not say that. Benny the Beaver, FTW.
Gotcha.
And our last note is a PSA for a coworker. If you see Jim Costa on the streets, be nice to him. Because his alma mater, CMU, a.k.a. Safety Schools State, should be contracted. Their program should fold. They needed a Houdini escape against New Hampshire, winning 45-42, wellness check on cookies, and Jim McElwain, they don't throw a forward pass. Not because they don't want to, people, because they can't. CMU may have the worst quarterback in America, ended already before my pod partner goes Michael Douglas and falling down with a baseball bat. Rico, how have we arrived here for CMU?
It's a lot like Sims for Nebraska. You really have nothing else behind him.
Oh, my.
I mean, you would think that you would have a freshman, a walk-on, something. Not saying you got to be Dante Moore, but let's just go ahead and play the freshman and see what he can do. But they're sticking with Bert Emanuel Jr.
Jim showed me highlights from his phone since the game was on Soaring Eagle Network or whatever it was.
Is that real?
No. And he showed me one of the most egregious interceptions you'll ever see. If this is the quality you're putting out there for the wellness of your fans, shut the program down.
He should be the backup. He should be the trick play quarterback. He is not the main quarterback. He is the goal line, the 4th and 5, where he can scramble and do something. But this, wow.
We return to your phone calls in a moment. That is the Weekend Report. When did you meet Will Smith? All right, let's do this.